Chapter 61, Shiny Gardevoir also here to work? Chapter 61. The moment the reward arrived, the same sensation he felt when Viridian energy was added spread through Hayashi Kaede's body. The only difference this time was that the new power felt more tangible. His mind sharpened. The extra energy seemed to extend from him like extra limbs, flexible, responsive, ready to act. Intermediate psychic power? Kaede had the impulse to test the new ability at once, but when he looked at Gardevoir before him he held back. He chuckled softly. How is it? Feels good, right? Gardevoir's uncontrolled output had calmed. Her eyes, complex and hungry, settled on the empty bottle in Kaede's hand. Gardevoir, she replied, approval threaded with longing. Kaede laughed and put the bottle away. This is the best cube I've made so far. Of course it works. Being offered such a valuable reward deepened Kaede's determination to keep Gardevoir at the plantation even if it meant using a little bait to ensure she stayed. Gardevoir opened her mouth to ask how she could exchange work for such cubes, then paused. She hesitated because Kaede had called the cube precious. Kaede, reading her hesitation, set his chin in his hand. I have two types of jobs here. One is long-term, you work weekly and receive 10 bottles of the standard cube like yesterday every week, plus an occasional S&D cube like the one you just ate. The other is short-term, you work day by day and receive 1 bottle of the standard cube per day. If there's a heavier task that day, you'll receive an S&D cube like the one you just ate. Today using your power to help widen the water diversion channel counts as a heavier task. Both long-term and short-term shifts are 7 hours, 3 hours in the morning and 4 in the afternoon. As soon as he laid out the plan, Kaede inwardly winced. Wasn't this nudging her toward the long-term option? It felt awkward, but the arrangement made practical sense for protecting the plantation and reservoir. Gardevoir considered the choices carefully. After feeling how the cube had altered the curse's balance inside her, she finally nodded, long-term. When Kaede heard that, he couldn't hide his relief. Securing her help would make the rest easier. Oh, and if you have a Ralts, you can bring it here, he added. Ralts will be safer on the plantation than alone in the wild. If it evolves into another Gardevoir later, it could even help with energy cube preparation. He allowed himself a small hope. Metagross was impossible to obtain, but a trusted Gardevoir could be trained into something invaluable. Gardevoir's expression clouded for a moment. Gardevoir, she replied quietly. I do not have a child. Kaede accepted that without pressing. She'd known him too briefly to reveal everything. Soon the Fujita Goro construction team arrived with several fighting-type Pokémon. After hearing Kaede's plan, their foreman sketched the job. To let Melodic swim and turn smoothly, we'll need to expand the channel to at least 3 times its current width and deepen it. This is a major job. The ground sand and cement blocks we remove will need constant transport. Ground sand is easy, the cement blocks are the main problem. It'll probably take a week. What if we add assistance for transport? Kaede asked, pointing to Gardevoir. If she helps with transport, it could be done in a day or 2, the foreman said, surprised. Word of a differently colored Gardevoir had spread through Aogiri town. Many claimed to have glimpsed one that vanished moments later. The idea that the plantation owner had tamed such a Pokémon left the crew awed and skeptical. Gardevoir nodded and, after placing a mental barrier at the connection between the diversion channel and the reservoir, followed the construction team to the work site. Hammering and pounding began almost immediately. Kaede took advantage of the downtime and called Rotom, which was already testing ground moisture from above. Let's go check the construction site, he told it. By then it was nearly bright and customers had started arriving in town to buy energy cubes. The noise of the construction drew attention quickly. From the shore people watched as the crew inside the diversion channel broke up cement blocks and dug to widen it. On the bank, Gardevoir used telekinesis to move cement blocks onto a truck while piles of ground sand were tossed into an open area. The sight stunned the first watchers. Gardevoir, someone murmured, rubbing his eyes. When the image persisted, astonishment replaced doubt. A differently colored gardevoir, this is the one everyone's been talking about. Why is it moving bricks? Are construction teams really using gardevoir now? Wow! I'll move bricks too, maybe I can capture a shiny gardevoir. As more townspeople gathered, excitement swelled and phones came out to record the scene. The Fujita Goro foreman stepped forward and called out to the crowd. Don't get the wrong idea, this gardevoir isn't from our company. She is together with Hayashi Kaede from the breeding house, he explained, nodding toward Kaede. The clarification calmed some speculation, though whispers and camera shutters continued as the unlikely work went on. Chapter 62, Green and Red. Chapter 62. August 1st. Kanto Region. It had been a long time since the battle with Red. After retiring from the championship position, Green had grown a little indifferent. He wandered here and there, and whenever he found a Pokémon he liked or an interesting one, he would stop and raise it. Whether the Pokémon stayed with him or not didn't matter to Green, it was a hobby born of curiosity. After all, his goal was to complete the Pokédex. Today he returned to the starting point of that dream, Pallet Town. At the Oak Research Lab, Professor Oak sat on a high stool in a white coat, slurping instant noodles, when he saw a tall, thin boy with brown hair and a necklace at the door. Professor Oak rubbed his eyes, laughed, and said, "Green, you and Red sure have good timing. He came back first, and you followed right after." Green's expression froze for a moment, the calm he'd felt returning to his hometown wavered. "Don't compare me to him." Before he could say more, a red figure walked out from the backyard. "Hey? Green? Why are you back too?" On top of his head sat a semicircular, single brim hat like a poke ball. He wore a red jacket and light blue trousers. It was unmistakably Red's style. Red asked with interest, "Are you here for a Pokémon battle?" Green's expression turned domineering. "Stop talking nonsense. Who's afraid of you? Let's have it all out, full-on battle. Let's go." Red replied. Professor Oak watched the two leave, shook his head, and returned to his noodles. They're both former champions, but when they meet it's like they've both got gunpowder in them. A carefree kid in a vest suddenly burst into the lab. Professor Oak, when can I start my journey?" Professor Oak smiled. "Oh, is that you, little one? Check your age at home. When you reach the right age you can choose your first Pokémon and set off." Another child stomped in, complaining, "Hey, don't oversleep the day you pick your first Pokémon. With you, you'll never be a Pokémon master. The only one who can be a master is me." Professor Oak rubbed his head, smiling helplessly at the two bickering kids. Why did they remind him of Red and Green? The entrance to Viridian Forest. Red looked at the tired Green, stood, and stretched. "Fighting you is still the most fun after all this time." Beside Green stood a Blastoise, cleaning burn marks on its shell, while Pikachu perched on Red's shoulder. Despite the size difference, the petite Pikachu was somehow balanced on Blastoise. Green wanted to say something but only curled his lips and muttered, "Boring." Red was watching a video on his phone. "What are you watching?" Green asked. "This," Red said, holding out the phone. "I found a social media account called Neighbor's Breeding House. It's interesting. The manager of that place works the fields every day and seems pretty laid back." Red scrolled. "You probably saw it, you even commented. The Servine fought a dragon type in one clip. Recently this blogger captured a differently colored Gardevoir," Red continued. "The trainers who bought energy cubes there praise them. I don't know whose cubes are better than yours." Since winning the Kanto League and Indigo League championships, Red had become more relaxed and hadn't been challenging other champions as much. After a while of this, he'd begun to like the slow life of farming. He even toyed with the idea of building his own challenge site, a gym where others could come to face him. Silver Mountain, on the border between the Kanto and the Indigo region, might be a good spot. Breeding house? Garde voir. Green leaned in, puzzled as he read the video title. The clip played, I'm going to expand the water channel. Fortunately I invited Garde voir to help, my plantation is getting better and better. Green's mouth twitched. The manager had hit the traffic mechanism perfectly. Why not let Garde voir make energy cubes? However, after the video played, a flicker of doubt crossed Green's brows. It wasn't until he saw the twinkling crimson eyes and the strange colored image that he was surprised. Is it that Garde voir? Red asked curiously, why, do you recognize it? Green nodded. I've seen it before. It was cursed by a Dakray, and I wanted to help it. Red laughed. Ah, so that's how it is. I was saying, with the Garde voir of a different color right in front of you, how could you not want to capture it? Turns out you didn't succeed. Shut up. Green snapped, then lunged and grabbed Red's wrists, pinning him. Don't say I failed to capture Garde voir. I have already captured a Garde voir before, so I don't need this one, don't slander me. Red resisted, and Pikachu on his shoulder couldn't stand the struggle. He shook his head and an electric spark jolted the two of them. Pikachu, the Pokémon cried. Their hair stood on end and the tingling finally calmed them. After a moment, Green said, give me this person's social media account IDTO me. All right, but you have to say thank you. Thank you, League Champion. August 1st, early morning. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Looking at the completed water diversion channel, Hayashi Kaede thanked the construction team over and over. It's mainly thanks to Garde voir. We just did some finishing touches, he said. The honest foreman from Fujitogoro charged only a third of the usual price and refused to accept more, so Kaede gave each worker a big watermelon and a gonlan berry energy cube. What a kind heart, Kaede thought. He hadn't realized the market value of the energy cubes exceeded the payment he'd given. He watched the crew leave and sighed. Garde voir. He called gently. Garde voir stood to the side, looking a little tired. Garde voir, she replied softly. Chapter 63, Garde voir intimacy increased. Chapter 63. After having successfully exchanged workspace for the energy cube, Garde voir seemed pleased and nodded to herself. From their interactions over the past few days, this human really did seem kind. He cradled Vulpix, chatted with Melodic, worked the fields with Servine, helped the Miltanks with milking, and even teased Caterpie, mocking that it ate so much, and teased it by saying that Pidgeotto would catch it from the sky. The tease had made Caterpie tremble and hide in the cowshed for days, only coming out once it realized Pidgeotto didn't care about it. Thanks for everything these past few days, Hayashi Kaede called as the truck team drove off. He looked up at Garde voir and produced an assimilation energy cube. Here. This time he didn't toss it, he held his palm open. There needed to be contact, without it, their relationship wouldn't deepen. Garde voir drifted down slowly and hovered about 2 meters away. Garde voir, she said, the weekly allotment hasn't arrived yet. It's a bonus for finishing early, Kaede replied with a small smile. After a long moment she took the cube with telekinesis and swallowed it whole. Garde voir didn't need to read faces to see his intent, his welcome was plain. He wanted her to stay and help on the plantation. Before, the curse would have made her refuse anyone, now she'd seen a sliver of hope that it could be managed. That thought made trusting a trainer possible. Kaede laughed softly as she finished the cube. Come work with me. Keep at it, and one day you'll be able to wrest control of that curse from the nightmare Pokémon. Garde voir, she replied, approval tinged with caution. His internal readout showed her intimacy rising. Kaede's grin widened. With a telepathic Pokémon like her, honesty and openness seemed to work best. Garde voir gave a faint shiver at his eager stare and a hint of annoyance crossed her face. Garde voir, she sent, I will go for now. All right. Come back tomorrow, Kaede answered, and she floated away. He wandered the plantation, then stepped into the breeding house when it was empty. An old regular, seeing Kaede's bright expression, teased, "Brother Kaede, you look happy. Did you manage to catch for yourself a garde voir?" "No," Kaede said with a modest shake of his head and a smile, and left the breeding house. He headed to the area outside the cowshed. The place Pidgeotto practiced fierce storm. He hadn't been idle, he'd cleared a wide space to turn into pasture, with Servine and Alolan Vulpix helping tidy and train. The field would be seeded soon. "Vulpix! Servine!" Kaede called as he opened the gate. "Vulpix!" both answered and stopped their drills to run over. Alolan Vulpix bounded forward first, Servine glided over more reservedly. The newborn Vulpix had grown fast. Only 7 or 8 days had passed, and it was noticeably larger. Its 6 tails were more agile and its eyes clearer. Kaede stroked Vulpix's fur and checked the eye of exploration. Pokémon, Vulpix. Gender, female. Ability, Snow Cloak. Aptitude, Red. Individual values, HP, 27, ATK, 25, SPA, 31, Def, 27, SPD, 25, SPD, 31. Level, 11-15. Moves, Powder Snow, Icy Wind, Ice Shard, Aurora Beam, Tail Whip, Confuse Ray. Intimacy, 95, she depends on you. Happiness value, 60. Servine the green snake murmured, eyes bright. It learned Icy Wind from the airflow I make with Leaf Tornado. Very clever. That's amazing, Kaede said, then looked into Vulpix's clear eyes. How does it feel to learn new moves? Vulpix answered with an eager chirp, leapt from his arms, and focused. It gathered breath and released a gust of snow-laced wind. Even in summer the ground chilled where the breeze passed and a thin frost lingered for a moment. The ice held its form briefly. It wasn't meltwater but tightly condensed energy-proof. Vulpix had grasped the technique's essence. Kaede laughed, satisfied. Perfect, now I won't have to run the air conditioner as much. Vulpix glowed at the praise, it liked being useful. Servine glanced up with a small smile. Kaede patted Vulpix, ruffled Servine's head, and said happily, let's head home. Today went well. We're one step closer to adding another psychic type to the team tonight. I'll make you both something nice. Chapter 64, Tsundere Servine. Chapter 64. Oran Berry, Pomelo Pulp, Pedia Berry, cut everything into bite-sized cubes and mix. Add a splash of Moo milk. Okay, Vulpix breathed into the blender to finish it off. Hayashi Kaede arranged the fruit on the table with careful hands. He had chosen Oran berries, pomelo berry pulp, pedia berries, spicy tomato berries and a dash of Moo milk, ingredients chosen not only for taste, but for subtle synergy with Pokémon constitutions. He set the small blender in place and called Vulpix over. Alolan Vulpix padded up eagerly. Kaede guided it to the blender and asked it to direct a steady stream of cool breath icy wind into the mixture. The icy air met the pulp and milk, turning them into a silky, frosted smoothie without a single lump. The platter Kaede arranged looked like a summer promise, glistening fruit cubes, a thread of pale froth across the top, and a dusting of crushed dragon clear berry for a faint pearlescent sheen. A summer-exclusive fruit and milk platter sat on the table. A grade fruit and milk platter, a complex platter made from a variety of mixed berries and Moo milk, infused with a hint of floral essence and condensed ice energy. Cooking effect 1, a cooling delicacy that reduces body heat by 50% for 3 hours. Cooking effect 2, long-term consumption helps Pokémon with fire weakness resist damage from fire-type moves. Cooking effect 3, when eaten by ice-type Pokémon, increases the chance to learn new ice-type moves. Kaede smiled as he read the rating. Now that he had more berries in stock, he had the confidence to produce more of these specialty platters. It was the kind of treat that would be a hit for trainers traveling through hot areas and perfect for his Alolan Vulpix. He sampled a small cube himself. The blast of chilled sweetness rolled from his tongue through his chest like a cool gust. The heat clamped around him seemed to unpeel, leaving a fresh, clean chill in its place. "It's excellent," he said aloud, surprised by how refreshing it felt. How much better this would be on a long summer journey, he thought. For ice-type Pokémon like Vulpix it was perfect, for Servine and Caterpie the vitamins and cooling effects were ideal too. Vulpix made pleased noises and rubbed against his leg, eyes bright. Servine, who had been watching with a distracted expression, kept staring at the platter as if it had cast a spell. "What's wrong, Servine?" Kaede asked, noticing the faraway look. Servine rarely appeared dazed, its usual composure had slipped. Servine blinked, then shook its head and gave a soft, embarrassed hiss. It didn't answer with words. It was not used to being doted on like Vulpix, it was too proud to accept such fuss. Kaede smiled, reached into his chest pocket, and called up a quiet warmth of evergreen energy. Viridian power let him sense Pokémon emotions with clarity. It was subtle, respectful, and non-invasive, just enough to soothe Servine without crossing any boundary. He felt the little frown lighten. "You don't have to blush," Kaede said lightly. "Eat. It's made to suit your constitution." Servine peered around to make sure no one was watching, too shy to be coddled in public, then accepted a cube from Kaede's hand. "Congratulations!" Servine's happiness increased from 15% to 80%. Rewards: 1 A-grade leaf stone, 1 intermediate magic candy, 5 intermediate fertilizer. At first Servine kept one eye on the others, cheeks faintly flaring with embarrassment as it ate. But as the flavor spread, its posture relaxed. The platter was exactly the right combination of sweet, sour, and cool. It felt cared for, and the simple act of being fed by its trainer warmed something inside it. Kaede watched with a private satisfaction. The shy acceptance Servine's tiny but real trust was worth more than any coin. August 2nd, daytime. In the breeding house kitchen. "All right. Gardevoir, move the berries into the blender with telekinesis slowly, steadily. Make sure the pomelo pulp doesn't clump." "I'll finish the sieving," Kaede instructed. Gardevoir worked with a seriousness that surprised him. At over level 70 she picked up the process quickly, timing the pulsing of the blender, judging viscosity, and tempering the chill with just the right amount of moo milk. She learned not because she had to, but because she wanted to. Kaede could see genuine focus in her crimson eyes. "Good, now pulse once for texture, twice for smoothness," Kaede said, guiding her with practiced motions. Gardevoir adjusted the force of her telekinesis as if she'd done this 1,000 times. When they finished, Kaede formed 2 prototype energy cubes from the chilled smoothie, 1 basic, 1 finished with a final artisan touch. D-rank physical energy cube. A standard physical energy cube restores a small amount of physical stamina upon consumption. C+ rank physical energy cube refined from the same base with a richer moo milk infusion. After eating, restores physical energy and grants a modest, short-lived increase in defense. They tested both on a few volunteers. Multank accepted 2 pieces, buffed and content. Caterpie nibbled happily. The difference was clear. The C+ rank cube had more body and satiety. It left a lingering sense of steadiness that the D rank did not. The 2 methods, one automated, one hand-finished, produced distinct results. Kaede made notes: scale up the D rank for volume, reserve the C+ rank for targeted customers who valued quality and had the poke dollars to pay. Gardevoir watched from the side, tilting her head as she observed how subtle changes in blending and chilling altered the cube's effect. She had been cautious about food before, but now she studied the chemistry of it with a reserved curiosity. For her, learning these methods was another way of gaining control over natural forces, one more step away from feeling at the mercy of the curse that had defined so much of her life. As Kaede packed the new cubes for the day's sales, he glanced at his team, Vulpix warming beside the stove, Servine preening with a contented look, Caterpie busily munching. The breeding house hummed with the ordinary, fulfilling rhythm of the place preparation, tasting, sharing. Small moments like this stitched trust into long days and longer lives. He made another mental note: design a small batch of cooling platters for summer travelers and a limited run of C+ rank defensive cubes for local trainers with heat-sensitive teams. With Gardevoir learning, and the team settled, the breeding house could do more than survive, it could begin to shape a reputation. Kaede closed the jar lid, smiled at Gardevoir and said casually, "Tomorrow we'll try adding a pinch of pomelo zest to the premium batch. See how the aroma affects satiety." Gardevoir's crimson eyes flickered curiosity, approval, and she inclined her head in consent. The work continued, quietly and carefully, like a garden tending itself. Chapter 65, Gardevoir's 3 Children. Chapter 65. Yes, it was successfully manufactured on the first try. Hayashi Kaede stared at the energy cube sitting on the workbench with a satisfied, almost proud smile. The shape and finish were right, the color, the faint hum of stored energy, all the small details lined up. The process hadn't been identical to his previous attempts, but the result was close enough that only a trained eye would notice the difference. That, he suspected, was the cultivator profession bonus quietly nudging the quality upward. Gardevoir watched the cube with a soft, dazed look. When Kaede had first invited her over to learn how to make energy cubes, she'd thought it was a demonstration, a trick, or a curiosity. She hadn't expected him to teach the whole process, patiently and without holding anything back. Great! Kaede's grin broadened. With you helping, we can scale up production. But we'll need more equipment first. He began listing off items on his fingers: extra molds for cubes, a small processor to stabilize the mix, a few spare batteries, and so many thought came as naturally as it did logically a lawnmower. If he fitted a rotom to it, the machine could keep the grass plains behind the cow she'd trimmed without him wasting time on manual mowing. The plantation was large, chores multiplied fast without automation. Gardevoir. Kaede glanced up at the psychic Pokémon when a soft sound touched his mind. Gardevoir's reply rose like a small, gentle cry. Gardevoir. If it's not my child, would you accept it? Kaede blinked. The phrasing made him frown in puzzlement for a second. Gardevoir's question wasn't about blood or ownership, it was the kind of careful worry only a Pokémon who had taken in strays would voice. Wild Pokémon, or those rescued from harsh circumstances, often carried scars of distrust toward humans. Letting them roam the forest forever wasn't a real solution, but inviting them in required trust and care. Since she'd begun taking in strays, Gardevoir had been the one to feed and tend them. The daily routine of caring had grown into something more protective, more tender. She'd become attached. It's not your child. Kaede repeated slowly, a rueful lift to his mouth. The exact phrase had a human awkwardness to it that made him briefly imagine absurd scenarios, then chuckle and shake the thought away. Don't worry, I didn't take it that way. Gardevoir's mental tone steadied. Gardevoir. They're all Pokémon taken in from outside, one abandoned outright, one left when its mother was captured, and one rescued alone. Understanding softened Kaede's expression. So we have a Poplio, a Torchic, and a Bounsweet. The possibilities unfurled in his head like quick, useful notes. Poplio could live near the reservoir and keep melodic company, Torchic would fill the plantation's fire-type gap and help with chores that needed a flame, Bounsweet could produce juice and be a small blessing for the household larder. His smile hardened with annoyance. Those trainers, outrageous. They abandoned their Pokémon, and they even captured Bounsweet's mother and left the child behind. He spat the words out as if they were unpleasant bites. If it were Kaede, he thought, the mother and child would never have been separated. And the two abandoned ones, were they left because of poor aptitudes? He asked, already forming plans in his head. Gardevoir shook her head. Gardevoir. The Poplio was left because of aptitude issues, but Torchique's case is different. Garde voir. Torchique eats like a furnace. Its trainer couldn't afford it anymore. Kaede's eyebrows shot up. It eats that much. He tried to imagine the appetite of a hatchling. Most newborn Pokémon could stretch a single bottle of energy cubes over several days. Kaede had carefully rationed what he gave Gardevoir so none of her wards ever went hungry, but the idea of one little Torchique devouring most of the supply was staggering. Gardevoir answered with a low, resigned chirr. Gardevoir. 9 out of 10 of the energy cubes you've been giving me lately were eaten by it. 9 out of 10. Kaede stared, incredulous. The numbers didn't add up in his head at first. 10 bottles in less than 5 days, and one Torchique was responsible for almost everything? He couldn't help the thought that followed with an embarrassingly human practicality. If it ate that much, how much did it produce? Was there a digestive problem? The mental image made him wince and then laugh at himself. All right, he said finally, voice steady. Bring them over. I want to see for myself. Don't worry, the plantation's big. One greedy Torchique isn't going to ruin it. Gardevoir's mental voice lifted in a relieved trill. Gardevoir. Thank you. Kaede waved his hand as if dismissing the thanks. It's nothing. You're part of the plantation now. If anything comes up, tell me directly. I'll handle it. Gardevoir. Okay. In a shimmer of psychic light, Gardevoir vanished and reappeared moments later at the plantation gate, 3 small figures huddled close behind her. One was a tiny Torchique whose orange feathers flickered nervously, another was a round, playful Poplio whose big eyes took in the new surroundings with wary curiosity, the third wrapped in a soft red body with green leaf-like petals sprouting from its top and a small patch of tender white flesh showing between them, peeked shyly from behind Gardevoir. The trio was obviously wary. Bounsweet tucked itself close, trembling, Poplio bobbed tentatively, Torchique peeped and shuffled its feet. Torchique, the little fire type called, half question, half cry. Poplio, the water Pokémon answered with a cautious splash. Bounsweet, the plant Pokémon squeaked, clinging to Gardevoir's side. Kaede crouched and offered a calm smile. Okay, okay. Easy there. Pokémon, Bounsweet. Gender, female. Characteristic, tender. Aptitude, green. Level, 11-12. Individual value. Moves, tackle, sweet scent, leafage, play nice. Description, appears timid. Friendship, -5, wariness toward humans. Happiness, 0, disoriented new environment. Kaede scanned the panel and nodded. The sheet didn't look impressive on paper, but potential wasn't measured only in stats. For his purposes, the ability to produce juice and the gentle temperament were the real draws. Even timid Pokémon could thrive with the right care, and that was exactly what the plantation offered. Chapter 66, Don't worry, I can afford whatever you eat. Chapter 66. Poplio. Where is this? Torchique. So many berries, I won't be hungry anymore. Poplio. Over there, humans. The 3 small figures that had just arrived each had their own thoughts, and their cries sounded like the scattered notes of a shy chorus. For a few breaths they hesitated, then their eyes locked on Hayashi Kaede standing a short distance away. Torchique. Human. Poplio. At the sight of Kaede, all 3 Pokémon tensed at once, their wariness snapping into bright hostility. For a heartbeat it seemed they would turn and flee together. Then Gardevoir moved. A soft, stern thought cry, Gardevoir. Gardevoir. Pushed through the air with the kind of authority a guardian used when her wards were at risk. The message was simple and final: from now on, follow him. The energy cubes you've been given recently all came from him. Torchique. Poplio. The sea lion and the little fire chick exchanged glances, each painting a picture of mistrust. The Torchique's tiny chest puffed up, embers flared in its eyes as if to match the anger in its heart. It was obvious who bore the most resistance. Poplio. Trainer? No, I don't want a trainer, the Torchique thought angrily. It rubbed against Gardevoir reflexively, as if testing whether the grass itself might shift beneath its feet. The Poplio was hesitant, pressed close to Gardevoir too, clearly unhappy at the idea of another human deciding its fate. Kaede crouched a little to look them over, then flicked open the panel in his head with a casual motion. The screens were never flattering, but they told the truth. Pokémon, Torchique. Gender, male. Characteristic, rash. Aptitude, red. Individual stats, HP 18/Attack 31/SP ATK 31/Defense 12/SP Def 13/Speed 31. Level, 11-15. Moves, Peck, Quick Attack, Flame Charge, Return, Sucker Punch. Friendship, -15, mistrustful of humans. Happiness, -20, refuses to follow humans, they're liars. Notes: this trait amplifies its combat performance 2 to 3-fold, but consumes far more stamina and increases daily food needs. Kaede scanned the Torchique's sheet and the numbers flickered through his mind. The bird had excellent individual values and a nasty streak that made it a handful, the kind of talent a seasoned trainer could polish, but the kind of appetite that would bankrupt an ordinary one. Gardevoir's tone hardened. Gardevoir. How will you survive in the wild without a trainer, she thought, a thread of disappointment woven through the question. Gardevoir. Do you expect me to raise you all my life? It has a bit of a feeling of being disappointed in someone. He remembered his own rough beginnings in the wilderness, the thin ration of luck and danger that had raised him. He knew how quickly things could go wrong for young Pokémon with no survival know-how. The thought of Bounsweet being plucked by larger predators made him frown. The Poplio's panel had already hinted at congenital weakness that would make life in the wild brutal. Pokémon, Poplio. Gender, female. Characteristic, torrent. Aptitude, white. Individual stats, HP 8/Attack 4/SP ATK 14/Defense 17/SP Def 19/Speed 2. Level, 7-8. Moves, Pound, Growl, Water Gun. Friendship, -5, uneasy with humans. Happiness, -5, confused. Notes: mother suffered a serious injury during pregnancy, leading to premature birth and reduced aptitude due to malnutrition. The Poplio's sheet made the situation clear: premature birth and nutritional deficits left it weaker than most. Left alone, it would struggle to find enough food and would be an easy target. Torchique's gaze flicked to the fence that ringed the plantation. Fruit trees arched along the perimeter, their ripe oran berries hung looking juicy and fragrant in the heat, sending a scent that drifted on the hollow air straight into the little bird's beak. The Torchique's resolve wavered. Pride warred with a hunger so honest and ancient it felt like a tide. It took a step toward the fence, then another, then turned its head with one last hard look at the open world. For a moment it seemed prepared to leap for freedom. A delicate perfume threaded through the air, subtle and warm, the scent of freshly made energy cubes tinted with Kaede's small touches, a trace of milk fragrance, a pinkish sweetness he'd learned to fold into the mix to make them more tempting for picky mouths. The aroma curled through the Torchique's nostrils and unclenched its muscles. Its tiny stomach growled so loud the sound seemed to echo in its own head. Kaede noticed the change and smiled, as if to a child about to accept a bribe. "If you're set on leaving, why not eat first?" he asked, voice light. No respectable place would let a guest go hungry. He held out a cube, small, warm, infused with the cider-like scent he favored, and the Torchique's eyes widened with greedy relief. It hopped forward with a cautious peck, then another, then faster as curiosity became craving. "Torchique," it chirped, a squeaky, delighted cry as the flavor rolled across its tongue. Cube after cube was offered, and the little bird ate with the abandon of the sincerely hungry. Kaede watched, amused and a little astonished as one greedy peck became two, then three, a soft burp later and the torchic reclined on its haunches, belly round and satisfied, blinking in slow, grateful rapture. Delicious, it seemed to say with a bright, feathery nod. Torchic. Then, as if memory of its plan returned in a small, guilty flash, the bird's expression flickered between shame and contentment. The open road promised freedom but the thought of nights of hunger and cold pressed on it like a shadow. Kaede crouched lower, the tone of his voice gentle. If you like it here, he told the small company, you should stay. Don't worry about eating, I can afford to feed you, whatever you take. He said the last part with the quiet confidence of someone who'd learned how to make a little stretch into enough. The torchic cocked its head, pecking at the air as if tasting the promise. Torchic. It thought, softer now, curiosity eclipsing anger. Bound Sweet, clinging to Gardevoir's side, sniffed the air and let out a tiny, hopeful squeak. Bound Sweet. Its initial timidity softened into a tentative interest, its small round body trembled less. Poplio bobbed forward with a cautious splash of excitement, letting out a bright, watery call, Poplio. Poplio nosed the grass and responded with a quiet, spluttering sound that might have passed for agreement. Kaede offered a hand, palm open, to each of them in turn. There was no grand speech, no forced cheer, just a plain offering, shelter, consistent meals, and people who would try not to be liars. Come on, he said. There's room in the plantation for 3 more. We'll get you checked, fed properly, and helped to grow. If any of you want to move on later, I won't stop you but give it a week. See if the place fits. Gardevoir's reply was a soft, approving mental note, Gardevoir. Thank you, they'll be safe. Relief shimmered through her tone, and the 3 small Pokémon looked at one another with the unsteady curiosity of those who had just been offered a better future. Kaede glanced once toward the rows of orchards and the wide plains beyond, imagining where each of them might fit, Torchic teaching fiery work around the drying racks, Poplio gambling near the reservoir, and Bound Sweet tucked among the berry bushes, producing small, sweet yields that might one day keep the household in preserves and juice. He straightened and tucked the empty cube wrapper into his pocket as if tucking away a promise, and then led the new trio through the plantation gate, the beginning of small, patient work that never felt heroic but always mattered. Chapter 67, Gardevoir, plotting against me in front of me? Chapter 67. How much can you afford to eat? Those words kept echoing in Torchic's mind, as if they had pierced its most sensitive heart, making its heartbeat quicken. When it had first followed its previous trainer, it could feel the joy and excitement in the way it was treated. At the beginning, there had been smiles, gentle pats, and warm encouragement. But that joy quickly shifted to surprise and perhaps even alarm after the trainer saw it devour half a bag of poke blocks in a single sitting. Later, Torchic began to notice little things. It overheard the trainer's parents talking in hushed voices about expenses. It saw the way the family sometimes skipped meals themselves. Understanding that the family wasn't well off, Torchic tried to restrain its appetite. It told itself not to eat too much at once, to take only a few poke blocks at a time. But how could a young Pokémon truly have such discipline? If it couldn't eat much in one go, it simply ate more often. A nibble here, a peck there, stealing snacks when no one was watching. As it grew past its juvenile stage, its appetite swelled. Eventually, one day, the trainer smiled and said they were going to buy more poke blocks. He told Torchic to wait on the roadside and that he'd be right back. That wait lasted all through the day, and the night. The trainer never returned. At first, Torchic blamed itself, thinking it had been a burden. But over time, bitterness seeped in. Was it really fair to abandon it for eating a little more? Surely the bond they'd shared was worth more than that. Later still, Torchic came to a colder understanding. This wasn't just about blame. It was a problem some trainers simply couldn't solve, a gap between love and responsibility. Even so, a faint ember of resentment remained. If only it could stop lying to itself. Why? You don't believe me? Hayashi Kaede said, gesturing to the orchard around him. Then believe your eyes. Look, these are all my fruit trees. Are you still afraid I can't feed you? Torchic hesitated, its eyes flicking from the rows of trees to Kaede's face. But you can't eat for free, Kaede added with a grin. Once you're full, you'll have to help me guard the plantation with Pidgeot, like that Pokémon up in the tree. Can you do that? Torchic. Really? Torchic's posture softened, losing the defiant tilt it had worn earlier. Of course. Kaede replied warmly, then leaned in close to whisper in its ear. Also, we have to find a way to keep Gardevoir. Torchic. Torchic's eyes lit up with sudden clarity. It glanced at Kaede, then at Gardevoir out of the corner of its eye, a thought crystallizing in its mind. If Gardevoir left, would it also be abandoned again? No, Torchic wouldn't allow that. It ran to Gardevoir's side, chirping anxiously, Torchic. Torchic. Gardevoir. A hint of helplessness crossed Gardevoir's face. Even though Kaede and Torchic had whispered quietly, her psychic powers caught every word. Were they seriously plotting her future in front of her? Still, she couldn't deny a faint admiration. This human had a knack for finding a Pokémon's deepest hopes and fears, and then anchoring himself there, making them feel seen, understood, and unwilling to let go. She knew it well. That was exactly how he'd won her over. After Torchic was persuaded, the other two newcomers stepped forward timidly, Poplio and Bounsweet. Looking at the pair, Kaede crouched and smiled. Can I pet you? Bounsweet. Poplio. They glanced at each other, then nodded hesitantly. Kaede's hands settled gently, one on Poplio's sleek, cool body, the other on Bounsweet's fragrant, leafy head. Poplio's smooth fur was like polished stone, catching the light with a gentle sheen, though not quite as lustrous as a melodic scales or a Serperior's body. Bounsweet, on the other hand, exuded a sweet, fruity aroma. Stroking the leaves atop its head revealed pale white flesh beneath. Kaede had the odd thought, could he taste it? He chuckled to himself almost immediately. What kind of person would that make him? Pushing the thought aside, he channeled a soft green energy through his hands, easing their nervousness. Compared to Torchic, these two were timid, unsure of him even after Gardevoir's reassurance. Trust would take time. So why not start with something small? Maybe a little Bounsweet juice could be part of the welcome. We've got 3 new friends in the plantation today, Kaede announced. Let's have a barbecue tonight to celebrate. It was partly an excuse to experiment with new recipes, buy a few fruit blenders, and deliver some grass seeds to Kusinogenmu, but he didn't say that aloud. Leaving Gardevoir to watch over the newcomers, Kaede spent 2 hours running errands before returning. By then, the sky was brushed with gold. Bryan and Bounsweet were still close to Gardevoir, clearly having stayed near her the entire time. Torchic, however, was circling an Oran berry tree, staring intently at the clusters of berries. Come with me, Kaede called, waving Torchic over. It darted to his side immediately. Poplio and Bounsweet exchanged a look, then glanced at Gardevoir. Once she nodded, they began walking toward Kaede, tiny steps in the mud. Forget it, I'll just carry you. Seeing Bounsweet struggling, Kaede bent down, scooped it up, and smiled. Bounsweet was stiff at first but didn't resist, unsure of their destination. They reached the reservoir, where a towering, winding tree stood. Its branches drooped like fine catkins, and its leaves were thin like willows, yet they were a vivid autumn red, glowing like maple leaves in fall. Of the fruit trees planted over 10 days ago, only the Pedia berry tree remained bare, the others had already begun to bear fruit. Another 10 days, and the harvest would be ready. Bounsweet, when the time comes, I'll build you a wooden house right here. Torchic's nest will be under the tree, and Brian will live in the reservoir. Sound good? You three are good friends, right? Chapter 68, You will evolve and become very beautiful in the future. Chapter 68. Poplio. Bounsweet. When Bounsweet and Poplio heard that, both froze for a heartbeat. Then their eyes, one bright and round, one small and shiny, lit up. They nodded, shy but clear, showing they agreed to the plan. Torchic, on the other hand, let out a delighted chirp. Torchic! Torchic! The three of them wandered side by side, rescued together by Gardevoir. A friendship had already begun to take root. Perhaps Torchic stayed not only because of the food prospects, but because it didn't want to leave these two newfound friends. All right, let's go set up the barbecue, Hayashi Kaede said. After making a simple arrangement for the three newcomers, Hayashi Kaede left the plantation. He whistled, Pidgeotto swooped down immediately. Kaede recalled Melodic from the water with a quick throw of a pokeball, then headed toward the cowshed with the rest of the group. The plantation itself was too cramped for a proper barbecue, and Kaede didn't want to risk smoke or stray embers near the fruit trees. The open space behind the cowshed was perfect, wind-sheltered, flat, and far enough away from the crops. It just so happened that Servine and Vulpix were practicing nearby, so they brought along Miltank and a Caterpie. With those additions, every Pokémon was present for the celebration. Servine! Kaede called. Servine and Vulpix looked up at the arriving group and blinked. They stood there, slightly dazed, as if surprised the whole plantation had become a party venue so quickly. Kaede laughed. Hey, we're having a barbecue tonight so everyone can get together and make friends. It was going to be a proper grand dinner, a real project, so even though it was only 4 in the afternoon, Kaede started prepping right away. If he left things until later, the party could easily run past midnight. He set up a portable grill and skewers he'd bought at Happy Mart, piled the charcoal, and borrowed a spark from Torchic to get the coals going. Then he asked Servine to escort Gardevoir back to the plantation to harvest vegetables, eggplant, cabbage, sweet potato, scallions, good, sturdy ingredients for grilling. Of course, no summer barbecue would be complete without a watermelon for ice-cold slices. Next, Kaede handed an iron bucket to Alolan Vulpix and asked it to freeze large ice cubes for drinks. Alolan Vulpix breathed a shallow swirl of cold air across the bucket, the ground chilled, forming a smooth patch of frost and a faint, refreshing mist. While the ice set, Kaede started chopping garlic and chilies, mixing a dipping sauce, and unwrapping the pork belly he'd bought at Happy Mart. He sliced the meat thin, speared pieces onto bamboo skewers, and cleaned the vegetables Servine had brought. He deliberately left beef off the menu. He didn't want to make the Miltank uncomfortable, and besides, many of the Pokémon didn't eat meat at all. The menu leaned toward shared, Pokémon-friendly dishes. By 5 o'clock the ingredients were ready. Torchic paced nearby, eyes bright with hunger. It was hard for the little bird to watch food being prepared and not be allowed to taste it, as if ants had started crawling under its feathers. Kaede reached for Bounsweet, who'd been clinging to Gardevoir's side, and carried it over to the grill, planning to extract a little juice for the drinks. But as soon as Bounsweet neared the cooking area, it panicked. Bound, don't eat me! Don't, it struggled, tears welling up in its eyes. Bounsweet! It whimpered pitifully, trembling as Kaede handled the vegetables and yams. Kaede froze. He hadn't expected such a frightened reaction. He hurried to explain, apologizing in a rush, No, I won't eat you. I only want some juice for the drinks. Promise. To calm it, he briefly channeled a gentle pulse of Aura's power through his hands. The warm, soothing sensation eased Bounsweet's raw fear just enough for it to trust him. With a still worried look, it hopped into the bucket Kaede had prepared and secreted a small amount of juice. Kaede felt guilty. He'd meant to remove any resentment, but his clumsy approach had only frightened the little Pokémon more. He mentally scolded himself, then set about making reparations, iced watermelon juice, freshly squeezed lemon water, and a little moo milk to restore Bound Sweet's spirits and show care. When the drinks were ready, Kaede released Melodic and announced, "All right, time to meet everyone. These are the new Pokémon who joined the plantation today." He lifted Bound Sweet out of the water and set it on the grass. The newcomer darted back to Gardevoir and kept glancing nervously at the grill. The other Pokémon gathered in a loose ring, intrigued but polite, leaving space for the new trio. Kaede shot Gardevoir and Servine a quick look meaning, "You two take it from here," then turned his attention to cooking. He started with eggplant, whole slices onto the grill, brushed with rapeseed oil so the skin would blister and the flesh would become silky. When the outsides browned, he snipped the surface with scissors and brushed another light coat of oil, then sprinkled minced garlic and a little light soy sauce. The aroma rose immediately. The simplest grilled eggplant, done right, was irresistible. B-level delicacy grilled eggplant. Description: the most delicious dish, requiring only the simplest method. A known favorite of fire-type Pokémon. Cooking effect 1, after eating, a Pokémon's energy activity increases by 30%. Cooking effect 2, after eating this, fire-type Pokémon gain a significant boost in their understanding of fire-type moves. It was barbecue after all, celebration food. As the first batch of eggplant came off the grill, Kaede glanced back. Gardevoir and Servine's presence had already helped the newcomers relax. Torchic trailed Pidgeotto and examined the bigger bird's plumage with a mixture of awe and envy, as if thinking, "Your feathers are even redder than mine." Poplio stared up at the long-haired Melodic and couldn't help a soft, admiring squeak, its voice full of praise. Melodic, who had once been a simple sea creature watched by the water, now received compliments from the other Pokémon and brightened. It swam up to chat with Poplio, murmuring happily, "Melodic trainers helped me evolve like this. One day you'll evolve too and be beautiful." Poplio listened when they talked about evolution and felt a small, familiar knot of doubt. Could it evolve? Had poor aptitude sealed its fate? It remembered being left behind before because of its talent or the perceived lack of it, and the memory still hurt. Hayashi Kaede sensed the vulnerability and, without fanfare, slid a skewer of grilled eggplant toward Poplio and another small piece toward Bound Sweet. "Try this," he said softly. "It'll make you feel better." The smell, the warmth, the gentle insistence of the trainer, these were small salves. Under the autumn red tree by the reservoir, the makeshift barbecue became more than just a meal. It was a first step toward trust, toward a shared life that might repair a few quiet wounds. Chapter 69, Captured Gardevoir. Chapter 69. Barbecue, green dumplings, fruit smoothies, energy cubes, fresh raw vegetables, and an array of chilled drinks, together they formed the heart of the night's celebration. Above, the summer sky glittered. Stars shimmered like curious guests, watching the gathering below with quiet joy. Because the plantation's Pokémon came in all shapes and appetites, Hayashi Kaede had prepared a spread to suit every taste. The grilled dishes skewed toward fire-type preferences, so naturally most of them ended up in the eager bellies of Torchic and Pidgeot. But what truly stunned Kaede was Torchic's bottomless appetite. He'd bought 5 pounds of pork belly. 4 pounds disappeared into Torchic alone alongside a generous helping of roasted vegetables. Hiss, the pile looked massive even before cooking. Kaede couldn't fathom where Torchic had stored it all. And yet, Torchic looked as if it could still eat more. Fueled by the lingering buffs of the barbecue feast, the little fire type became almost giddy, as if tipsy on pure energy. Sparks danced at its wingtips as it dashed back and forth across the open ground, alternating bursts of quick attack and flame charge. With Gardevoir keeping a close eye on things, Kaede wasn't worried about stray embers igniting the nearby forest. Under the pale moonlight, Torchic's flickering silhouette traced brief, fire-bright streaks through the night like small fireworks in motion. Bound Sweet, by contrast, spent the evening in gentler company. Because of her tiny size, more like a newborn than a battle-ready Pokémon, she was scooped up by Miltank and perched on a low stool beside the cow shed. Miltank. Is my milk tasty? One Miltank asked warmly. Miltank, and mine too. Bounsweet sipped fresh moo milk through a straw and let out a content little chirp. Bounsweet. Is this really yours? Miltank. That's right. Another Miltank leaned in. Miltank. Want some right from the source? Bounsweet. Haven't I already finished a cup? Miltank. Well, since I've been eating more here, my milk output's improved. The others didn't sound disappointed. If anything, they started chatting amongst themselves. Miltank, I produce 2 buckets a day now, feels like the quality's gone up too. Miltank, this rancher is so kind. I could give him milk for the rest of my life. Miltank, count me in for that. Bounsweet drained her cup in silence after that, though a faint crease of puzzlement lingered in her expression. Is it really that good here? She wondered. When the dinner finally wound down, Kaede began assigning sleeping arrangements. There wasn't much to decide. The cabins and nests for Torchic and Bounsweet hadn't been built yet, so they would spend the night in the cow shed with Miltank and Caterpie. Kaede did, however, remind Torchic firmly not to sneak a midnight snack involving Caterpie. Poplio returned to the reservoir with Melodic, their silhouettes vanishing into the moonlit water. Once everyone was settled, Kaede exhaled in relief and turned to clean up the litter from the meal. Before he could begin, Gardevoir floated down from above, a glass of iced drink in hand. Gardevoir. What about me? Kaede blinked. Then he realized Gardevoir had spent the past days shuttling between Aogiri Forest and the plantation to care for the 3 newcomers. Now that Torchic, Bounsweet, and Bryon lived here, there was no need for that daily commute. And he had been dropping hints more than once that he wanted Gardevoir to join him formally. His heartbeat quickened as the possibility crystallized. Slowly, he drew a Pokeball from his pocket. I have a good Pokeball here. What do you think? Gardevoir drifted closer, gaze steady. Gardevoir. You planned to capture me from the start, didn't you? Looking at her slender form, Kaede didn't bother denying it. Of course. But it still depends on your choice. You've grown this strong, you must have had many offers from other trainers. His voice was plain, his eyes direct. He had always carried a deep fascination with psychic-type Pokémon. Gardevoir. Gardevoir studied him for a long moment. Then, without another word, she floated to the Pokeball and tapped it with a single finger. A chime of red light enveloped her. The ball shook once, twice, then stilled. She did not emerge immediately. Only after a pause did she release herself, stepping back into the night air. Gardevoir, the curse on me hasn't been lifted yet, so I won't stay here at night. I'll come back during the day. With a sweep of telekinesis, she gathered the garbage into neat piles, sorted by type. Then she began to prepare a teleport. Wait! Kaede called. Gardevoir. Take this. Master the curse's power as soon as you can. He tossed her a bottle of assimilation energy cubes. Gardevoir caught it mid-air with psychic light. Her eyes softened, a pink shimmer flickering across them, before she vanished into the night. Kaede stood alone, turning the Pokeball over in his hand. The corners of his mouth curved into an irrepressible grin. Yet I caught Gardevoir. The next morning. Dawned clear and cool, with a light breeze stirring the leaves along the main street of town. In the kitchen, Kaede rubbed his eyes. After the party, he'd stayed up until 1 a.m. finishing a batch of energy cubes despite the help of his psychic powers. Now, Gardevoir floated beside the counter, learning the craft for herself. Watching her, Kaede's fatigue vanished into a foolish, proud smile. Once she mastered a few basic recipes, the plantation could start producing energy cubes on a large scale. Recently, someone on Breeder Network had even suggested offering express delivery. Gardevoir could teleport orders directly to customers, or perhaps Pidgeotto could handle the flying routes. The idea kept buzzing in his head. Gardevoir. Like this. A defensive-type energy cube hovered in mid-air, spinning gently before settling into shape. Gardevoir's eyes glimmered with interest. She hadn't expected Kaede to teach a Pokémon the process so seriously. And, she had to admit, he was a good teacher, and she, a quick learner. That said, the faintly mischievous smile on his face made her temples throb. This human definitely had thoughts about her. Improper ones. She just couldn't find the proof. Still, she was already his Pokémon now. So what else could he possibly be plotting? Gardevoir drifted into uneasy thought. Chapter 70, Evolved Pidgeot. Chapter 70. Yes, that's it, you're learning fast. Looking at the freshly made Pokeblocks, Hayashi Kaede gave a satisfied compliment. As expected of Gardevoir, her ability to learn was remarkable. Hayashi Kaede walked over, patted her on the shoulder, and said, "From now on, making the Pokeblocks for our breeding house will be something we work on together." Gardevoir didn't dodge, though inwardly she felt a bit speechless. So, this was what he'd been waiting for. After spending some time at the breeding house, she had roughly figured out how it worked each day. Hayashi Kaede would make fresh Pokeblocks and then sell them. No wonder he had been so eager for her to learn Pokeblock making. Still, Gardevoir didn't refuse. She simply said softly, "Gardevoir." Understood. After all, she was now his Pokémon. It was only right to think about the breeding house's needs. Hayashi Kaede chuckled, then looked up at the Rotom hovering in the sky. "Did you get that on video?" "Roto got it, Master." Rotom quickly floated down, its electronic face narrowing its eyes into a smile. Master, your breeding network account just got noticed by someone. You suddenly gained over 100,000 followers." "Hey!" Hayashi Kaede blinked. Who noticed it? He had been running his breeding network account for a while. In the past few days, thanks to the shiny Gardevoir, his videos' views and follower count had been steadily climbing. But, the growth wasn't nearly that fast. In this world, if you wanted to become famous quickly, you still had to be a truly powerful trainer and participate in various Pokémon competitions. Like the Battle Master Red. Starting from Pallet Town, he had fought countless battles, eventually taking both the Johto League and Kanto League championships, amassing tens of millions of fans and earning his title as the Battle Master. Or like Green, known as the shortest reigning champion in history. He had held the title for less than 10 minutes before being defeated by Red, also from Pallet Town. Later, for raising a team of Elite Four level Pokémon in such a short time, he earned the title of Breeder Master. And now Rotom was telling him that just one person's attention had brought in over 100,000 new followers. Could it be a champion or Elite Four from some region? Hayashi Kaede wondered. Rotom quickly provided the answer. It's Green. Green. It pulled up the breeding network home screen, opening a verified account in the following list. The nickname read, Breeder Master Green. Hey! Taking out his own phone, Hayashi Kaede opened Breeding Network and found Green in his following list. When he tapped into Green's profile, surprise flickered in his eyes. It was indeed Green. His page contained occasional battle videos and Pokémon breeding plans. Scrolling to the very bottom, Hayashi Kaede even saw an old, clumsy battle Green and Red's very first match at the entrance to Viridian Forest. Their Pokémon were Squirtle and Pikachu. Compared to the Squirtle of that young lady still working her day job, Green's Squirtle was far more agile. Even fresh from the lab, it was already firing water guns with skill, dodging Pikachu's Thunderbolt, and ultimately winning through nimble water gun attacks. Yet, in all of Green's profile, that was the only battle video featuring him and Red. Who knew if the others had been losses, or if he simply didn't post them. Backing out of the profile, Hayashi Kaede let out a small sigh. TCH, even someone like him has watched my videos. Too bad most of his fans are in the Kanto region. Otherwise, the breeding house's popularity could get an even bigger boost. He sighed again, about to close breeding network, when a new message popped up. Green, hello. Hayashi Kaede froze for a moment, then quickly replied. Hayashi Kaede, hello, Green Dono. He thought for a moment. He was sure he had no personal connection to Green. Aside from that baby cup battle, he hadn't even shown much footage of raising Pokémon in his videos. Green, may I ask this Gardevoir of yours, is she under a Darkrai curse? Gardevoir? Green had seen her before? Hayashi Kaede, yes. Green, have you resolved the curse? Hayashi Kaede, not completely. Why? Green, not completely? Then you've already found a way to deal with it. Hayashi Kaede, yet. It's actually simple, just strengthen her resistance to negative conditions until she can control the curse's power herself. Green, Far away in the Kanto region, Green stared at the message, feeling a bit at a loss for words. The method was simple to say. But increasing Gardevoir's resistance enough to withstand Darkrai's nightmare curse wasn't easy at all. That difficulty was almost on par with training her strength to surpass Darkrai itself. Otherwise, why would so many dirty tactics be developed in Pokémon battles? It was because status conditions were notoriously hard to remove. Green muttered to himself, puzzled. Strange, then how did he even capture that Gardevoir? Back at the breeding house, Hayashi Kaede looked at Green's last message, thank you. He frowned slightly. Strange, was that supposed to be a difficult question? Then he glanced at the ever-climbing follower count and immediately felt better. Whatever Green was thinking, those new followers were very real and all added to his account. If he ever started selling Pokeblocks online, these were all potential customers. Aogirai town was just too small. Eventually, he would take the breeding house's products to the whole world. August 10th. Because Torchic, Poplio, and Bounsweet had only recently arrived at the breeding house, Hayashi Kaede spent the past few days focusing on getting along with them and keeping them comfortable. Helping Gardevoir make Pokeblocks, harvesting crops to deliver to Uncle Chen, milking Multank, feeding Pokémon the week passed by like flowing water. And then, one morning, something unusual happened. While Hayashi Kaede was feeding Pokeblocks to Melodic and Poplio as usual, a wave of heat suddenly swept across the sky, followed by a sharp bird cry. Looking up, the normally calm Pidgeotto that stayed aloft suddenly shot higher into the air. Pidgeotto. In the glaring sunlight, its silhouette began to stretch and change. From below, Hayashi Kaede's eyes lit up. Pidgeotto's evolving. Chapter 71, Help Pidgeot regain the territory. Chapter 71. Ever since absorbing the divine feather of Moltres, it had made remarkable progress. Add to that the barbecue feast from a while ago, which had further ignited its inner energy, and the power level already close to evolution had climbed even higher. Now, its evolution was perfectly timed. And it wasn't just Pidgeotto that had feasted that day. Torchic had eaten just as much, and Kaede believed it wouldn't be long before it evolved as well. The white light in the sky gradually faded. What had once been a hawk-like Pidgeotto expanded again in size, the crest feathers atop its head grew longer, its gaze sharper. The brown wing feathers typical of a newly evolved Pidgeot were instead a brilliant crimson, gleaming with a metallic sheen, faint embers flickering along the edges. From afar, it looked like a blazing flame soaring through the heavens, majestic beyond compare. What a magnificent bird! Pidgeot! Its long, resonant cry echoed through the sky. After circling once to leave its mark upon the air, the fiery form descended slowly toward Hayashi Kaede. When it landed, Kaede realized with surprise that the newly evolved Pidgeot now stood eye to eye with him, no, perhaps even a little taller. This was almost twice the size of an ordinary freshly evolved Pidgeot. It seemed that after training for a while, his Pokémon always ended up bigger than normal. Was he feeding them too well? Pokémon, Pidgeot. Gender, male. Ability, Keen Eye. Aptitude, Red. IVs, HP, 25, Attack, 31, SPATK, 29, Defense, 20, SP-Def, 21, Speed, 28. Level, 33-36. Moves, Gust, Tackle, Quick Attack, Steel Wing, Hurricane, Twister, Defog, Wing Attack, Heat Wave. Friendship, 99, unconditionally trusts you. Happiness, 70, such strength, incredible strength. Kaede happily examined Pidgeot's status screen, but one number made him pause. Friendship at 99, was this the last step before reclaiming its lost territory? In that case, helping it reclaim its land was the right thing to do. Thinking of friendship levels made Kaede recall Servine. It had been with him almost as long as Melodic, yet its friendship was also stuck at 99. He couldn't tell what was holding back that last single point. Forget it, let's deal with Pidgeotos. No, Pidgeots matter first. But before that, Kaede rubbed Pidgeot's large wing, feeling the warm currents beneath the feathers, and couldn't help but smile at its majestic figure. Finally, he wouldn't need to grab onto its talons when flying, he could ride it directly now. Just as he was about to try, a slightly dejected voice by the reservoir pulled him back. Plio. He looked down. Poplio, who had been happily nibbling on poke blocks, now wore a downcast expression. Its happiness had dropped from 65 to 20. Kaede immediately understood. The three little ones who had come here together had all made noticeable progress recently. Torchique's progress was, of course, the most dramatic, but Bounsweet had also improved a lot, even learning Sweet Scent. Only Poplio's energy level had crawled upward at a snail's pace, still stuck in its juvenile stage even after Kaede had fed it a rare candy. Poplio. When Kaede walked over, Poplio lowered its head, looking a little embarrassed and avoiding his gaze. It had been quite a while since he last gave it a rare candy. Now seemed like the perfect time for another. Kaede took one out. Don't worry, don't get anxious. I'll help you evolve. He held the rare candy up to Brion's mouth. Seeing the candy, Brion's happiness rose again. Poplio. It remembered that the last time it ate one, its energy had surged noticeably. For a Pokémon with its aptitude, the effect had been significant proof that this candy was something truly precious. Yet its trainer had no hesitation in giving it one, again. He's so kind. Poplio thought as it ate the rare candy, little pearls of tears falling from its eyes. Not wanting Kaede to see, it quickly turned and slipped into the water, peeking at him from beneath the surface. Ha, this kid. Seeing the friendship on Poplio's status screen spike upward, Kaede chuckled, then turned to the newly evolved Pidgeot. Come on, let's go take back your territory. Now was the best time, its fighting spirit was blazing. Strike while the iron's hot, let the moment pass, and the excitement would fade. Pidgeot. Its piercing cry rang through the plantation, crimson fire feathers blazing brighter, eyes flashing with fierce determination. Servine. Are we going into battle? Servine, who had been maintaining a grassy terrain nearby, perked up and slithered over. Its energy level was still stuck between 28-29. Evolution was still a way off, but it had been a long time since its last real battle. Torchique. In the cattle shed, Torchique was happily munching poke blocks until it saw Pidgeot in the sky. The poke block hanging from its beak dropped in shock. That was Pidgeotto's evolution? Why was its fire even stronger than Torchique's own? Torchique spat out a small ember experimentally. The orange-yellow flame looked nice enough, but compared to the blazing Pidgeot above, it felt lacking. Unfortunately, the ember landed right on the wooden cattle shed wall. Moltank! The ember caught instantly. What are you doing, you big dumb chick? Startled by Moltank's cry, Torchic quickly stomped the ember out. Although it acted in time, the wall was left with a charred patch. Looking sheepishly at the Moltank herd, it dashed toward Kaede. Torchic! Torchic! I want to go too. With all the food it had been eating lately and its natural fiery nature, it was brimming with energy. Reclaiming territory? That sounded awesome. All right, everyone's coming. Kaede sighed at the excitable little ones, then looked toward Melodic by the reservoir. Melodic, you coming too? You can follow along the irrigation channel. Melodic. Melodic blinked, then rose from the water and nodded happily. As for the plantation's safety, with Gardevoir here, there was nothing to worry about. Chapter 72, Caterpie, look at me trapping Pidgeot. Chapter 72. Inside Aogiri Forest. Two Pidgey flew cautiously beneath the tree canopy, heads low. When they spotted a fruit tree ahead with no Spearow guarding it, their eyes brightened. Pidgey! They crept forward, quickly snatched two fruits with their beaks, swallowed them, then grabbed two more and prepared to leave. Although everything had gone smoothly, the two Pidgey felt like thieves, and when they looked back, they felt angry. This territory had been theirs once. Pidgey! If only that older brother/sister could evolve already. Pidgey! It's too hard. The stronger brothers and sisters have already left, maybe next migration we should go too. Pidgey! Sigh, migration will be so difficult. With a little more food in their bellies, the two Pidgey chatted for a while and then flew away from the area. Not long after, two Spearow flapped in toward the previously empty fruit tree. From the looks on their faces, they seemed excited. Spearow! What did boss call us for? Spearow, boss said we're going to grab more food in the next few days. That happy valley over there looks like it's about to ripen, and there's a huge orchard. Spearow! Really? Spearow, yes. One Spearow told boss the fruits there are big and fragrant, they'll be delicious. There's only one Pidgeotto guarding the tree and a big snake in the water. If we take out that snake, we'll... The two Spearow chattered excitedly, already picturing a bright future. Even the sun seemed a little redder and the air a touch hotter. But when they looked up, that redness wasn't the sun at all. A massive Pidgeot, its wingspan easily 3 to 4 meters, blocked the gaps between the trees, casting a solid shadow. Its keen eye glinted like a blade, piercing and painful to the sight. Under the sunlight, a human silhouette could be seen riding the Pidgeot. One Spearow blinked in disbelief. Spearow! I think I see a Pidgeot, is that Pidgeot? The other Spearow thrashed its wings in panic. Spearow! That's Pidgeot, run! Pidgeot! Before the two Spearow could even get airborne, a thunderous cry dropped on them with overwhelming pressure. Pidgeot dived and, in an instant, clamped the two stunned Spearow beneath its talons. Well, well! I just brought Pidgeot here and you lot are already plotting against my orchard. Hayashi Kaede leapt from Pidgeot and looked down at the two Spearow trapped beneath its claws, thinking about the earlier chatter he'd overheard. He felt a strange annoyance. Boss clearly referred to a Spearow that had evolved into Fearow, and the Spearow that reported about the orchard must have been the one he'd caught in the plantation. Only that one would know there was a Melodic in the plantation. No sooner had it been released than it was already plotting about his orchard in the Happy Valley. Greedy little things! Pidgeot! Pidgeot descended slowly. Its gaze was cold and forbidding, the tighter its grip, the more the two Spearow cried out in pain. Kaede ruffled Pidgeot's wing. Hold them for now. Getting your territory back is the important thing. Then he pulled out a poke ball. Come out, Caterpie! Caterpie! A flash of red light, and a yellow Caterpie tumbled out. Seeing the two Spearow and the enormous Pidgeot, it shrank back and, with all the caution of a young bug, crawled toward Kaede. Although Caterpie knew the big Pidgeot wouldn't hurt it, its insect nature made it instinctively afraid of birds, and this Pidgeot now wore flames on its feathers, which made things worse. Use Electroabe trap those two Spearow. Caterpie. What did the trainer just say? How could my Electroabe possibly hold Spearow? Still, Caterpie tried. It summoned a web of crackling electric light. The mesh formed and, the moment Pidgeot loosened its grip even slightly, the Electroabe fell over the two Spearow. Next moment, no matter how hard they struggled, the Spearow couldn't break free from the web. Caterpie. Is it really trapped? Caterpie's big, dark eyes stared, dazed. It still remembered the morning Kaede patted its head and it learned that move, but it hadn't thought much of it. Now, seeing a skill that could actually restrain a flying bird, it felt its future brighten. If this can keep me from being eaten, then I'll be fine. Kaede watched and murmured to himself, thinking the situation through. Looks like I was right. Multank's milk output went up 4 or 5 times after she ate the green dumpling, and her milk quality rose from C to B, with signs of further improvement, a sign that her energy is overflowing and being vented as milk. Similarly, when Servine ate a green dumpling, its grassy terrain got bigger every day and its growth buff on plants got stronger, another sign of energy being vented. But Caterpie is different. In the first stage it needs to accumulate energy and wait to evolve into Metapod. The energy from the green dumpling can't be vented, so it amplifies its own skill strength. That's why its silk and Electroabe toughness are ridiculously strong. Seeing that, Kaede couldn't help but feel a shiver of anticipation. If Caterpie accumulates energy like this, when it evolves into Butterfree, the powder it carries and the negative effects that powder can cause will be terrifyingly powerful. Remember, in Kaede's scan eye, those two Spearow had energy levels above level 15. And yet this Caterpie was only level 7-9. Caterpie. Caterpie aimed another Electroabe at the enormous Pidgeot. Pidgeot. Feeling a tingling numbness on its foot where the Electroabe touched, Pidgeot paused, then with a casual shake it ripped the web-free mud and sticky webbing clinging together as it flung them aside. It looked at Caterpie with bewilderment, as if to ask, "What are you doing?" Chapter 73, Pidgeot vs Spearow. Chapter 73. Looking at the trembling Caterpie curled in his arms, Hayashi Kaede was still a little taken aback that it had dared to fire Electroabe directly at Pidgeot. A Caterpie that defied expectations. After letting Caterpie cover the two Spearow with a layer of sticky silk so they couldn't escape, Kaede recalled the bug back into its pokeball. This little treasure is still best kept at home eating dumplings. Let's go up into the sky. Take down that Spearow directly. He settled back atop Pidgeot and gave the order. There was no time for dithering. Bring it out. There's a natural enmity between Pidgey and Spearow. In Spearow territory, the sight of any Pidgey clan will trigger an all-out attack from the local Spearow. Those fights rarely end without someone seriously hurt. So to find the Spearow was actually very simple, just let Pidgeot give a long call. Pidgeot. Pidgeot. Pidgeot's 3 or 4 thunderous calls rolled across the forest, rousing a chorus of bird calls and the cries of Pokémon hidden beneath the trees. The nearby Spearow were the first to answer. Roused from whatever they were doing, they shot up into the sky, eager to see who was calling. But when they drew near and saw Pidgeot, they silently fell back to surround it, looking on with shock, fear, and disbelief. Crimson feathers, razor-sharp eyes, a tail that flowed like fire. Is that Pidgeot? It doesn't look like the Pidgeot in our memories. How did it get so huge? Hiss, there are a lot of them. Kaede froze as hundreds of Spearow joined the gathering. Though he trusted Pidgeot's strength, the sight before him was larger than he'd expected. He should have called out Gardevoir, the thought flashed through his head, but it faded quickly. Pidgey. Pidgeot. Scattered Pidgey and Pidgeotto seemed to appear from nowhere, flocking behind Pidgeot. If Pidgeot's first call had been a provocation to the Spearow, the second was a summons to its own clan still in the forest. Pidgey. We have a leader, we have a leader. Pidgey. Follow the leader and fight. We must take back our territory today. Pidgey. Spill blood for the future of our chicks. Pidgey. The days of being bullied, the pangs of hunger, the pain of being driven from home, all those grievances erupted within the Pidgey ranks. Their eyes shone with a faith-like light as they looked at the Pidgeot in front. No matter where that Pidgey had come from before evolution, it now stood as their leader. That faith made them willing to die to drive the Spearow out. Spearow. Although fewer in number at first, the presence of Pidgeot immediately shifted the momentum. Each step the Pidgey took forced the Spearow to retreat a little. Until... Caw! A long-beaked, slender, brown-red Fearow stepped to the front of the Spearow flock, and their confidence steadied a little. So that's the Fearow. Pokémon, Fearow. Gender, male. Ability, keen eye. Aptitude, purple. IVs, HP, 25, Attack, 19, SPATK, 23, Defense, 19, SP-Def, 18, Speed, 24. Level, 31-34. Moves, Fury Attack, Leer, Growl, Peck, Pursuit, Agility, U-Turn. Friendship, -20. Happiness, -20. How can a Pidgey have evolved? After reading the panel, Kaede breathed a small sigh of relief. Caw! Fearow was in a foul mood as it stared at the Pidgeot before it. When it caught sight of the human rider on Pidgeot's back, it immediately realized this Pidgeot must have evolved with human help. So what? Most of the Pidgeotto that used to be here had already left. With so many Spearow behind it, Fearow reasoned it could hold Kaede off long enough this territory would still be theirs. But in the next instant, its pupils widened. Pidgeot, quick attack! At Kaede's command, a crimson afterimage like lightning focused in Fearow's eyes, growing until it struck, slamming into its body and dragging it dozens of meters along the ground. There was no chance to resist. Caw! The impact left Fearow stunned as if it had been rammed by a powerful onyx. It hadn't even recovered when Pidgeot moved again. Even at that speed, Pidgeot's talons found Fearow's wings with precision. The evolved Fearow, dwarfed beneath Pidgeot's massive frame, looked little larger than a big Rattata. Heat wave! Kaede barked another command. A blast of searing wind pressed down from Pidgeot's beating wings and washed over Fearow. At those temperatures, the feathers on its chest began to scorch. Within moments, nearly half its chest was burned away. By then Fearow had already fainted, its strength drained to the limit. When Kaede eased his grip, Fearow's body plummeted like a kite with a broken string into the undergrowth. Pidgeot didn't look back. It rose into the air, flames licking from its wings, eyes ice cold as it let out another long call, Pidgeot. Silence fell, a silence like death across both the Pidgey and Spearow territories. Hundreds of flying Pokémon hovered in the air, yet not a single one made a sound. All of them stared, stunned, at the Pidgeot above, a true sovereign in the sky. The entire clash between Pidgeot and Fearow had taken no more than 10 seconds. But in those 10 seconds, they had witnessed a crushing display of dominance. The Spearow had planned to harass Pidgeot with waves of support for Fearow. The Pidgey were prepared to throw away their lives for their leader and their land. Neither side had expected such an outcome. At that moment, Hayashi Kaede spoke. Chapter 74, Victory. Chapter 74. Get out now, I'll give you one chance to leave Pidgeotto territory. Hayashi Kaede sat astride Pidgeot, enjoying a little borrowed authority, and projected his words outward using the forest's power. Pidgeot! Pidgeot answered with a timely warning cry. The flock of Spearow snapped to attention, panic flaring through them. They scattered in every direction. A few panicked Spearow even collided mid-flight and dropped, stunned. In a short while they vanished without a trace, leaving nothing but feathers on the ground. Behind Pidgeot, the gathered Pidgey and Pidgeotto after their momentary shock erupted into cheers. Pidgey! Their celebration rolled like thunder. Tears glinted in their eyes as they looked at one another, then fixed on the Pidgeot at the center, swirling around it and calling out in joy. Kaede could read the meaning of their cries. They accepted this Pidgeot as their true leader. Well, that's good. Seeing so many Pidgey and Pidgeotto clustered around him, Kaede's thoughts began to race. Pidgey are hardy and have decent speed in flight. He'd been thinking that if he ever developed a delivery service, Pidgeot would be the obvious courier. But one Pidgeot was overkill for simple deliveries and it couldn't run them day and night alone. Now, with so many Pidgey and Pidgeotto here, maybe he could recruit them to help. He grinned at the idea. Pidgeot, Pidgeot. Rather than indulge Kaede's fantasies, Pidgeot was busy barking orders, sounding like a leader after a great victory, giving its own post-battle summary to the surrounding Pidgey and Pidgeotto. Pidgeot. From now on, as long as my master and I are here, our territory will never again be occupied. The flock answered with fierce zeal. Pidgey. Leader. Pidgey. Commander. Pidgey. Leader. Kaede didn't interrupt their celebration. He could feel Pidgeot's spirits were high not only from driving out the Firo but also from the new sense of duty it now felt. It knew the local flock would listen to it. But Pidgeot had only been evolved a day, it still wasn't entirely sure how to handle everything. It turned its gaze to Hayashi Kaede. Pidgeot. The trainer was its anchor. Kaede smiled faintly. Ask me what to do? You came to the right person. Here's the plan, you've got 2 days to reclaim those areas the Spearow and other Pokémon stole. Then pick 10 clever Pidgey and 10 steady Pidgeotto and bring them to the breeding house. We'll give them a loose organization, just enough help. They can volunteer if they want. What do you think? Pidgeot nodded. It suddenly remembered that while it had been away, the plantation had seemed almost undefended. Even after evolving, it still felt its duty to the plantation. Kaede patted its head. That's fine, Gardevoir is guarding the house. All right, set me down. Now's the time to consolidate the Pidgey and Pidgeotto, don't waste it. Kaede didn't force anything. He wasn't demanding them to sign away their freedom. Driving out the Spearow simply restored the Pidgeot's region. They could still live in the forest. Nature has its balance, mountains, trees, rivers, and every Pokémon are part of it. Humans should only intervene enough to correct ecological problems. Too much interference risks upsetting the balance. After Pidgeot set him down, Kaede looked up. Pidgeot met his gaze with a resolute light. Pidgeot had decided. It didn't fully understand what the trainer wanted the Pidgey and Pidgeotto for, but it would choose the 10 best and stand guard for its trainer. System, congratulations, Pidgeot's friendship has risen to 100. Reward, Ho-Oh's Sacred Feather. Ho-Oh's Sacred Feather, a holy feather condensed from Ho-Oh's energy. If absorbed by a Pokémon with a pure heart, it greatly boosts aptitude and power. Whoa! The system's voice made Kaede catch his breath. He glanced up at Pidgeot. How had it gotten so lucky? Shrugging, he didn't hand the sacred feather to Pidgeot right away. Instead he recalled Servine and headed toward the forest exit. Out of sight, a Lucario leaning against a tree watched the peaceful aftermath between Pidgey and Spearow and closed its eyes again. Lucario. Handled well. On the walk back. Servine. Servine trailed behind Kaede with a bored expression, watching a Caterpie quiver in fear between the two clans. It hoped for a proper battle this trip, but Pidgeot had solved things on its own. You disappointed? Kaede stopped and, when Servine came up beside him, offered, want to go stir up the Beedrill area instead? Servine. Servine rolled its eyes. It wanted a fair fight, not to gang up on a Beedrill hive. Kaede laughed heartily at the expression. Servine. What are you laughing at? Nothing. I just think your eye roll looks cute. It reminds me of when you were a Snivy. Kaede said without restraint. Servine? Servine. Two vine whips shot out, quickly wrapping around Kaed's waist and hands, yanking him off the ground and suspending him in midair. Ah! Wait, what are you doing? Dangling suddenly, Kaede blinked. I was complimenting you, Servine. Servine. I don't need that kind of praise. Servine bound Kaede behind it and strode toward the forest's edge without looking back. Being teased about one's childhood, even a Pokémon's, often sparks an embarrassed reaction. Servine claimed it wasn't shy, it was just miffed. Kaede was left blinking in mild confusion. Hey! Chapter 75, The Charm of Melodic. Chapter 75. Outside the forest. A young man in a white short sleeve stained with dirt and yellowed spots, wearing a travel hat and carrying a spatial backpack, caught sight of a wooden cabin across the river. An old man sat beside it, fishing, and the young man's eyes lit up. Sir, did you just see a melodic swim by in this river? He called. A melodic? Didn't see anything. This river's only 10 meters across, catching even a few Magikarp would be lucky. The old man was, of course, Yanagi-san. He wore glasses and held a fishing rod, a picture of idle retirement. He didn't even turn when the young man asked. Really? Are you sure you didn't see one? I clearly just saw a melodic swim by, the young man insisted, pointing to the water. It came from right here. At that moment a graceful, shimmering figure slid past where he pointed. Look, in the water, yes, that melodic. Wow, it's beautiful. The sight of the lithe, elegant silhouette in the sun quickened the young man's pulse. He'd just graduated this year. About 6 weeks earlier he'd finished the college entrance exams and set out traveling before university, hoping to train along the way. But he'd gotten lost in these plains, stumbled about, used up all his food, and had been hungry the whole day. When he'd seen the river he'd followed it, thinking the instructor's old rule, where there's water, there's usually a house, might save him. On that quick glimpse in the river, a melodic had breached and looked toward the forest. In the sunlight its skin flashed like the world's most precious gemstone. For a fledgling trainer on the road, a melodic was irresistibly attractive. He'd been so entranced by its beauty he'd even forgotten to throw a pokeball and try to battle it. In a blink, melodic had vanished, leaving the young man raging at his own luck, feeling as if $1 million prize had blown away. Now seeing melodic again, his face flushed and he acted without thinking, pulling out a pokeball. Melodic, battle me. But melodic seemed not to have heard. It turned instead to the young man who had come from the forest and greeted him with obvious delight. You want to battle my Pokémon? Hayashi Kaede, stepping out of the trees a little disheveled, looked at the young man and at the affectionate melodic, curiosity showing on his face. Oh, that's your Pokémon. Seeing the melodic so close to Servine and how intimate they were with the boy, Kawamura felt the sky collapse for a moment. What was this? Give him hope, then take it away, then crush him? Kaede put a hand on melodic's outstretched flank, climbed onto its back with Servine, and the three swam easily to the far bank. Yes, that's my melodic. If you want to battle, how about Servine? Servine. Servine cocked its head, curious. It was itching for a fight. Wah, never mind. Kawamura shook his head. The color fled from his face, hunger and the gaunt look of a day without food returned. He looked at Kaede with a half-resentful expression. Friend, do you know if there's a restaurant around here? Come with me, Kaede said. Kaede found the kid's appearance a little odd. How could a trainer already on the road get lost like this? It seemed careless. He greeted Yanagi-san, then led Kawamura toward town. Behind them, Yanagi-san muttered to himself, told you there's no melodic here. I don't know what young trainers are thinking nowadays. At that moment Yanagi-san's rod trembled. His eyes lit, he hauled hard. With a splash, a gawky red Magikarp broke the surface. Yanagi-San's bright expression instantly soured. Not again you! Get back in the water! He kicked the Magikarp back into the river and sighed, a little wistful, why can't I catch a Phoebus? Also, that melodic was gorgeous. Never seen one like it in my life, makes a man my age want to raise a melodic. He prepared to cast again, but the river suddenly flared with a blinding white light. Waves rolled. When the flash faded, a fearsome Gyarados its maw bloody red rose from the water, roaring as if venting at the kick it just received. Roar! Yanagi-San? Lucario, Bone Rush! At the breeding house. You're too kind. After Kaede fed him a good meal, Kawamura's anger at missing the melodic had cooled. What happened? Kaede asked, curious. Don't ask. I got lost in the forest for 4 or 5 days, ran out of food, almost starved, Kawamura said, not wanting to dwell on it. Kaede didn't press. He did think it strange, a trainer on the road getting lost like that was unusual. Kawamura suddenly brightened. Is this a breeding house? The place that sells energy blocks? Kaede nodded. You made the energy blocks? You're a breeder? Kawamura asked, surprised. Kaede nodded again. That's interesting, I'm a breeder too. I'm heading to the Pokémon Breeding University in Nagisuna City to study energy block manufacture. I'll buy a bunch to study. Hearing Kaede's confirmation, Kawamura's eyes took on that competitive look people their age get. From the surface, both Melodic and Servine looked sleek and well-bred, they clearly had good care. Kaede smiled and led him into the breeding house, introducing the products. 3 tiers of stamina energy blocks. They restore stamina by 500, 1000, and 5000, with stronger effects at higher tiers. If you are often traveling, keep a few on hand, both people and Pokémon can eat them. Over here are the defense energy blocks. Kawamura, likely desperate after wandering so long, bought one of every type in the small shop and several extra stamina blocks, then left to continue his journey. Chapter 76, Novelty. Chapter 76. He's not a bad kid. Hayashi Kaede watched Kawamura walk off and murmured to himself, then turned his attention to the energy blocks in his little shop. Right now, the stamina energy blocks come in 3 tiers. The first tier is made entirely by Gardevoir on her own, the effect is a bit weak, so they sell for 500 Poke Dollars. The second tier is produced primarily by Gardevoir with Kaede assisting. These have a culinary effect and aren't at all inferior to blocks Kaede would make by himself. Think of it as the first version's stamina block. The third tier is made with Life Berry diluted into the mixture stamina blocks meant for long-term feeding that grant sustained stamina-boosting culinary effects. To Kaede's surprise, the best sellers were the 500 and the 5000 Poke Dollar blocks. That taught him something. When presented with the same effect, ordinary trainers tend to pick the cheaper option. Even if the expensive one works faster, it's still expensive. Ordinary trainers usually have time on their hands, so they'll pick value. So the low-tier blocks couldn't be discontinued. Besides, now that Gardevoir was helping, production was easier. If nothing unexpected happened, this would likely be the manufacturing model going forward. Having sorted that out, Kaede didn't loiter in the breeding house. He went to the plantation first and put everyone back in their usual places. Everyone was calm. Only Torchic piped up when released, "Chick. Are we fighting? Where's my opponent?" But when it saw its little nest, it froze. "Sorry, seems there's no battle planned today." After Kaede explained, Torchic sulked for a moment until 2 energy blocks were set into its feeding bowl, at which point the sulk disappeared. Food solves everything for a gourmand, give them something to eat and they forget their troubles. Torchic had been increasingly well behaved these days, chirping at Kaede from time to time. After finishing the day's milking for Multank, Kaede walked to the reservoir and waved to Melodic that had just slipped in. "Melodic! Melodic poked her head up, blinking as she looked at Kaede. Her red eyes shone, reflecting his silhouette. You're truly beautiful, no wonder trainers want to catch you. Kaede rested a hand on her smooth flank and sighed in appreciation. He felt proud of his Pokémon. Whether it was Phoebus evolving into Melodic, Snivy into Servine, or Pidgeotto into Pidgeot, their friendship hadn't dropped after evolution. If anything, it had increased. Not every Pokémon was like that, some change personality after evolving. Charizard in the anime is a famous example. Melodic. Melodic shifted uneasily and averted her gaze for a moment, but her happiness visibly climbed. Melodic, it's thanks to you, trainer. Kaede didn't deny it, he smiled and rubbed his hands together. Hat, can I hug you? When he'd stepped ashore earlier riding Melodic, supporting himself on her back, the idea had crossed his mind. But in front of others it would have been awkward. At home, though, he had no hesitation. Melodic, okay. Melodic wasn't shy, she nodded and swam up to the reservoir's edge, arching her body so Kaede could lean in and hug her. The moment his arms wrapped around her, his hand slid along her flank and a satisfied smile spread across his face. So cool, so smooth. Kaede thought to himself that there were two kinds of Pokémon he simply couldn't resist in this world. One type has smooth, jelly-like skin, Melodic, Snivy, Poplio, all irresistible to the touch. The other kind was fluffy Pokémon like Ninetales, whose bellies he loved to rub before bed. He'd play with their paws and smooth their fur. But holding Melodic now, one thought dominated: she was so big. If only she were the size of a body pillow, nights would be blissful. Wait, that might be inappropriate. Letting go of Melodic, Kaede chuckled at her obedience. You're easygoing, you let me hug you. Servine, I praise you and you tie me up. At the plantation gate, Servine's grin that had been slightly upturned instantly flattened. Two vine whips uncoiled and lashed toward Kaede. Suddenly bound tightly around his waist and hands, Kaede found himself hoisted into the air. Hey? What are you doing? I was complimenting you, Servine. Kaede protested. Servine. I don't need that kind of praise. Servine had tied Kaede behind it and walked off toward the forest edge without looking back. Being teased about childhood antics often produces awkward embarrassment. Servine would never admit it, but the first time it tied Kaede it felt a strange new sensation. Isn't Servine usually well behaved? Gardevoir gave Kaede a puzzled look as she watched. Is this how those two bond, by bullying the trainer? Strange method. Hey, maybe she'll try it too someday. That night, with Gardevoir helping during the day, Kaede suddenly had more free time. So he began planning his delivery business. First, delivery can't be for everything, set a minimum order. Then, based on Pidgey and Pidgeotto's strength, set their delivery ranges. Pidgey deliver within 25 kilometers, minimum 5,000 Poke Dollars, Pidgeotto deliver within 150 kilometers, minimum 25,000 Poke Dollars. Of course, for big orders we can deliver anywhere in this region, have Pidgeot handle those. And we'll charge a delivery fee to cover the Pokémon food. In a few sentences, Kaede had drafted the rules for his courier service. All that remained was for Pidgeot to bring the Pidgey and Pidgeotto over. Chapter 77, News about other food-producing Pokémon. Chapter 77. August 11th. After the earlier rain, Aogiri City got another light shower. The fine drizzle rinsed the Bluestone Trail clean. Because of it, foot traffic at the breeding house was a bit sparse today. Hayashi Kaede didn't mind, it gave him some free time, and he let Takagi Megami take the afternoon off early. Yeah, hopefully the Squirtle that stole food on the way home won't run into her. After lunch, Kaede dragged a small stool outside the breeding house. Cradling an Alolan Vulpix in his arms and holding a cup of juice squeezed from Bound Sweet, he sat beneath the eaves and listened to the rain drip. He took a sip, then idly stroked the Vulpix's fur along its back, feeling comfortably content. Sometimes a little rain is just what you need. Relax, listen to the drops, and watch the green world gleam under the shower. That's the countryside at its best. He glanced at the juice. Besides fruit, he'd added a touch of sugar. Bound sweet juice sugared, C+, juice made from bound sweet, with a little added white sugar. Some Pokémon that like sweets might love it. Culinary effect briefly raises the drinker's mood. Servine was the one who usually liked this juice most, especially with a few bits of pecha berry stirred in. The Alolan Vulpix in his lap suddenly whimpered, "Vulpix, I want some too." Kaede laughed and chided, "When I asked you if you wanted some earlier you said no, now you want mine? Nope." "Vulpix, please," it pleaded, stamping its two paws on his thigh and whining. Kaede couldn't resist. He put the cup to its mouth. All right here." Watching the Vulpix lap happily, Kaede opened his scanai. Pokémon, Alolan Vulpix. Gender, female. Ability, Snow Cloak. Aptitude, Red. IVs, HP, 29, Attack, 25, SPATK, 31, Defense, 28, SPDef, 25, Speed, 31. Level, 14-18. Moves, Hypnosis, Moonblast, Tail Whip, Powder Snow, Icy Wind, Ice Shard, Wrap. Friendship, 97, she considers you her anchor. Happiness, 70, so sweet. I need to find a decent ice stone, Kaede mused, watching the Vulpix's panel. Hatched from an egg and seeing Kaede and Servine first, she'd become very attached. She either followed Kaede or curled beside Servine. In short, a clingy personality. Would she calm down after evolving? Kaede wondered. He smiled at the thought. When Servine was still snivy, it was comfy to hold. After it evolved, it was harder to hug and he'd missed that. Now with Alolan Vulpix he felt the same bittersweet pull. She might someday be big enough to be a cuddle pillow after evolving into Ninetales. That thought both pleased and conflicted him. He liked both things. Kaede called from the breeding house doorway, "Rotom." The red little device buzzing about replied and floated out. "Yes, Master." "How long until the rain stops?" "Master Rotom reports the light rain will end in 53 minutes. Also, a message you sent this morning just got a reply. Want to check it?" "Alright, show me." Rotom pulled up the chat. "A message from Mumuranchkusinogenmu. Read, that food-producing Pokémon you asked about?" "Funny question, why would you want to raise so many food-producing Pokémon? Still, there are quite a few breeders who raise food-producing. In neighboring Bud Town, a grower of dense grape farms a bunch of combi for honey. If you plant more berry trees you could ask her for combi. Oh, and she raises a few Sinistee for brewing. I don't know how many, you'll have to ask. I'll ask her for you. Also, in Nagisuna City there's an Oliva food processing factory. Other stuff I'm not sure of. Search online for dessert shops, they often have corresponding Pokémon behind them." Hayashi Kaede, "Thanks, Kusinogenmu." He thought a moment, then snapped a photo of the Vulpix drinking milk and sent it with the caption "Thanks." Mumuranch Kusinogenmu, fancy stuff. How are the Miltank doing? Any problems? Hayashi Kaede, no problems. They're happy here. Mumuranch Kusinogenmu, good. If they weren't happy with your grass, I'd come check if you were mistreating them. Uncle Kusino sent a smiling face and then the chat went quiet. Kaede wasn't bothered, instead he asked Rotom, "How far is Bud Town from Aogiri City?" Rotom query complete. Aogiri City is 125 kilometers from Bud Town. Whoa! Kaede exclaimed. That far? No wonder I've never heard of it. Over 100 kilometers. By ordinary transport, a day trip. But with Pidgeot, a return trip would take just an hour or two. Search Bud Town's dessert shops too. Okay, Rotom. Found it, Rotom. A shop in Aogiri City is up for transfer, the alchemy inside are said to be included with the sale. Kaed's eyes lit up. Contact them and connect me. Call them now. Connecting, Master, please hold. Chapter 78, Alchemy. Chapter 78. Hello. A young woman's voice came over the line, tired, but polite. Hayashi Kaede asked politely, "Hello, is this the Frosty Cake Shop?" "Yes. I'm sorry if you've called about leasing the storefront, I have to tell you it was just taken by a company." "Ah." Kaede felt as if a stone dropped into his chest. "What about the alchemy?" "The alchemy inside? They weren't for sale. I'm planning to take them back to Hone." "Wait, you want the alchemy?" Kaede breathed out in relief. Yes, I want the alchemy. I don't need the shop." There was a short silence, then the woman seemed to relax. "Okay, understood. I have 13 alchemy here. How many do you want?" 13. Kaed's eyes brightened. "Can I take them all?" "All of them? I'm a bit worried. Can you tell me your address? We should meet in person." Kaede gave her the address at once. "Neighbor breeding house in Aogiri town, right? Once the rain stops I'll bring them over." She left those final words and hung up. "Wahoo!" Kaede cheered in place. The Alolan Vulpix in his lap startled, bumped the cup, and splashed juice down his thigh with a cool, wet shock. "Kaede! Vulpix, Vulpix! Sigma, degree, I didn't mean to train her." After the rain, the woman arrived sooner than he expected. Half an hour after the shower ended, a small car pulled up in front of the breeding house. A young woman in a white coat about 26 or 27 stepped out. She smoothed her coat and looked at the breeding house. Her name was Koli. She wasn't from this region, she was from Kanto, and a few years ago she'd moved here with her grandfather to care for him while he was ill. Recently, though, her grandfather had passed. With his passing, she'd lost much of her reason to stay here. What she worried about most was the alchemy she'd raised. Shipping delicate Pokémon across the sea posed a real risk. She'd tried for days to find good homes online and had managed to rehome 7 or 8 alchemy. Most prospective buyers only wanted their cream for a short time, which made Koli uneasy. She needed someone who would truly care for them. 13 remained. She was about to grit her teeth and bring them back to Hone herself when Kaed's call had come. Before coming, Koli had looked the breeding house up online. She'd found the breeding network account and, after watching the videos, was even more surprised. A small, quiet breeding house tucked away on the edge of town held such rare Pokémon, the melodic that danced in the water, a powerful psychic Gardevoir, and a Servine whose grassy terrain reached so wide. She hadn't seen a single bad comment under the videos, only praise for value and for how beautiful the Pokémon looked. Hearing the car pull off, Kaede hurried out of the breeding house. "Hello." Koli paused. "You're the owner." The boy looked barely 18, yet had the breeding house running so neatly. She was impressed. "Please come in, let's talk," Kaede said with a smile. Koli stepped inside and, at the doorway, her eyes immediately took in the floating energy blocks sorted by type, each placed neatly on the counters. In the middle of them a Gardevoir hovered, using telekinesis to arrange the blocks. Even though she'd seen it on the breeding network, Koli still felt surprised. The precise psychic control showed this Gardevoir was powerful. Kaede guided her into the living area. "You really are as young as your videos make you out to be," Koli remarked. Kaede blinked and laughed. "Would you like something to drink? Juice or fresh milk?" "I recommend the juice, it's sweet." "Juice, please." Kaede took a sealed cup of bound sweet brown juice from the fridge and handed it over. Koli intended only a sip, but the juice did something unexpected, it eased the tightness she'd been carrying. Since childhood she'd been raised by her grandfather, and his recent death had left her sleepless and grief-struck. But the juice lightly sweetened bound sweet juice lifted her mood a touch. "This juice is amazing," she said softly. Kaede smiled. Food made by Pokémon often heals the heart. He'd noticed the sorrow on her brow the moment she'd walked in, which was why he'd offered the juice. Just then a small figure padded out of the kitchen bound sweet, its white fruit flesh visible beneath green leaves. It trotted over on tiny feet, slowed when it saw Coley, and called in a careful tone, "Bound sweet. Bound sweet, I finished bathing. I want to find Brian. Go on, go on." Kaede waved it off and warned, "Don't fall into the reservoir, okay?" "Bound sweet?" Coley blinked at that sight, then smiled. "So this is bound sweet juice?" "Yes. I love cooking, so I keep food-producing Pokémon. I'll take good care of them," Kaede said. Coley nodded. She'd seen the Miltank milking outside and sensed Kaede did make good use of the Alcreme's cream. The worry left her face, replaced by a relieved smile. She took the Pokeball pouch from her waist and began taking out the balls one by one. "These are their Pokeballs. I haven't had them long, they're all lovely kids. If you take them in, could you film them and post the videos on the breeding network? That way, when I miss them later, I can see them." Chapter 79, Sad Alcreme. Chapter 79. Hayashi Kaede nodded. "Of course. How much do I owe you in total?" Coley shook her head. "No, I just wanted to find them a reliable trainer. From what I've seen, you fit what I hoped for." She sighed with a trace of melancholy. Young people these days usually want to travel, be trainers and roam. It's rare to find someone who'll stay and care for a plantation like you do. With that she opened one Pokeball after another. One by one, Alcreme of various colors and similar shapes shimmered out in a glow of red light. Alcreme. Alcreme. Red ones, white ones, green ones. Kaede was dazzled. So many Alcreme. The Alcreme, unsettled by the strange new surroundings, clustered around Coley. Some crawled onto her, others clung to the hem of her coat. "Alcreme. Where is this, home? Alcreme. Home." Coley's eyes softened. "These are the youngest batch of my Alcreme. I thought Grandpa would get better here and I'd expand the cake shop." But she stopped and shook her head. Saying goodbye was painful. She didn't want to burden the Alcreme with her sorrow. Bending down, she stroked each one. "All right, little ones. From now on, this will be your home. Your new trainer will be good to you. Alcreme. Alcreme." Some of the Alcreme turned their gentle eyes to Kaede, a little timid. Kaede felt helpless. What should I do, he wondered. For a moment he felt like a villain stealing someone's Pokémon. Coley reassured him. "Don't worry. I already told them before we came they'll be good helpers for you." She crouched and handed the Alcreme to Kaede one by one. When his arms were full she placed the rest on the sofa beside him. After she'd settled them all, she straightened, wrapped her coat tighter, and bowed slightly. "Please take care of these kids. I don't have much time, I have to catch my train." Before Kaede could reply she smiled at the Alcreme and then left the room. Alcreme. Alcreme. The Alcreme glanced from Kaede back to their former trainer. Though sorrowful, they didn't make a fuss. They called softly, expecting what had happened. They'd already said that partings before, still, farewells stung. Kaede rubbed his temple and sighed as he looked at the dozen-plus Alcreme now filling the room. It should have been a happy moment, yet the house felt heavy with sadness. He raised a hand and called out gently to get their attention. Some looked up, eyes expressing worry, fear, or curiosity. Finally, a red Alcreme with 2 strawberry decorations on its head stepped forward and blinked at him with big eyes. "Alcreme? Alcreme. Our trainer said you'd find us a good new trainer. Will you be nice to us?" At that question the other Alcremie grew even more anxious, their eyes darting about as if afraid Kaede would say something terrible and they'd be eaten. They're all made of cream. The room smelled sweet and milky. Don't worry. I'll be good to you, Kaede said, scooping the little red Alcremie into his arms and channeling Viridian power to soothe it. Nothing calms Pokémon quite like that gentle Viridian energy. Seeing their unease, he let his Viridian power and Gardevoir's psychic aid drift in faint threads over each Alcremie. Let's sleep first. A nap will help. When the Alcremie finally settled and dozed, Kaede set about arranging places for them to rest. Beds were out of the question. What if they dreamed and oozed cream in their sleep and ruined the sheets? Then an idea lit up his face. He went into the kitchen and brought out 13 large bowls. One by one he placed the Alcremie into them like little pastries and watched their peaceful sleeping faces, licking his lips at the thought. Alcremie come in many appearances. Counting head decorations and cream flavors, there are 7 times 9 equals 63 possible combinations, each producing a different tasting cream. With the 13 sleeping before him, Kaede finally had time to catalogue them. From their decorations these 13 fell into strawberry, clover, and wild berry styles. Tasting would reveal flavor, but for now he used his scan eye. A smile tugged at his mouth. Among these 13 there were 6 distinct flavors. With toppings and cream types they were: strawberry sugar decor vanilla cream, caramel blend, milk lemon, milk snow salt, milk mint. Wild berry sugar decor vanilla cream, caramel blend, triple blend, milk matcha, milk lemon. Clover milk matcha, milk lemon, milk snow salt. Each accessory and cream profile meant each Alcremie could produce a differently flavored cream. So, what can we make with all this cream? Kaede mused. Filled bread, cakes, milk caps, cheeses, tiramisu, ice cream, cookies, cream puffs, so many possibilities. The thought of experimenting through all those recipes felt like a huge task. As he pondered, a small sound came from the kitchen doorway. Vulpix. Alolan Vulpix, whose nose was the most sensitive, had smelled the Alcremie and padded over to investigate. When she saw the bowl resting Alcremie on the table her eyes lit up. Vulpix. Tasty friends. She'd left the newborn stage and was finally curious about the world. Chapter 80, S and Grade Cuisine Made. Chapter 80. The Alcremie slept through the afternoon, so Kaede took the chance to run to Happy Mart and buy a few baking machines. By the time the first Alcremie woke, it was already evening. It called out once and blinked at the bright living room, startled. Alcremie. Sleep faded and memories returned. It quickly realized it was in a new place with a new trainer and felt a pang of loss. Its cry woke the others. As they took in their surroundings, confusion rippled through them. Why had they suddenly fallen asleep? And why were they in bowls? Alcremie. Will the new trainer eat us? One Alcremie asked anxiously. That question set off a round of worried murmurs. I miss Coley. Alcremie, they won't eat us, right? While the Alcremie fretted, Kaed's head popped out of the kitchen. Oh, you're awake. Could you come help me with some cream? Alcremie. Hearing the word cream froze them all. A red frost moth with strawberry decorations on its head nodded timidly. Alcremie. Okay. Thanks so much. Kaede stepped into the room wrapped in a white scarf dusted with flour. He carried the Alcremie one by one into the kitchen. Once they understood what he wanted, their worries flipped into excitement. In the kitchen were Gardevoir, Bound Sweet, and a Rotom attached to a baking machine. Rotom was recording, just like Kaede planned for later posting on the breeding network. On the counter sat breads and cake bases of every shape and size, round, square, some tiny, one towering nearly a meter high in 5 tiers. Scattered around were chopped orchard fruits, cookies, and chocolate. Alcremie. Alcremie. They immediately realized what this was: cake making. Those fluffy breads were cake bases. Al creamy, I'm matcha flavored. Al creamy, I'm snow salt flavor. Their spirits surged. Kaede assigned tasks and had them pipe their creams into bowls, mix in fruit crumbs, and then frost the cake bases like little pastry decorators. He figured it might take a long time, but these Al creamy were naturally adept. They divided up the layers efficiently, you do this tier, I'll do that tier, and on larger areas they worked together. For spots Al creamy couldn't reach, Gardevoir lent telekinetic help. Before long a meter-tall cake stood before Kaede, its creams rainbowed with fruit pieces and decorative swirls. Kaede busied himself planning tomorrow's small cake product while the Al creamy finished decorating. He casually used his scan eye on one of the small cakes. B-grade Al creamy petit cake bread fermented with flour and bound sweet juice, layered with Al creamy cream and sprinkled with chopped tree fruit. Culinary effect embodies Al creamy's trait. After eating, the consumer emits a special aroma that uniquely attracts food-producing Pokémon. That note made Kaede raise an eyebrow, a handy method for luring food-producing Pokémon. Al creamy. Al creamy. It's done. A red-decorated Al creamy proudly poked Kaede's scarf and announced, Al creamy, look. We finished the big cake. It blinked, saw Kaede's face, noticed he wasn't Coley, and took a small step back. Looks great, it must taste amazing. Kaede sampled a petit cake and gave an immediate thumbs up. Then he scanned the giant cake. And Al creamy grand cake bread fermented with rice flour and bound sweet juice, layered with Al creamy cream and filled with rare berries. Culinary effects. 1. Embodies Al creamy a trait. After eating, the consumer emits a special aroma that uniquely attracts food-producing Pokémon. 2. Contains rare berries. Eating it raises 1 random 4, individual value, of the eater. 3. If consumed by a milk-producing Pokémon, the quality of their milk increases. Kaede's eyes lit up. His last S-end formula had been for an energy block that boosted resistance to negative status effects. This S-end food powered by rare fruits and Al creamy cream was another major success. The little Al creamy stared at Kaede's thumb, then suddenly felt compelled to sniff him. Humans often smell strangely comforting when they're kind, and this human seemed both fragrant and gentle. When Kaede scooped the strawberry decor Al creamy into his hands, it didn't shrink away, instead it cuddled and nuzzled him. So cute! This one was a matcha-flavored Al creamy with a clover accessory. Kaede couldn't help himself, he pressed it to his cheek and inhaled. So fragrant! Al creamy! So fragrant! Chapter 81, Top-Tier Rare Candy, Fragrant Cake. Chapter 81. Al creamy! Al creamy! Soon every Al creamy caught the scent on him and toddled over, eyes full of curiosity. Bound Sweet! Bound Sweet popped its head out of the reservoir and called to Kaede. After all these days together, it no longer bore any grudge. It truly thought of Hayashi Kaede as its trainer. What puzzled it was that the previous trainer hadn't smelled like this. Whatever this new scent was, it made Bound Sweet want to nuzzle. All right. Cake is ready, let's move to the plantation and eat together. Kaede carefully set down the little matcha cake he'd been holding and called to everyone. Of course he wouldn't sell this giant cake, it was for all his Pokémon to share. Birthdays or not, most of his Pokémon didn't even know their birth dates. Rules be damned. If they wanted to eat, they should eat. Gardevoir. You go ahead, I'll tidy things here and give these little ones a bit of psychic aid, then I'll catch up. Gardevoir, who'd been quiet until now, spoke and regarded the warm scene with gentle calm. After so much wandering, she treasured these quiet, cozy moments. All right, thanks, Gardevoir. Kaede grinned and glanced at her status screen as if remembering something. Pokémon, Gardevoir. Gender, female. Ability, telepathy. Aptitude, gold. IVs, HP, 31, Attack, 18, Defense, 26, SPATK, 31, SPDef, 31, Speed, 31. Level, 79. Moves: Growl, Psychic, Mystical Fire, Double Team, Misty Terrain, Disarming Voice, Psychic Fangs, Draining Kiss, Moon Blast, Future Sight. Note: a shiny Gardevoir that by some factor has unusually strong resistance to abnormal status effects. Friendship: 60, finds you interesting and somewhat depends on you. Happiness: 40, so nice. By the way, I meant to give you something nice but kept forgetting. Here now I will. Kaede put the cake down, reached into a storage sphere, and produced a rare candy. This was the only top-tier rare candy he had left, the one obtained during the Mew incident, and he'd kept it because almost no Pokémon could handle its energy in one go. But Gardevoir being level 79 was the perfect time. Gardevoir. What's this? Gardevoir blinked at the candy. She couldn't read it at a glance, curious. Kaede laughed and held the cake. This should help you resist the curse faster. Then, with the group, he headed for the plantation, leaving Gardevoir to examine the candy with her psychic senses. She still couldn't get a clear read, so she smiled, thinking maybe she'd been too cautious from so much time in the wild, and swallowed the candy. Gardevoir. Energy surged through her body, she felt its effects and wondered if she'd broken past a barrier inside herself. At the plantation. When Kaede walked in carrying the huge cake, Torchic was first to dash over. Its normally narrow eyes widened at the towering dessert. Torchic. So fragrant. So big. A late-night snack. Hold on, hold on. Kaede nudged Torchic away with his foot. Wait until we have a place to eat. Torchic chirped and stuck close behind him. Then it noticed, behind Kaede and Bounsweet, the dozen or so floating, ice cream-like Pokémon bobbing in the air, the Alcremie. Bounsweet called, Bounsweet. They give really good cream. Torchic. Really? At the promise of food, Torchic grew even more interested. But the Alcremie seemed uninterested in Torchic itself and instead began piping cream at it, smearing its face with white frosting. One glob landed in its beak. Torchic's eyes lit. It was delicious. Now it wanted the big cake in Kaede's hands even more. That cake looked enormous. Servine, with Alolan Vulpix following behind, watched the silly little chick with mild disdain. Kaede set the cake on the cattle shed counter near the cut hay area so it wouldn't fall, then pulled out a small table and some plates. He reserved part of the cake, packing some into a storage sphere for Pidgeot to eat later, then cut the rest into many portions. Poplio waddled over when Bounsweet called. Even the sleepy Caterpie, tempted by the aroma, woke up and wriggled toward them as fast as it could, afraid of missing out. Multank, so fragrant. Of course the Multank flock couldn't be left out. This cake would be a big treat for them. Don't worry, there's enough for everyone. Kaede said, smiling as he handed out portions, listening to the system ping with small happiness rewards. He carried a large plate to the reservoir and presented it to Melodic, who shimmered under the moonlight. There was no way she could come ashore without trampling the plantation, so Kaede carefully used psychic gestures to help her nibble while floating. Melodic. Melodic poked her head up happily and, unsure how to bite at first, curled her tongue around a piece and ate it. A few mouthfuls later she'd finished and looked up. More? Kaede asked. Melodic nodded. Melodic, I want more. Seeing everyone enjoy the Alcremie-made cream cakes filled the Alcremie themselves with joy. They looked around, maybe this place wasn't so bad after all. Chapter 82, Metapod Evolution. Chapter 82. But why do we all smell so good? That question bubbled up in the minds of the Alcremie and Bounsweet as they inhaled the sweet scent around Kaede. They didn't understand they were simple Pokémon, so they let the thought go and went back to enjoying the moment. Under the combined effort of so many mouths, the giant cake vanished quickly. Caterpie, Caterpie. Caterpie collapsed on the ground in total abandon, eyes rolling white. Midway through the feast it had locked eyes with Torchic and kept eating without stopping. At first it hadn't noticed, but afterwards it felt something swelling inside, an urgent need that had to be released. Finally, under that sensation, its whole body flashed white and began to stretch. When the light faded and the caterpillar blurred away, a faceted, crimson metapod stood before Kaede. Looks like eating more does make you a little bigger after evolution. Kaede chuckled, confirming another little factoid: his Pokémon tended to grow larger than average after a period in the breeding house. Metapod. Metapod blinked with dazed eyes, not sure what had happened. When it realized, its pupils widened in horror. It had evolved? How could it evolve? In the wild, Metapod would welcome evolution to better resist predators, but here, it wanted to delay evolution. Once evolved, it couldn't eat. Kaede snorted at how crestfallen Metapod looked, then scooped it up and carried it toward the shed. All right, for a while you can't eat anything. Hearing that only made Metapod even sadder. One more thing, don't use harden. You've eaten so much your cocoon's heavy and thick, if you harden too much and then can't break out later, that'll be a problem. Kaede warned with a laugh. Metapod stared blankly and then trembled, indicating it understood. After setting Metapod in place, Kaede glanced at a cream-smeared Torchic and couldn't help a faint look of reproach. You ate so messily. Wait until the cream sticks and hardens on you, you'll feel uncomfortable. Torchic. Torchic hadn't stopped snacking, but when Kaede spoke it finally looked up and, seeing there wasn't a crumb left, wore a contented expression. The next second Kaede lifted it, brought it and Poplio over to the reservoir, and scrubbed it down under water as it cried, Torchic! Torchic! Protesting but actually enjoying the attention. Alolan Vulpix quietly licked a clean line around her lips, relieved she hadn't been picked to wash. Seeing Torchic a little rounder, Kaede ordered, tomorrow morning you go run. Use quick attack to sprint. You've only been here a week and you've already put on 3 or 4 kg. You're supposed to be a speed chick. Once Pidgeot's back, I will have it supervise you. In this world, ordinary Pokémon can get overweight like humans if they eat too much and don't exercise. Kaede needed Torchic to move. Torchic flicked off the water, eyed its swelling belly, and slumped into a resigned nod. Torchic. Indeed, it had puffed up. All right, everyone, get some rest. After settling every Pokémon in the plantation, Kaede glanced at the leftover plates and, on impulse, made them float with telekinesis. Telekinesis is handy. He rose and crouched before the Alcremie. Thanks for your hard work today. You really made cakes everyone liked. Alcremie, we saw it, we saw it. Alcremie. Alcremie naturally loved piping cream. It was slightly ironic, they worried they might be eaten for their cream, yet felt warmth and pride when others enjoyed what they made. All right, you can stay here. Kaede used telekinesis to lift the Alcremie clear from the floor so they wouldn't pick up dust, then set them into bowls and asked them to consider where they wanted to rest. Alcremie. They chattered among themselves and finally fixed on an empty display cabinet. Alcremie. That cabinet, it's clear and it can close. Alcremie, too small. It can't fit us all. After some debate they still hadn't found the perfect spot. Kaede brightened. Wait, I remembered a place. He set the plates aside for later washing, gathered the bowls with the Alcremie, and brought them into the breeding house's shop. There was a glass counter where the small cakes he and Gardevoir had made earlier were displayed. He placed the bowls on the glass case. You can stay here during the day, people will see you when they come to buy the cakes. How about that? Alcremie. Yes, yes. Alcremie, they'll love our cakes. The Alcremie peered at the petit cakes under the glass and their eyes lit up. They'd already started imagining how many customers would come tomorrow for the sweets made with their cream. All right, for the night you can sleep in my room. Then Kaede moved the group into his room and set bowls at the desk and bedside table. This time the Alcremie all agreed. Vulpix. Alolan Vulpix on the bed brightened and licked her lips. So many fragrant friends had come home. Servine poked its head out of the treehouse. Servine. Kaede surveyed the cheerfully colorful rooms and felt pleased. He reminded the 2 other Pokémon, these 13 Alcremie will live here. You two don't bully them, okay? Servine. Servine rolled its eyes and slithered back into the treehouse. Alolan Vulpix stood primly and nodded repeatedly. Having arranged everything, Kaede realized Gardevoir, who had said she'd join them, was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 83, Chat with Gardevoir. Chapter 83. After settling the Alcremie, Hayashi Kaede stepped outside the breeding house. Aogiri town was very quiet at night. It was already past 9 and most of the townsfolk were asleep. Maybe she already left? Kaede wondered, glancing at the cake in his hands. He called up into the night, Gardevoir. A shadow flashed past. He blinked, and when he opened his eyes a dark silhouette hovered in front of him. Her flowing gown glittered in the moonlight like a formal dress. Her crimson eyes watched him from above as she drifted down to stand opposite him. Gardevoir. What's the matter? Kaede held the cake up. You didn't come earlier, so I had to pry a piece out of Torchique's claws here. I saved it for you. Gardevoir took the cake gently and said in a soft voice, Gardevoir, I had something to handle. By the time I finished it was getting late, so I didn't come earlier. After eating the rare candy, the barrier that had been holding her back was abruptly cleared. Her power rose again, and she'd gone out into the wild to get used to it. She discovered that after long-term consumption of the energy blocks Kaede provided, plus this recent boost, she could briefly restrain the overflow of her psychic power. Even if another creature nearby fell asleep, she could prevent them from plunging into nightmares for roughly half an hour. That was a major breakthrough. It meant she might one day completely master Darkray's nightmare curse. Nice. Kaede nodded, then opened his scan eye as he watched the still figure of Gardevoir. Pokémon, Gardevoir. Gender, female. Ability, telepathy. Aptitude, gold. IVs. Level, 81-86. Moves, growl, psychic. Note, a shiny Gardevoir that has begun to master Darkray's curse. Friendship, 80, she rather likes you and sees you as a support. Happiness, 80, she should fit into this family perfectly soon. So you've already started to harness Darkray's power. Kaede's eyes lingered on the profile, seeing that Gardevoir had reached this stage made him genuinely glad. Gardevoir. Thank you, she replied softly. Gardevoir gazed at him gently. Kaede scratched his head awkwardly. It's nothing. Try this cake, it should taste good. Gardevoir's expression showed a shy, almost bashful softness. She nodded and began eating, murmuring in approval, Gardevoir. It's delicious. Kaede pursed his lips. After all, it's cake made with Alcremie cream. Once we raise them a bit more, the effects their cream brings should be even better. He'd noticed something else. Being alone with Gardevoir made him feel a little pressured. Maybe they'd simply spent too little time together, or maybe Gardevoir's strength and mind-reading ability were a bit intimidating. Still, her friendship at 80 meant she was nearly fully comfortable with him. Between bites, Gardevoir asked casually, Gardevoir, you're really good at making Pokémon happy. Hey! Kaede blinked and then laughed. Mostly I just cook well. You know how humans say if you want to win someone's heart, win their stomach first. Works the other way around too. Gardevoir paused, then nodded. Gardevoir. That makes sense. Under the moonlight, watching her soft silhouette, Kaede felt talkative and shared his plans. Actually, my wish is to make as many Pokémon as possible feel joy from the food I create. So next I want to open a battle arena in Aogiri town. There'll always be a few combative Pokémon that'll want to fight, maybe it'll turn into a gym someday, maybe not. I also want to widen the highway into town a little so travel's easier and more trainers will come. I've been saving and can take some risks now. If my next trip to Budtown goes well and I can bring back Combi, I'll plant flowers along both sides of the Bluestone Trail so they can gather easily. Sounds like a lot? I don't know if the townsfolk will agree. Moonlight spilled over the two of them and their Pokémon, making the scene quiet and beautiful. Gardevoir listened to Kaede's blueprint and occasionally echoed agreement. She ate more slowly, a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. The ideas sounded genuinely helpful for the breeding house's future. It was also the first night she'd intentionally stayed so close to another living being. August 12th. Morning light filtered through the window. Kaede gently eased the Alolan Vulpix who'd been nuzzling him, then noticed the Alcremie were already awake and quietly waiting. He put a finger to his lips to shush them. Carefully using telekinesis, he lifted the Alcremie into the air and carried them into the living room. He breathed out and asked, "Why are you all up so early?" They looked at one another. The strawberry decor Alcremie spoke first. Alcremie couldn't sleep. The others chimed in, eyes bright with expectation. Alcremie, everyone will love the cakes we made. Alcremie, yes, yes. In their new home they couldn't wait to see whether the new customers would like the cakes they'd made. All right, all right. Kaede indulged them with a fond smile and led them into the shop. Just then, the breeding house door opened from the outside. Chapter 84, Torchic, Comparing Speed with the Trainer. Chapter 84. At the front door. The girl who came in early for work was bright-eyed and full of energy like a seedling in early spring, always lively. Takagi Megami had thought today would be the same as yesterday, another ordinary morning. But when she pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside, a sweet, syrupy scent immediately filled her nose. Before she could react, a few soft, creamy voices drew her gaze. Alcremie, here, look here. Alcremie, cake. Want some? Megami froze. Where produce and vegetables normally sat, a display case now held cakes, and perched atop it were a dozen or so little cream-like Alcremie in all sorts of colors like scoops of ice cream. So cute! That was Megami's first thought. She instinctively stepped closer to the Alcremie. Alcremie. The Alcremie nearest her met her gaze. Maybe because their roles had changed, they weren't afraid, instead they looked earnestly at the cakes below, as if saying, "We made these cakes with our cream by one." Hayashi Kaede, standing behind her, spoke up. "They're staff here, not customers." Alcremie. On hearing that, the Frostmoth's happy faces dropped, but they still looked toward the door with hopeful eyes, waiting for the next visitor to be a buyer. "Wow, they're Alcremie? So cute!" Megami finally snapped out of her surprise and stared at them, astonished. "Yes. The cakes are made using their cream," Kaede said. "Small cakes are 300 poke dollars each, and..." He paused, pulled a cardboard sign from a storage sphere, and wrote in big letters, "Custom cakes price negotiable." To explain the custom cakes, he told Megami, "If anyone asks, say they're only for Pokémon birthdays. If a trainer catches a wild Pokémon, you can treat the capture day as its birthday. The price could be high, guaranteed minimum could be 5 or 6 digits. I'm not sure, cheap methods have cheap prices, expensive ones come with premium methods." He'd meant to start the minimum at 100,000, but then realized that would shut out ordinary trainers who wanted to celebrate their Pokémon, so he dropped the strict limit. He always ended up too soft-hearted. Megami nodded eagerly, but her eyes never left the Alcremie. "Can I hold one at my station?" she asked. Who could refuse hugging such an adorable creature? Kaede watched her, unsure if she'd understood, and finally replied, "If they're willing, it's fine." "Yay!" Megami's face lit up and she beamed like a doting ant, cooing at the Alcremie, "Come on, be good, come with me to work." Alcremie. "What? Alcremie. No, no. Ah, just for a little while." Alcremie. No, we can't. Kaede stood there trying not to laugh as every Alcremie rejected Megami's offer. He puffed his cheeks and called out, "Try a slice of their cake, they might warm up to you after that." Megami's eyes brightened instantly. She paid 300 poke dollars without hesitation, picked up a petit cake and took a bite. She'd planned to praise the cream and win their favor, but the first mouthful genuinely surprised her. Delicious. The nearby Alcremie blinked and watched her curiously. Alcremie. When the cake was gone, Megami noticed the Alcremie no longer avoided her. She asked again, "Want to come work with Big Sis? The counters where customers pay, you'll be seen by more people who'll love you." After a moment's hesitation, the Alcremie she chose didn't refuse. Megami hugged it happily and carried it to her station. Kaede shook his head with an amused smile and went off toward the plantation to wake Torchic and take it for a morning run. By the reservoir, under the big pedia berry tree, the largest fruit tree in the plantation, Kaede noticed tiny flower buds opening like seeds. Looks like the special trait breeding energy blocks can be made quickly now. He nodded in satisfaction and knocked on the wooden coop. Torchic. Torchic poked its sleepy head out and blinked at Kaede. Torchic, it asked. All right, yesterday's lecture about morning runs went in one ear and out the other, hey. Kaede scooped Torchic up and headed out. Up in the tree, Bounsweet was roused by the commotion. It peeked at the defenseless Torchic in Kaede's hands and tucked its leaves in, giving a little silent blessing. On the bluestone trail, Kaede measured the straight stretch and estimated a round trip was about 500 meters. He set Torchic's target for the day: simple, either catch up to me, or do 20 round trips. 20 round trips is roughly 10 kilometers. For a common stage Pokémon, that's no small feat. But Torchic had eaten a lot, and with its speed boost trait it speeds up every time it uses a move, so it should manage. Kaede was also curious to test his own fitness. Torchic. Are you serious? Torchic's eyes gleamed. If it passed the trainer, it didn't have to keep running. That sounded easy. And if you beat me by a round trip, I'll make you a barbecue feast. Kaede promised, painting a tempting reward. Torchic took the offer and its sleepy look instantly turned into burning determination. All right, go. Kaede gave the command. White light flashed around Torchic as it charged forward. Torchic. Quick attack, go. Chapter 85, Torchic, am I not trying hard enough? Chapter 85. Half an hour later. Torchic. Huff, huff. Torchic was panting hard. It kept glancing at the trainer, who stayed just a little bit ahead, and felt puzzled. It had used quick attack 5 times already, each time it thought it was about to overtake Kaede, but it always fell just short, just a hair's breadth away. The most recent run felt like it almost brushed his trainer's leg, but Kaede would surge forward again. Why? Why was it always just a little bit short? Torchic didn't understand. Maybe it wasn't trying hard enough? At that moment Kaede's voice came from ahead. You can't do it. How badly do you want that barbecue and that big cake, the fruit salad? Keep pushing, maybe you'll pass me. Something clicked. Of course it must be that it hadn't pushed hard enough. Gritting its beak, Torchic felt some power ignite inside. Its speed spiked again. Wow, so that's speed boost. Kaede swallowed. Watching Torchic suddenly unlock more of its potential and surge forward, he felt surprised. It wasn't just a little chick. That burst of speed seemed faster than a Pidgey in flight using quick attack. No big deal, though Kaede noticed that he was faster still, and realized that running with Torchic didn't reveal his own limit. In other words, he still didn't know how far his body could go. After running a while longer and making sure Torchic had exhausted that burst of potential, Kaede stopped and walked beside the little bird to give it one last push so it would have confidence to continue tomorrow. But Torchic blurted out. Torchic. Torchic. Tomorrow I'll overtake you for sure. Kaede produced an energy block and shook it to lure Torchic into standing up. He grinned, then work hard. Now, go home and eat. At the promise of food, Torchic's eyes lit up and the heavy stone of worry in its chest dropped away. This trainer really wouldn't abandon it with excuses. Back at the plantation, Servine had already come over with the Alolan Vulpix. It paused beneath the Pedia berry tree and stared at the buds in a daze. When Kaede returned with Torchic, Servine spoke, "Servine. They're blooming." "Yab. They should fruit in a few days." Kaede answered. He knew Servine had been hoping the tree would bear fruit so he could surprise it, but today Servine surprised him instead. Pokémon, Servine. Gender, female. Ability, contrary. Aptitude, gold. IVs, HP, 27 plus 2, ATK, 22 plus 1, SPATK, 27 plus 2, Def, 26 plus 1, SPDef, 24 plus 2, Speed, 31 plus 3. Level, 31-35. Moves, Vine Whip, Leech Seed, Glare. Friendship, 99, you're its emotional anchor. Happiness, 40, kind of happy. It had been level 29 just yesterday, today it stepped into a new bracket. That big cake from yesterday had clearly helped. You've grown a bit taller. Kaede noted as he compared their heights. Servine was almost chest-high now. The treehouse once occupied by a scyther might be a bit small for an evolved Servine. Servine didn't say more, it quietly watched Kaede, reminding him it was time to feed everyone. Kaede smiled and began handing out energy blocks, gave the Miltank some bound sweet fruit paste, and helped with the milking. B and Miltank fresh milk produced by an elite stage Miltank. Long-term feeding of newborn Pokémon improves constitution and supplies much of the nutrients needed during growth. You're producing better milk now. Kaede praised as the creamier milk flowed. Miltank. Really? Really? Miltank, do you think so? It just feels nicer when I'm milked. Kaede fell silent for a moment. The boost from a master-level breeder wasn't just about making energy blocks or food, it showed in allied traits too, milking, massage. Massage especially benefited the Alolan Vulpix. A little shoulder rub and the little one would sigh happily, rub longer and it would drift to sleep. He hadn't tried it on all the Pokémon yet. There were many side professions to develop. Kaede? Kaede. After finishing the milking and musing about how much to sell the upgraded milk for, Takagi Megami walked in. "What's up?" Kaede asked. Megami skirted through the plots and came over. "These past days something strange's been happening. Spearow have been circling the fields and occasionally snatching crops. The farmers don't have strong Pokémon, so the town's mayor asked if you could help." Spearow. Kaede's expression shifted. He suddenly remembered telling the Spearow to get out of the Pidgey and Pidgeotto area when he'd driven them off earlier. He hadn't said anything about a human settlement. After the Pidgey and Pidgeotto lost their territory, the Spearow had moved early to raid the town fields. "All right. I'll go check it out." Kaede nodded. Farmers had worked months for the harvest, he wouldn't let them be ruined. Megami thanked him and returned to the breeding house. Kaede rubbed his chin, thinking. He'd originally considered planting grain himself since it could be used for brewing rice wine. But the process was too tedious, so he'd abandoned it. Local farmers grew them mostly to sell, so he could buy some from them when needed. Pidgeot! A clarion cry cut the air. An orange-red shadow streaked across the sky, followed by around 20 smaller silhouettes. In the blink after that, riding a pulse of psychic energy, Gardevoir appeared beside Kaede. Chapter 86, The Mayor's Arcanine? Chapter 86. August. The fields were already turning a golden orange, every grain on the stalks looked plump and promising. 2 Spearow circled above the fields. Below, Mayor Hanyuai of Aojirai town accompanied by an Arcanine rubbed his temples. Those Spearow knew they couldn't take on an Arcanine, but because they could fly and the forest lay right behind them, they kept hovering nearby and refused to leave. This couldn't go on. The Arcanine wasn't a town Pokémon. Hanyu had borrowed it from the Aogirai City Pokémon Center. It had its own duties, it couldn't just sit in Aogirai town all through harvest season. He sighed. They bother us every year. If only we could settle this for good. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the two Spearows suddenly panicked, as if a predator appeared, and fled toward the forest. At the same time a thunderous cry split the air. Pidgeot! Hanyu looked up. A massive Pidgeot was charging toward them, and a human silhouette could be seen riding its back. When it came closer he realized who it was and his face lit with surprise. That's the Pidgeotto from the breeding house? It evolved into Pidgeot. The Pidgeot descended slowly. Hayashi Kaede leapt off its back, glanced at the Arcanine, then nodded politely to the man in a sweaty undershirt. Mayor Hanyu. Hanyu had been a spirited trainer in his youth, once turning heads across the region with his Pokémon in league matches. As the years passed and his Butterfree and Blaziken, or Primeape, the ones he raised, died of old age, he sent his surviving Pokémon back to their natural homes and returned to Aogirai town to retire. Though his competitive fire had cooled, his eye for Pokémon remained sharp. Seeing the fully grown Pidgeot, he couldn't hide his admiration. What a big Pidgeot! Your breeding skills aren't worse than your father's back then, he said. Kaede deflected the compliment with a shy smile. Nah. I haven't seen my father's Pokémon much either. It was true, aside from that one Scyther Kaede remembered, he'd never really met his parents' other Pokémon. As a kid he'd wondered how his father's Scyther could be so strong while being seemingly the only Pokémon his father had. His father never gave a straight answer, so he dropped the question. Hanyu shook his head. You're modest. But your Pidgeotto evolving to Pidgeot, no wonder the Spearow won't come near. He glanced at his Arcanine. Alright, now that those Spearow are gone, you can head back. The Arcanine stared at the big bird for a beat, then nodded and trotted off toward the town on its own. Wait a section. Kaede called it back. The Arcanine stopped and looked at him, puzzled. Kaede produced some energy blocks he usually fed Torchic and held them out. Here, you earned this. Eat up before you go. The Arcanine blinked, looked to Mayor Hanyu for confirmation, and when Hanyu nodded it happily gobbled the treat. Hanyu couldn't help but smile at the scene. That Arcanine is a pup from a dog I caught when I was young. Later I gave it to a clever boy who became a law enforcer. Now I hear the mate's pregnant. If you want a good guard dog, when the pups are born I can help you get one. Hanyu offered. Kaed's face lit up. Really? That would be amazing. Hanyu nodded. All right. He looked at Pidgeot once more, seeming to recall his own glory days. After the Arcanine finished the energy block, Hanyu led it away out of town. Kaede stayed a moment and scanned the fields. Then he nodded to Pidgeot, keep watch here for a while. If any Spearow come back, scare them off. If they get frightened a few times and the word spreads, they won't dare return. Pidgeot, the bird agreed, then, not finding any perch nearby, it spread its wings and flew to a tall tree at the forest's edge, eyes sharp as it scanned the woods. Kaede felt satisfied, then remembered why he'd come out, to buy some grain. The mayor was already gone, and Kaede didn't know who owned which plot, which made him chuckle at himself. Back home, ask Takagi Megami, he told Pidgeot. Back at the breeding house the morning crowd had already started trickling in. People were marveling at the new treats on the shelves and gushing over the Alcremie perched above the counter. The Alcremie watched happily as customers bought their cakes, pleased that their creations were so loved. Chapter 87, Training Pidgey and Pidgeotto to Deliver Packages. Chapter 87. Grain? My grandfather planted a few acres every year. He always keeps some for himself and sells the rest. Why, Kaede, do you want some? Takagi Megami blinked and looked at Hayashi Kaede with curiosity. She'd noticed Kaede had been getting seriously into cooking lately and was eager to see what new dishes the breeding house would roll out next. Kaede nodded. Set aside a bit for me. I'll buy what I need. Megami agreed cheerfully. Sure, I'll tell Grandpa when I get home. With that sorted, Kaede returned to the plantation and immediately spotted the flock of Pidgey and Pidgeotto resting in the pine out front. When Pidgeot had taken him out earlier, it had set them on that tree. Seeing so many small birds, his first thought was relief. Good thing Caterpie had evolved and was retired in the cattle shed. If it were still a Caterpie, those Pidgey would probably have frightened it into hiding. Then a more serious concern came to mind. He needed to train these Pidgey and Pidgeotto to learn delivery routes. Kaede believed that within 300 kilometers they could find their way home reliably. But teaching them to locate an exact delivery point inside that range, a specific house, was another matter. He thought of how some Pokémon in the anime could deliver mail like Pidgeotto or even Wingull and wondered how they navigated. Let's try training with a map first, he decided. He gathered up the orchard fruit Gardevoir had been collecting, stored them in a ball, then took Gardevoir's hand. Okay, don't pick any more for now. Come help me. Gardevoir, she replied, puzzled but not resisting. She took the gesture as another ordinary trainer-Pokémon interaction. Kaede often teased Alolan Vulpix the same way, pulling a paw up and scratching its belly, which inevitably ended with an adorable snort and a spray of snow. Kaede called Rotom over from the grass harvester and brought it beneath the pine where the birds perched. Pidgey, Pidgeotto, come down. Pidgey. Pidgeotto. They exchanged looks, fluttered their wings, and dropped down. When Pidgeot, their leader, had led them earlier, it had told them to obey this human trainer. Even the Pidgeotto who didn't understand the concept of a trainer still respected the leader. Rotom, project a map of Aogiri City, make it as large as possible. Rotom, okay, Master. Rotom quickly projected a 4x4 meter holographic map of Aogiri's layout. Gardevoir, how far can you teleport? Can you cover all of Aogiri? Kaede asked. Gardevoir blinked but answered, Gardevoir. I can. Kaede smiled. Good. I want you to help train these Pidgey and Pidgeotto. I'll give you energy blocks, spread them to different points around the city. Then have the birds find them using the map. That way we can train them to deliver to specific households. His plan would let them start with short distances and gradually expand range. Gardevoir's teleportation plus her telepathic guidance was the only practical way he knew to teach so many birds precise delivery targets. Gardevoir looked a little resigned. She figured she was being put to hard work again, but Kaede knew she'd handle it. Still, he felt sheepish. This would be heavy lifting for her. He brought out a bag of energy blocks and looked at Gardevoir sincerely. Please. She hovered over him, placed a hand on his head and ruffled his hair. Kaede blinked in surprised delight. Gardevoir. Understood. Then she turned to the flock and began telepathically relaying Kaede's instructions, while using telekinesis to float energy blocks to each bird. After the first block, the Pidgey and Pidgeotto brightened. Gardevoir tapped out about 20 red spots on the map, vanished, and then the flock took to the air, winging toward the locations around Aogiri City. Kaede rubbed the place Gardevoir had touched and felt a little odd but satisfied. By the afternoon, Gardevoir's training was clearly effective. In just one day, 3 or 4 Pidgey and Pidgeotto could reliably find the energy blocks. The others had made visible progress. Many were close, though a few still seemed a bit dazed. Give them a few more days, and they'd likely be able to find every expanded red dot on the map. Kaede was pleased. He supplied today's rations and explained the job: meals provided, freedom to fly around, and the training was voluntary. If any bird disliked the assignment, they could leave. To his relief, none of them wanted to quit. They actually seemed satisfied with the work, perhaps because Pidgeot was in charge, or maybe because the fare was good. At 4 p.m., after the breeding house's stock for the day sold out, Kaede reminded Takagi Megami about buying the grain. she dashed off but turned back to say, "Got it, Kaede." As Kaede was about to close up, a small shape in the sunset caught his eye, a Pidgeotto with a white envelope clamped in its beak, clearly headed for the breeding house. "Pidgeotto," Kaede called. The bird hovered, checked the layout, and then dropped the envelope into Kaede's hand. "Pidgeotto," it cooed. "Delivering a letter," Kaede said, surprised. In this region under the Pokémon League, communication was mostly done by phone. Few people still used hand-delivered letters, so this felt a little old-fashioned and special. Chapter 88, Garde Voir, because you make me feel like I have someone to rely on. Chapter 88. Letter to Hayashi Kaede, Aogiri Town Plantation Owner. Hello, Kaede, I'm Inushko, owner of the Bud Town Orchard. I heard you want to bring kombi to my place to make honey. If so, please bring the flowers you plan to plant so I can see whether they're suitable for kombi honey production. Also on August 28, Bud Town will release its first batch of fermented fruit wine. Many orchard owners will come to swap saplings and seedlings. We'll also invite well-known trainers from nearby to hold a battle competition and use orchard produce as prizes. If you're interested, you're welcome to join. If you do come, please pick that date. It's honey grape harvest season here and I may be too busy otherwise. I look forward to meeting a young orchardist like you. Inushko, Bud Orchard Owner. Kaede's face registered surprise as he finished reading. Kusano Genmu had already told the Bud Town Orchard owner about him? That was fast, but actually it was a relief. At least the visit wouldn't be so sudden, and the owner had given a time window, which saved Kaede from scrambling. He turned to the Pidgeotto that had delivered the letter. "Did you fly this envelope from Bud Town?" The Pidgeotto shook its head and instead looked toward Aogiri City. It had come from there. Pidgeotto and Aogiri were the city's courier birds, mostly used to deliver notes for elderly folks who didn't use phones. They rarely brought mail to younger people. Kaede nodded, pocketed the letter, handed the bird an energy block, and fell into thought. Looks like he needed to plant flowers first before heading to Bud Town. Berry tree blossoms might work, though. He muttered, thinking of the pedia berry tree's tight little buds. Then he shook his head no. One bud might later become a pedia berry, those fruits were valuable. He wouldn't waste one. Plant the flowers, then. He'd already planned to do it anyway. Back inside the breeding house he asked Rotom casually, "How much did we make today?" Rotom calculating now. Rotom answered quickly. "Today's revenue, 375,200. Master's current balance, 6,450,000. Kaede nodded, unsurprised. He wasn't the nervous new shopkeeper anymore, seeing that sum no longer rattled him. Still, he wondered whether the money could help him fix a 20-kilometer stretch of road, at least enough to make the highway a little better. "Rotom Master, the energy blocks we stocked today don't seem to match the takings," Rotom said from midair, sounding puzzled. "Hey!" Kaede blinked. "Not match? By how much?" "Rotom? It looks like 3,000 is missing." Rotom hesitated. It counted the blocks whenever Kaede put them on the counter and estimated the day's revenue. Usually, the stock sold out. 3,000. Kaede fell into thought. It wasn't only that 3,000 was a chunk of money, it was the idea that something could have been taken right under his and Gardevoir's noses. Or maybe Gardevoir had been out training the Pidgeotto and Pidgey and simply didn't notice. No big deal. Tomorrow morning set up surveillance and check, maybe a customer forgot to pay, Kaede said, shaking his head. He made a mental note to have Rotom watch more closely. If the discrepancy repeated and Rotom couldn't find a cause, he'd call on Gardevoir or Yanagiaji Sans Lucario. Rotom understood. Kaede went to bed. The next morning he woke early and, while tidying, noticed something on the register counter, a small stone. "Hey!" He levitated a alchemy up to the counter, climbed onto the surface, and picked the stone up. Everstone, a mysterious stone that, when carried, can suppress changes in a Pokémon's genes, evolution. Did Gardevoir bring this? He wondered, then shook his head. If she had, she would have told him once it was fully light. It was still dawn, most of the town slept. He tucked the Everstone away. When Takagi Megami arrived for work, Kaede headed to the plantation to feed and milk. Before long Gardevoir appeared just as she was about to call the Pidgeotto and Pidgey down from the pine for training. Kaede called after her. Gardevoir. Gardevoir shot him a mildly aggrieved look. Her psychic powers were invaluable in the plantation, but she didn't want to be used like a workhorse. Cough, this isn't another job, Kaede said, embarrassed, producing the Everstone. I just wanted to ask, did you bring this? Gardevoir had been very busy these days. She floated over, examined the stone, and shook her head. Not you? That's odd, so some Pokémon must have slipped in quietly, Kaede said, and then told her about the missing money and the sudden stone. Gardevoir. It appeared this morning. Gardevoir looked surprised. She'd been keeping watch on the road between Aogiri City and the town last night. If anything unusual had come in, she should have felt it. They stared at each other and found no answer. Gardevoir sighed softly. Gardevoir. I'll keep watch more closely. Kaede felt touched. You're the best. A few energy blocks and a top-grade rare candy had bought him Gardevoir's loyalty. He thought it might be the best bargain of his life. Gardevoir floated above him and ruffled his hair with a gentle, slightly wistful thought. Gardevoir. When I first took in those 3 Pokémon, I thought they needed care. Now it looks like you need care too, maybe even more. Kaede blinked. No wonder she liked to mess with his hair. Did she see him like a child? He protested, half joking, there are still some differences, though. Gardevoir turned her gaze soft and comforting. Gardevoir. There are differences, but you make me feel like I have someone to rely on. Chapter 89, Flababy Florist. Chapter 89. Kaede watched Gardevoir fly off to train the Pidgeotto and Pidgey, then turned to the Servine that had just finished laying down a grassy terrain on the plantation soil. Servine, do you think I look like a kid? He asked. Servine, the Servine replied, rolling its eyes. Kaede held up a hand. What's that look for? You're calling me childish? Servine ignored him and shot him a withering look. Only kids asked that kind of question, and besides, whose opinion would you get from the other Pokémon out here? Hey, what does that eye roll mean? Are you saying I really do look like a kid? Kaede blocked it with a grin and reached to ruffle Servine's head, but Servine nimbly dodged and glared at him. Servine! Don't touch me! Why not? You didn't evolve that long ago either, Kaede teased. He pressed on stubbornly, planting his hand on Servine's head anyway. There, now you're a kid, too. Servine. Servine closed its eyes and sighed. Who isn't a kid at heart? Or who wouldn't want to be a kid again? Kaede laughed softly. When he'd had his fill of scolding and ruffling, he freed Servine and looked around the plantation's Pokémon. He pulled out the Everstone. Is there anyone that whom do not want to evolve? Most Pokémon wanted to evolve, but a few were content to stay as they were. Now that he had an Everstone, Kaede wanted to ask. Poplio. The Poplio curled back into the water. Bounsweet poked its head out from the tree. Servine paid him no mind and looked a little grumpy. Why was Kaede only bringing this up now? Finally, Torchic stepped forward. Torchic, it chirped with fierce determination. I want it. I'll evolve after I overtake my trainer. That goal made Kaede blink. He studied Torchic for a moment, then smiled oddly. That's a pretty big target. Even if you evolve and surpass me, it's still the same. He added quickly, and don't worry about eating more after evolution. I'll still be able to feed you. Eat all you want. Those words broke Torchic's resolve in the best way. Its small eyes went watery and it dove straight into Kaede's arms, bumping him affectionately. Torchic. It whimpered. Kaede comforted it. All right, don't cry. If you cry again, tomorrow your 20 laps will become 40, okay? That did the trick. Torchic quieted down obediently and then snuck off to the barn to snatch some sweet dumplings from the milk tanks. What a little drama queen! Kaede rubbed his temples. Seeing no one else object to evolution, he was about to pocket the Everstone when Bounsweet called up from the tree. Bounsweet? If I evolve, will other humans want me? Kaede thought about Bounsweet's evolution Steenie and then Tsarina rare and showy Pokémon. He nodded. Probably. People tend to like how you look when you evolve. Bounsweet's round, sweet-smelling face blinked. Its little mouth closed as it whispered, Bounsweet. Then I don't want to evolve. I only want you to like me. It didn't want other people to fawn over it, but it liked Kaede. Kaede felt something prick his chest when he heard that. Looking down at the tiny, honey-scented Bounsweet, he couldn't help himself. He scooped it from the branch into his arms. You're so cute, he laughed. I'll like you whether you evolve or not. Bounsweet blinked and gave him a shy little look. All right, I'll keep the Everstone with you for now. When you're ready to evolve, just give it back. Kaede gently tied the Everstone to one of Bounsweet's leaves, set it back in the tree, and went into the breeding house to take Rotom out with him. He needed to talk to the town mayor about planting flowers. If the community agreed, he could line the Bluestone Trail with blossoms. If not, he'd plant on the meadow behind the barn. Either way, some flowers would brighten the place and make life less monotonous. Later, if Combi came to make honey, flowers would make their work easier. Plant flowers along the Bluestone Trail and let Combi gather nectar? Sounds good, I'll ask around, Mayor Hanyuai said with a nod when Kaede brought the idea to him. Hanyuai had watched Aogiri town grow busier lately. That was good for the town. He'd long since retired his Pokémon and his own wandering days, but seeing a kid like Kaede full of plans made him smile. I'll go ask people later. Thank you, Mayor Hanyu. Kaede said, grateful. Then he and Rotom used the map to find a florist in Aogiri City. Flababy Florist. Kaede read the shop sign aloud when they arrived. A tiny Flababy greeted him at the door, holding a bright red blossom between its leafy hands. Flababy, it chimed, cheerfully presenting the flower. It was white with twin leafy tails and bright, green-rimmed lashes, more like a living decoration than a shop attendant. From memory, and a quick glance at Rotom's inbuilt Pokédex, Kaede remembered, Flababy wandered gardens, tended wilting flowers, and could draw strength from them in battle. If he ever opened a garden, maybe he should catch one to look after the blooms. A young woman wearing a red bandana and a green apron came out from the shop as Kaede hesitated. Hello, welcome. What sort of flowers do you need? I'm looking for plants suitable for Combi to collect nectar from. Do you have any recommendations? Kaede asked. The woman blinked at him for a second. His face was still young, then smiled and launched into a friendly explanation. For Combi, it's not just any ordinary flowers. The best choice isn't simple blossoms. What works especially well is the honey sweet tree. Chapter 90, a Pokémon that can become invisible? Chapter 90. This kind of tree blooms little flowers whose centers are naturally sweet, and except for winter it flowers through most of the year. It's perfect for Combi honey. Other flowers are fine too, Combi don't care so much, though the flavor of the honey will change. You can pick species that bloom in staggered seasons so the Combi can make more varied honey. Because, to be honest, Combi are very diligent Pokémon. They'll gather nectar for you every day as long as you treat them well. The woman guided him inside the shop and lifted a little potted sapling, a small tree with orange-yellow leaves. Here, this is the honey sweet tree. It's a fun plant. In a pot it won't grow large, but planted in the ground with enough nutrients it can grow into a several-meter tree in 3 to 6 months and start blooming. Kaede was surprised. You know a lot. It was just a flower shop, yet the owner explained combi behavior so clearly, and she even had honey-sweet saplings in stock. Pride lit the woman's face when he praised her. Well, I studied plant Pokémon compatibility at university. Listen. Kaede cut in, how much? 3,000. Sold. 2, please. He wanted to get home quickly anyway. Rotom needed to be set to watch the shop's surveillance to see if yesterday's oddity repeated. After buying a handful of flower seeds, he hurried home and put Rotom back to work. He also had good news from Mayor Hanyu. Almost all the townspeople agreed to line the Bluestone Trail with flowers. Perfect. Kaede borrowed a sand shrew from Takagiaji-san and called Servine over to clear weeds along the trail. Together they turned over the soil, sowed the seeds, and scattered a little fertilizer. An afternoon's labor later the rows were planted. Kaede scratched the sand shrew behind the ear. Thanks, come by for dinner tonight. I'll make you tomato berry noodles. Sand shrew, the little sand shrew replied, swallowing nervously at the thought of Kaede's dish, then nodded politely. It had been with Takagiaji-san a while and had learned the old man's manners. Go on home and tell Takagiaji-san I said thanks, Kaede told it. The sand shrew bowed and scampered off, then rolled down the path for speed, which made Kaede laugh. Servine. What are we planting? Servine, who'd worked all afternoon, asked. Flowers. In about 10 days most of them should be out, then this whole trail will be lined with blossoms. Kaede had bought almost every summer flower he could think of, roses, chrysanthemums, lilies. He'd planned placements for each. He reserved the little meadow behind the barn for the 2 honey-sweet trees. Servine. Pretty. Kaede thought a moment. Some Pokémon will love them. Others might not notice, some might even mistake them for food if you put these flowers in front of a Tauros. But Flababy and friends will treasure every blossom. Servine nodded thoughtfully. Let's go home, an evening meal is in order after a hard day. At sunset Kaede tried to pat Servine's head and was deftly dodged again. On his second attempt Servine simply gave him a helpless look, then, quietly, edged closer. Above them the air twitched as if something swam through it, the surface seemed to ripple. Hat! Came a faint laughter on the wind. The ripple crossed the sky and settled in the tall pine outside the plantation. The next second, Pidgeotto perched in the tree had become 11 Pidgeotto, though the others didn't notice the change. 3,000 gone again today. Kaede was stunned when he got home and checked Rotom. Is the security system broken? Rotom shook its little electronic face, offended. Rotom, there's nothing wrong. I didn't see anyone leave without paying. But 3,000 is missing. Gardevoir, back from training the Pidgeotto and Pidgey, frowned slightly. She hadn't noticed anything unusual either. It's okay, don't blame yourself, Kaede said, trying to soothe Rotom. Then he wondered aloud, did it happen this morning? He'd been buying seeds this morning, both he and Rotom had been out of the shop then. Ah well, it's only 3,000. I'll keep watch at the breeding house tomorrow and see. He decided if it happened again and Rotom couldn't find the cause, he'd ask Gardevoir or borrow Yanagiaji-san's Lucario. August 14th. Kaede woke early and found a water stone on the register counter. Hey! He levitated a water stone up to the counter, climbed up and picked up the stone. B-rank water stone, a stone charged with pure water energy. Certain Pokémon that touch it can absorb that essence and undergo evolution. Seeing the item that appeared in his yard every day sparked a new idea. If some Pokémon had been swapping a held item for 3,000 Poké worth of energy blocks each night, Kaede could accept that trade. He didn't necessarily need to expose whoever or whatever was sneaking in. After all, an Everstone or a B-rank water stone would cost 6 figures on the open market. But curiosity scratched at him like a cat. What Pokémon could be sneaking in invisibly? Something with stealth like Victini? Or Latias? He let his imagination run wild. Chapter 91, Extra Pidgeotto. Chapter 91. There are actually a few ordinary Pokémon that can produce an invisibility effect. Like Sliggoo, or Dratini. No wait, that's not right, or rather, Pokémon that can conceal themselves in various ways. Still, before chasing unknown answers, some people tend to imagine the best case scenario. Kaede was one of those people. He found himself daydreaming, what if it were Victini, the victory Pokémon, full of infinite energy? With that, a single Pokémon could do so much. Wait, when did he become a capitalist? He shook his head hard and pushed that thought away. So far, aside from Gardevoir doing many jobs, the others weren't overworked. Kaede was still figuring out how to avoid making Gardevoir shoulder everything. More psychic-type helpers would be ideal. Latias and Latios, now those two would be nice to have. Kaede's mouth watered at the thought. But he didn't actually suspect Latias and Latios being the culprit. Victini was sealed behind a barrier, while Latias and Latios, as he remembered, was closer to the water capital in the Kanto region. Still, for such fast Pokémon the travel time wouldn't be long. Pocketing the water stone, he headed to the plantation and began feeding every Pokémon. He also called down the Pidgeotto and Pidgey from the pine tree and gave them their energy blocks. Pidgeotto, food's here. Pidgey, yay. Pidgeotto, smells so good. Pidgeotto, I'm so clever, I figured out how to get these energy blocks. Watching them feast, Kaede nodded in satisfaction. The birds had taken the delivery training seriously. After only 2 days most of them could find targets within 50 km without error. Once they learned Aogiri City more thoroughly, they'd be ready to start the delivery service. As he watched, Kaede's brow twitched. He remembered there being 10 Pidgeotto and 10 Pidgey the day before. Why were there 11 Pidgeotto now? Another Pidgeotto had shown up on its own? Hey! He counted again. The Pidgey total was unchanged, still 10. No Pidgey had evolved into a Pidgeotto overnight. Had the Pidgeotto been recommended by Pidgeot? Kaede was about to check with his eye of exploration. Gardevoir suddenly drifted over to him, holding a glass bottle. Gardevoir! That energy block is finished. Kaede put the thought aside. Ah, right, I forgot to tell you. Don't save them, we made a bunch of energy blocks these past 2 days. He fetched Gardevoir's share from a storage ball. Gardevoir, thanks. Gardevoir glanced down at the Pidgeotto and Pidgey eating and then froze. Gardevoir! There's an extra Pidgeotto. If a new Pidgeotto kept appearing every night, even she couldn't keep up. No, wait, let me check. Sensing Gardevoir's worry, Kaede gave an awkward smile and peered at the flock. Something clicked in his head. The past few days, plus this extra Pidgeotto, plus the recent Mewtwo, the pieces connected. A hairless little cat-like image flickered in his mind. Could it really be that legendary Pokémon? He opened the eye of exploration and inspected every Pokémon carefully. With this scan, his mouth twitched with surprise. Pokémon, Mew. Gender, genderless. Ability, synchronize. Tier, mythical. IVs, HP, 31, ATK, 31, SPA, 31, Def, 31, SPD, 31, SPE, 31. Level. Moves, Pound, Mirror Move, Baton Pass, Aqua Ring, Guard, Aura Sphere, Amnesia, Calm Mind, Gravity, Light Screen, Psychic, Psybeam. Affection, 25, a pretty okay human. Happiness, 50, hee, fun hide and seek. Notes, Guardian of the World Tree. Apparently came searching for kin. Why, that human has been staring at me. Has he found out about me? Impossible. The Pidgeotto, sensing that someone had been watching it, blinked with some suspicion and then settled back into eating. It told itself its transformation looked perfect after all. As a Pokémon that can transform perfectly to any other Pokémon it knows, it was confident no legendary would notice it. Maybe the human simply had a good memory for faces. Kaede's eyes lingered on Mew's profile and he fell into thought. He hadn't been checking the daily happiness rewards lately. Now, when he checked his inventory of rare candies and fertilizers, he found a surprise: another rare candy had appeared, along with 8 packs of premium fertilizer. A system message filled in the rest. System, congratulations, increasing Mew's happiness from 40% to 60%, rewarded 1 rare candy and 3 premium fertilizers. So Mew had come looking for Mewtwo's aura, but had been attracted by Kaede's energy blocks, and had been playing around. Should he expose it? Or let it play? Kaede looked at the extra Pidgeotto, thought about how harmless this game seemed, and sighed. Let it be, he finally decided. If it wanted to play, let it. Chapter 92, Combusken Evolved. Chapter 92. After all, letting it play around might increase its happiness and even bring unexpected rewards. Exposing its little tricks would only upset it, and that just wouldn't be worth it. Gardevoir. Gardevoir quietly put away its energy cube, sighing inwardly. Just 1 sentence from its trainer had increased its workload by 1/20. He come with me for a moment, Gardevoir. Instead of having it train Mew right away, Hayashi Kaede beckoned Gardevoir into the breeding house. Gardevoir. Gardevoir tilted its head slightly in confusion. That newly appeared Pidgeotto might disappear during training or take a really long time to finish a session. If that happens, don't worry. It's not an ordinary Pidgeotto. Hayashi Kaede used his Viridian power to communicate directly, to prevent Mew from possibly eavesdropping through some unknown method. Gardevoir. Gardevoir looked even more curious. Over the past 2 days, some Pidgey had occasionally gone missing during training, and whenever that happened, Hayashi Kaede would take Pidgeot and Gardevoir to track them down immediately. Even clever Pokémon like Pidgeotto could sometimes get lost. It's fine, Hayashi Kaede added. It won't get lost. It's just a little playful. Please be patient with it. Gardevoir. Alright then. Gardevoir didn't ask further. When it returned to the berry plantation, Pidgeotto had already finished eating and begun training for the day. Meanwhile, Hayashi Kaede took Torchic out for their usual morning run. As always, he dangled the same carrot: if it could outrun him, it would earn a delicious barbecue feast. Come on, Torchic. The barbecue feast is right there. Outrun me, and it's all yours. Torchic. Barbecue, barbecue. Torchic. I can't go on anymore. How can you say that? You've only been using quick attack for a few minutes. Come on, activate it again. Don't tarnish the reputation of speed boost ability. There's a Blaziken in the Kalos region who became the hero of an entire city. Don't you want to be a hero to protect Poplio and Bounsweet someday, and see their admiring gazes? Torchic. Charge, charge, charge. By the afternoon, Gardevoir returned with the day's report. Most Pidgeotto could now retrieve energy cubes accurately 4 out of 5 times. The Pidgey still needed a little more time. Hayashi Kaede wasn't disappointed. He asked instead about that special Pidgeotto. Gardevoir. Just like you said. Gardevoir looked at him with curiosity. Gardevoir. After it went out the first time, we couldn't find any trace of it. Then, during the last session, it suddenly came back. Alright then, no problem. It's probably not here for the training anyway. Just let it be. Gardevoir, okay. Mew's arrival didn't change Hayashi Kaede's daily routine much. The only noticeable difference was that energy cubes sometimes went missing from the breeding house during the day, only for rare items to appear on the counter the next morning. And whenever Hayashi Kaede brought those mysterious items to the berry plantation, the Pidgeotto perched in the pine tree would chirp happily, clearly amused that he hadn't figured it out yet. Still, Hayashi Kaede couldn't be upset because among those items, he'd received another rare candy and 3 packs of super fertilizer. In the meantime, he had also been secretly studying what flavors Mew preferred, hoping to keep the mischievous little hairless cat in a good mood however long it decided to play. Time passed quickly, and before long, it was August 20th. This day was somewhat special. While out running with Torchic that morning, the little fire type finally evolved in a flash of white light. Newly evolved, the young Combuskin brimmed with confidence, thinking it could finally outrun its trainer. But after one run through the forest, it was soon reduced to a panting, wilted eggplant, following obediently behind. Only then did it realize the problem wasn't its lack of effort. Its trainer was simply a monster who hadn't even been running seriously before. That realization left the newly evolved Combuskin feeling frustrated. Pokémon, Combuskin. Gender, male. Ability, speed boost. Aptitude, red. Individual values, HP, 20, /attack, 31, /SPATK, 31, /defense, 14, /SPDef, 13, /speed, 31. Level, 21-25. Moves, Ember, Peck, Quick Attack, Flame Charge, Sand Attack, Aerial Ace, Night Slash, Brick Break, Dig, Agility, Detect, Flamethrower. Happiness, 80. Emotional Note, 10, Tricked, can't outrun him, just can't, my barbecue feast, don't leave me. Alright, don't be angry, Hayashi Kaede said with a laugh, looking at Combuskin's sulky face. It was quite the unique Pokémon. Most of his partners became noticeably larger than average after evolving, but Combuskin was an exception. Perhaps its speed boost ability and all those daily morning runs had kept its frame lean. Standing at about 1.1 meters tall, it was only slightly bigger than an average Combuskin, but its body was compact and muscular, especially the well-toned muscles along its thighs. Combuskin. Combuskin gave its trainer a resentful glare, still sulking over the lost feast. And honestly, Hayashi Kaede couldn't blame it. After all, it had been looking forward to that barbecue for so long. Leading it out of the forest, Hayashi Kaede spotted the harvest of rice grains and suddenly had an idea. Combuskin, see that harvest over there? Once all the grains are gathered, I'll use the rice grain to brew some rice wine and then we'll have a barbecue feast. How's that sound? Combuskin. Really, trainer? Combuskin's eyes instantly brightened, and its happiness shot up. Of course, Hayashi Kaede said, rubbing the 3 feathers on its head with a grin. Consider it a reward for all your hard work these past days. And also, he smiled slyly. It's about time I introduced a new drink, maybe I'll even let Mew have a taste. Combuskin. Hearing that, Combuskin immediately beamed with joy. After all, its trainer had never once broken a promise. Chapter 93, Little Cook Gardevoir. Chapter 93. August 22nd. Hayashi Kaede had successfully bought the rice from Takagi-san. In the kitchen, the harvested rice had been sun-dried and hulled. It was now clean and pearly white. In the Pokémon world this was the most common staple, humans ate it, and food made from rice could also supply nutrition to Pokémon, though not as effectively as an energy block. Making rice wine was simple. Kaede stood in front of a large fermentation crock filled with freshly cooked rice, and Gardevoir floated beside him. He was teaching her how to make rice wine. He almost didn't want to admit it, but Kaede thought Gardevoir was becoming a little kitchen prodigy. She'd learned how to help make energy blocks, how to brew rice wine, and now how to prepare other dishes. She was amazing. After steaming, rinse the rice once with warm water. Do not use cold water. Let it cool slowly to room temperature. When it's at room temperature, add crushed koji and mix it evenly, then cover with plastic wrap and let it ferment naturally. Kaede explained and demonstrated. Gardevoir, she replied, nodding. Compared to energy blocks, this rice wine process was much easier. Alright, it'll finish fermenting in a day or two. Kaede put the big crock back under the counter, finished the next day's energy block batch with Gardevoir's help, and then went out to the pasture behind the barns. The flower seeds he'd planted 10 days ago had already formed a ring around the pasture behind the barn. Some buds hadn't opened yet, but many small blossoms were already swelling, and against the green grass the colors were bright. The 2 honey trees, sweet nectar trees, he'd planted had benefited from top-quality fertilizer. They'd grown 2 or 3 meters already and were dotted with small yellow flowers that gave off a sweet scent perfect for attracting combi. Looks like these will all be useful before the 28th, Kaede said, satisfied. He returned to the plantation and went to the pedia berry tree by the pond. Bright red vines bore fruit like blood peaches, smooth, glossy-skinned fruits the size of apples. S-rank pedia berry planted in energy-rich soil. When Pokémon eat it, it boosts special attack and can help reveal deeper potential in their latent abilities. Just looking at the S-rank berry, Kaede already imagined how powerful energy blocks made from them would be. Gardevoir, help me pick these. Gardevoir nodded. With telekinesis she floated every pedia berry to Kaede's feet. He stored them in a storage sphere. 52 pedia berry in total exactly. Servine? Servine asked curiously from behind. It remembered Kaede saying those fruits could affect it a lot when they were processed. Once the rice wine is ready, I'll make energy blocks from these fruits. Everyone will eat them together. Kaede patted Servine's head reassuringly. It was a pity Metapod wouldn't get to taste this batch it had recently evolved and couldn't eat for a while. Still, Metapod had been in its current form for over a week. In another week it would likely be ready to evolve again, and then they could take it to Bud Town. Servine replied and wasn't worried. Lately it again felt the stirrings of evolution. Whether to evolve or not was on its mind. If it evolved this time, it might reach 3 to 4 meters long, maybe longer. And if it evolved, it wouldn't have hands anymore, and wouldn't fit in the trainer's arms like it used to. That thought made it a little sad. Servine patted beside Kaede while he fed Melodic. Kaede noticed its mood and crouched so they were eye to eye. Something on your mind, Servine? He asked. Servine. I'm going to evolve. Ah. Kaede brightened. Evolving is a good thing. Your life stage and control over energy will grow a lot. Servine looked at its small hands. Worried about losing your hands? Kaede teased, taking Servine's little vines in his hands. You're already great with your vines. If you really miss hands, you can always ask me. My 2 hands are still here. They'll help you do things. He smiled. If you'd rather not evolve, I'll go buy an Everstone in town, but I'll also check on Alolan Vulpix. Kaede put down Servine's hands and walked back toward the breeding house. Left alone, Servine studied its small vine hands. No hands, would many things then depend on the trainer? Back inside, Kaede searched the rooms. Alolan Vulpix wasn't in its bed. In the breeding house he found Alolan Vulpix curled on the cake display like a fluffy ball, eyes sparkling at the Swirlix. Since the Swirlix moved in, Alolan Vulpix had come out of its newborn shyness and watched them with eager curiosity, sometimes nudging them with a paw to play. After a while the Alcremie even shared a bit of cream with Alolan Vulpix. Once, timidly, Vulpix had asked Kaede, "Can I lick them? They smell so nice." Kaede had laughed and firmly said no. When Kaede entered, Alolan Vulpix jumped from the counter and leapt into his arms, rubbing against him. At that moment Rotom flew in from outside and a Pidgey came with it. Rotom Rysan in the Tachyon district of Bud City ordered 1 defense energy block and 5 stamina energy blocks, Rotom reported. On it. Takagi Megami packed the order quickly. The Pidgey took off, wings beating the 20 Pidgey and Pidgeotto were now officially on the job. Kaede nodded with satisfaction. The breeding house was getting better and busier. Once the delivery training finished he planned to widen and repair the road at the town exit, a big job that would take time, so he wanted the delivery service running first, so locals could still buy energy blocks while the roadwork was scheduled later. Cradling Alolan Vulpix, Kaede headed toward his room. The road repairs could wait. The next 2 days were for preparing the promised barbecue for Combusken, and in a few days he'd go to Bud Town. So many things to do, and September would be busy. Chapter 94, SSS Level Energy Cube. Chapter 94. August 25th. The leisurely day passed quickly, and soon evening arrived. Same place, same barbecue. Hayashi Kaede had deliberately left an open space in the middle of the pasture, a spot meant for future gatherings and meals with his Pokémon. This time, however, there was one new addition to the menu, a drink. B-grade berry wine, a rice wine brewed from happy rice. Low alcohol content, safe even for children to drink. Dish Effect 1 Truth Serum. Those who become tipsy will instinctively speak their true thoughts and act on their genuine feelings. Dish Effect 2 Simian Boost. Simian-type Pokémon gain a 50% increase in attack power, and their fighting-type move damage is enhanced. 2 Dish Effects. The second was irrelevant, there were no Simian Pokémon here. But the first required caution. Hayashi Kaede poured a cup, took a small sip, confirmed that the alcohol content was below 10%, and then placed the bottle on the table without worry. Combusken. Combusken, seeing the table already loaded with grilled meat, couldn't help swallowing drool. It had been looking forward to this barbecue feast the most. After all, it had earned this meal through sheer effort and running. All right, everyone, let's dig in. Standing before the grill, watching the strips of pork belly sizzle and glisten with oil, Hayashi Kaede announced cheerfully. In truth, most of his Pokémon weren't particularly fond of grilled meat. Miltank, for instance, only cared about wild grass dumplings. Bounsweet and Al Creamy were indifferent as well, they preferred Miltank's milk and the berry salads Hayashi Kaede often made. He still didn't understand why fruit Pokémon liked eating fruit. Gardevoir wasn't into the meat either, it was far more interested in cold beverages. Having already tried every berry drink Kaede had ever made, it now liked to sip an iced drink whenever it had free time. Right now, it was the first to pick up the berry wine, floating gently in the air while taking small, elegant sips. Poplio, Melodic, and Snivy seemed to enjoy it too. But the ones who loved it most were Pidgeot and Combusken. Pidgeot, go call the Pidgey and Pidgeotto over, Hayashi Kaede said when he noticed Pidgeot glancing toward the pine trees where its kin were resting. At his word, Pidgeot spread its wings and soared upward. High above, the invisible Mew was pacing anxiously in midair, tempted by the irresistible aroma rising from below. It had been staying here for days, eating only the energy cubes Kaede placed in the breeding house and sometimes the ones meant for the Pidgey. Once, it had even stolen Miltank's wild grass dumplings from the barn, and that fragrance had been unforgettable ever since. Miltank had even complained to Kaede afterward, saying that some mysterious Pokémon had been stealing their food recently. That was the difference between his meals and his cubes. When Kaede cooked for his own Pokémon, he poured his heart into every dish. The daily energy cubes stocked in the breeding house, however, were mass-produced by him and Gardevoir together. Even so, they always sold out quickly. Still, so fragrant. So fragrant. The aroma teased Mew's nose until it could hardly stand it anymore. The little pink cat's tail twitched as it considered whether to fly down and sneak a bite. But then, hearing Kaede tell Pidgeot to invite the Pidgey, Mew's eyes lit up. Its form shimmered, and in a flash, it transformed into a Pidgey, following right behind. When all the Pidgey and Pidgeotto gathered, Hayashi Kaede took out a fresh batch of energy cubes. After asking Gardevoir to keep an eye on the grill, he placed a cube before each Pokémon. SSS Grade Ability Development Energy Cubes made from premium gallon berries. Carefully blended with multiple rare berries to bring out their full effects. Long-term consumption strengthens a Pokémon's innate ability and enhances special attack. Dish Effect 1 After first consumption, the Pokémon's ability power is boosted by 50%, and it becomes immune to debuffs caused by abilities for 60 minutes. Dish Effect 2 Dragon-type Pokémon gain a significant bonus to stat-boosting moves after first consumption. Dish Effect 3 Fire-type Pokémon with the Blaze ability experience triple the normal Blaze boost when HP is low and fighting spirit peaks. Dish Effect 4 Accelerated Healing. Long-term use accelerates recovery from injuries and may repair congenital or long-term damage. 4 Powerful Effects. Without a doubt, this was the best energy cube Hayashi Kaede could currently produce. The Gallon Berry cube placed before Poplio was a special version crafted with Gallon Berry together with the finest Oran and citrus berries. Because of that, its dish effects were slightly different. He had spent the entire morning running trials and adjustments for this one. But if it could truly heal Poplio's congenital condition, every minute was worth it. Servine, having just finished a skewer of grilled meat, eyed the cube curiously, picked one up, and popped it into its mouth. Instantly, a wave of heat surged through its body, as though something deep inside was awakening. Instinctively, it grabbed a cup of iced berry wine to cool off. But the moment it drank, the energy inside grew even hotter. Its head began to feel light and dizzy. Servine. Chapter 95, Servine Want Hugs. Chapter 95. Kaede finished placing all the energy cubes, then finally turned his attention to Poplio. Poplio. Poplio swallowed the cube and felt a warm current wash through its body. Where it had once felt heavy and dull from its innate shortcomings, strength and steadiness began to return under that warmth. It looked up at Kaede in surprise. I told you this will fix your aptitude problem. I'll make sure you can evolve. Kaede crouched and patted Poplio's head gently. Poplio. Feeling the warm current and seeing the trainer's gentle face, tears immediately welled up. Poplio flung itself into Kaede's arms and began to sob uncontrollably. Poplio. Wah! All right, it's okay, Kaede said, a little choked up, hugging the little sea seal. It made sense why Poplio would be upset. It had been discarded for poor aptitude, picked up by Gardevoir, then brought to Kaede. Watching Combusken and the others grow and evolve would naturally make it feel down. It'll be fine. It'll get better, slowly. After comforting Poplio, Kaede checked its status. Pokémon, Poplio. Gender, female. Ability, Torrent. Tier, Green. IVs, HP, 14, ATK, 8, SPA, 17, Def, 19, SPD, 19, SPD, 4. Level, 12-14. Moves, Pound, Growl, Water Gun, Icy Wind. Friendship, 90, Really likes you. Happiness, 90, Intense emotion. Compared with before, its IVs had clearly improved and its tier had been raised from white to green. 1 Pedia berry plus other berries could produce roughly 1 energy cube, worth 50 credits. Given the restorative nature of this recipe, the cost made sense. Take your time. With this, Poplio will evolve sooner or later. Telling Poplio to enjoy whatever it liked, Kaede returned to the grill. Behind him, Servine was enjoying the new drink. Alternating bites of yakitori with sips of rice wine kept it satisfied. But soon it started to feel odd, its head went fuzzy and it found itself staring at Kaede. Without thinking, it picked up another cup of rice wine and shuffled over. Vulpix slurped a little rice wine and glanced at Servine with concern. It felt that Servine was off, but didn't know what exactly. Up above, Gardevoir watched Servine through telepathy and looked thoughtfully at the cup in her hands. Would the rice wine's truth effect change how hearts were spoken? Servine tugged at Kaede's clothes. Kaede glanced down, ready to ask, "What's up?" and froze. Servine's walk was unsteady, its body wobbling. Its eyes were half closed and its cheeks flushed pink. The cool aloofness it normally carried had melted into a sticky, clingy manner. Swigging the cup to the bottom, Servine set it down, looked at Kaede with a slightly plaintive expression, then spread its small forelimbs as if to beg, "Servine. Hug me, you haven't hugged me in ages, and curled its tail around Kaed's leg like a koala. Kaed glanced at the half-empty water bottle of rice wine left on the table. If the bottle was 500 ml, Servine had drunk about 250 ml, essentially half a beer's worth. And it was already tipsy. Servine. Is it because I got big after evolving? You don't like hugging me anymore. It sniffed. Clinging and purring like a spoiled child, Servine made Kaed sigh. He handed the grill duties back to Gardevoir and picked up Servine like a big kid. All right, come here, come here. Hugs. He was amused and secretly tempted to record this to show Servine later. It would be entertaining to see how embarrassed it'd be when it woke up. Half a bottle of rice wine and out cold, even Vulpix and the Spritzy-type friends hadn't been that beaten. Lightweight, indeed. Servine. Are you being a good Vulpix? You are the best. Servine. Gardevoir helps a lot. I want to help you too. When you evolve, you'll be even stronger. Servine. Then I'll evolve quickly. Servine? You must be the one to hug me first, okay, trainer. I know. Servine. I love the trainer the most. System congratulations, Servine's affection reached 100. Reward, SSS grade leaf stone, a pure stone condensed from supreme grass energy. For some Pokémon it can elevate genes and reverse aptitude limits. Kaed couldn't stop smiling as he watched Servine still curled around him in sleep. That Tsundere had far more inner drama than he'd expected. He'd need to talk to it more. Carrying the sleeping Servine back to the hut, Kaed glanced at the others. They looked over, then lowered their heads and quietly resumed eating. He privately mourned the embarrassment Servine would feel when it woke. The contrast was funny. The big sister Servine, who normally acted aloof and commanding, had a surprisingly soft, childish side. I'll put it to bed, Kaed said, handing Servine into Gardevoir's care and tucking it in the wooden hut. Watching Servine's flushed, sleeping face, Kaed remembered the first time he'd met the little Snivy, shy, blushing, peeking from behind the fruit tree. The memory made him laugh. Servine had always been cute after all, he murmured. He suspected that once the rice wine's truth effect wore off, Servine's true cool nature would return, but for tonight, the truth-telling drink had shown another side. TSL note, there are 150 advanced chapters available in Patreon. Read ahead and support me in Patreon. Latest chapter is chapter 245. Chapter 96, Plant some catnip for the cat? Alright, from now on, everyone can only drink half a bottle of berry wine at most. No more, understand? This was the first thing Hayashi Kaede said after coming out of the breeding house. He glanced up at Gardevoir and added, except for Gardevoir. As a psychic-type Pokémon, it basically wouldn't get drunk unless it wanted to. The other Pokémon, having regained their senses, nodded one after another. Milk tank, understood. Al creamy. So scary. It became like this after drinking berry wine. Vulpix. Ruined, image ruined. Why? Combustion. Yummy, yummy, love eating this. Bounds sweet. Pidgey. The Pidgey on the ground looked at Hayashi Kaede walking out again, then glanced at the berry wine on the table, feeling tempted. As staff of the plantation, their treatment was practically the same as Hayashi Kaede's own Pokémon. Barbecue, energy cubes, and various drinks were all available in abundance. But ordinary Pidgey and Pidgeotto seemed only interested in the barbecue and energy cubes, not the drinks on the table. This left the Pidgey conflicted. However, it then lifted its head to look at Hayashi Kaede, who was walking over with a cup of berry wine. Hayashi Kaede looked down at the Pidgey with a smile. What? You want to try some berry wine too? Pidgey. The Pidgey glanced at its fellow Pokémon around them. They were all diligently working on the barbecue. Would it be improper to nod? But not taking a sip left it itching with curiosity. Better to just have a taste. The Pidgey thought so inwardly. Then nodded. All right then. Hayashi Kaede didn't waste words, bringing the berry wine right in front of it, while thinking to himself. Mewtwo. Mew. Logically, both are feline Pokémon. So what do feline Pokémon like most? Catnip. If he wanted to win the favor of these two Pokémon, food actually became secondary. Next time, he could mix a little catnip into the food. See if Mew likes it. If it does, then plant some catnip in this garden. Wow! I'm so clever! Thinking about potentially getting to pet Mew, Hayashi Kaede got excited. The rare candies would have a great effect on Gardevoir too. Pidgey, tasty! The Pidgey that drank the berry wine didn't hesitate to give its evaluation. But then it became conflicted again. Because on this trip, it had left the World Tree with a mission. To find the Pokémon that shared its genes. But now, its heart was captivated by this place. Stay one more day? Just one more day? Leave after eating tomorrow? The Pidgey thought to itself. The feast soon ended. Aside from Servine, no other incidents occurred. Pidgeot led its flock of Pidgeotto and Pidgey back to their tree. All the Pokémon had returned to their proper places. After cleaning up the aftermath, Hayashi Kaede looked at Gardevoir. It had drunk several bottles of berry wine but showed no signs of dizziness, seeming no different from usual. Gardevoir. All right, you can go now. It was nighttime, so Hayashi Kaede didn't keep it. After it left, he returned to the breeding house. The Alcremie were already asleep. Servine, still drunk, hadn't woken up. Only Alolan Vulpix was still blinking, waiting for Hayashi Kaede to return, though it was clear that even with just a little berry wine, it was extremely sleepy. If you're sleepy, just go to sleep. No need to wait for me. He stroked Alolan Vulpix's fur. It yawned, nodded, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Phew! After washing up in the bathroom, Hayashi Kaede walked to the wooden house. Looking at the peacefully sleeping Snivy, he activated Eye of Exploration. Pokémon, Servine. Gender, female. Ability, Contrary, plus. Potential, Gold. IVs, HP, 27 plus 2, Attack, 22 plus 1, SPATK, 28 plus 2, Defense, 27 plus 1, SPDef, 24 plus 2, Speed, 31 plus 3. Level, 34 to 37. Moves, Vine Whip, Leech Seed, Glare. Friendship, 100, you are its emotional anchor. Happiness, 80, very happy. When he saw the friendship had reached 100, Hayashi Kaede suddenly smiled and shook his head. He had originally wondered where this child's emotional knot was. Turns out, it was too tsundere to speak its mind. The truth-telling effect of the berry wine he made this time coincidentally hit the mark. Contrary has a plus now. Does that mean it's more effective than the usual contrary? Looking at the stats, Hayashi Kaede pondered. Combustion Super Acceleration made its speed soar to another level every time it used Quick Attack. He'd looked it up online, this increase was much faster than a typical speed boost combustion. Roughly 1.8 to 2 times faster. The description of the previous Gonlin Berry Energy Cube Dish effect was, 50% increase on first consumption, followed by gradual ability development. So, does Snivy's SPATK increase by 1.5 times the usual amount after using Leaf Storm now? Hayashi Kaede murmured, need to find a chance to test it. The plantation owner in Budo Town mentioned holding a battle tournament with many skilled trainers on August 28th. Gathering his thoughts, he suddenly felt curious about whether Servine would remember today's events when it woke up tomorrow. If it could recall. He couldn't help but want to see its reaction. Shaking his head to calm his mood, Hayashi Kaede lay gently on the bed and began checking today's system rewards. August 25. SSS Grade Leaf Stone, X1. Rare Candy, X2. Premium Golden Fertilizer, X5. Gonlin Berry, X18. Mid-Grade Gonlin Berry, X5. Chapter 97, Koli Phone Call. Chapter 97. August 26. After buying mint seeds from Aogiri City and planting them in the garden, Hayashi could squeeze fresh milk from Miltank before returning to his room. But when he looked toward the still quiet treehouse, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Hey? Still not up yet? He checked the time. 9:25 a.m. Normally, Servine would be up around 7 in the morning on a regular day. Could it be a hangover? Kaede didn't think much of it and decided to check if Combuskin was back yet. Yesterday's barbecue feast seemed to have had a bit of an influence for his sleep. According to Combuskin, it had gone to bed very late, then rushed out for a run first thing in the morning. When Kaede arrived at the plantation, he saw Combuskin was indeed back. Although it was slightly out of breath, it was bursting with energy, so there was nothing to worry about. Since Servine was still sleeping, Kaede decided to use his Viridian power to nourish the plantation's plants. But when the sun was hanging high at noon, nearing 12 o'clock, Kaede began to find the situation strange. By this point, if Servine still hadn't come out, it was clear she was awake, but refusing to show herself. He walked to the front of the treehouse and knocked on the roof. There was no movement from inside. "Servine," he called. A faint rustle came from within, but Servine still didn't step outside. Kaede chuckled. "It's already midday. If you still won't come out, are you planning to hide in there for the rest of your life?" Silence. "If you won't come out, I'll come in." He carefully peeked his head into the treehouse. It was dim inside. Even though the structure backed against the wall and had a fairly large window, the curtains were tightly drawn. Below lay a soft bedding. A small, blurry silhouette was tucked beneath the curtain. "Servine." "Sir, Vine." Through the curtain, Servine could see her trainer's shadow, but right now, she simply didn't dare to face him. The moment she woke up, memories of yesterday's drunken antics came flooding back. Her mind instantly went blank, then came waves of embarrassment, heat, and restlessness all tangled together. She had no idea how to face her trainer or all the Pokémon in the plantation. Not even hunger will bring you out. Kaede bent slightly, reached for the curtain, and felt a small resistance. It wasn't strong. With a little tug, the curtain came open. Behind it, Servine sat there, fidgeting, staring up at Kaede. "Servine." Seeing her like this, Kaede smiled. "Come on, let's go. Alolan Vulpix has been worried about you." "Servine." Servine shook her head, unsure how to face her trainer. She hesitated, murmuring, "Servine. Yesterday. Yesterday? Did something happen yesterday?" Kaede raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you just get drunk and fall asleep? I even carried you to the treehouse myself." "Servine." Servine froze. Kaede teased, "What? Should I carry you out now too?" Servine. "No, I'll go on my own." She instinctively shook her head, but the next thing she knew, she was being lifted up. She struggled for a moment. 2 vine whips flicked out, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to use any real force, letting them retract. She could never bear to be rough with her trainer. And besides, here in the treehouse, no one else could see. Leaning on him like this wasn't so bad. "Servine." She rested her head on Kaede's shoulder and closed her eyes. Unfortunately for her, once Kaede carried her out of the treehouse, he set her gently down on the ground. "All right. Remember to eat something. This is an important time, so don't go hungry." Kaede gave a quick reminder and headed back to the plantation. He knew that with Servine awake, too much attention would only make her feel more self-conscious. It was unrealistic to expect her to suddenly become clingy like a Alolan Vulpix. Servine. Got it. Her eyes sparkled as she nodded. She began to think about how she'd face the other Pokémon later. Smart as she was, Servine of course realized her trainer was lying. Last night's events had been far too vivid to be a dream. The sneaky trainer had only said that to coax her out. Afternoon. The Servine who had worried Melodic and the others finally emerged from her room. Her expression was as calm as usual, tending to the plantation's crops, using grassy terrain to boost their growth, calling on Melodic to water them at the right times. Melodic never questioned it. Servine was the plantation's only grass-type Pokémon, the best at sensing plant health. And with Melodic's gentle temperament, Servine's help ensured the orchard trees grew even better. Of course, besides Kaede himself. Alolan Vulpix finally sighed in relief, then bounded over to Servine. In her eyes, Servine was always that cool, capable figure who could help her trainer with so much, someone to look up to. But for some reason, the scene from yesterday kept replaying in her mind. Perhaps when she grew up, she'd understand that no Pokémon was always cool, it was just a face they showed to the world. Evening. Kaede picked up his phone, set the Alcremie into individual bowls, and placed them on the bed. The little ones looked at him expectantly. Alcremie. Their trainer had promised that tonight, they'd have a call with Coley. Though they liked it here, they still missed her. Once everything was ready, Kaede looked up at Rotom flying in the air. Rotom, help me connect with Coley Kanto region number. He had gotten her contact from a video. Under one of Alcremie's clips, she had commented, Alcremie, looks like you all really like it there. Kaede had stumbled upon the comment by chance, and instantly recognized her identity. After all, these Alcremie's pet name was Baby Frost, the baby added because they were the youngest batch in the old dessert shop, needing special care. During their chat, Coley had admitted with a wry smile. I was originally just going to watch the videos, but after seeing them so happy in just one day, I felt a bit off, and couldn't help leaving that comment. Kaede had replied, ha ha ha, don't tell me you're jealous. He'd even added a dog head emoji to show he was joking. She later said, maybe. But seeing them happy is what matters. I wasn't wrong, you're a good shop owner. Sorry, I shouldn't have interfered, but I couldn't help it when you found me. Roto got it, master. Rotom quickly connected the call. On the projected virtual screen, Coley appeared, and when she saw the expectant faces of the Alcremie, she smiled. Alcremie, Coley. Coley. Alcremie. The new shop owner is nice, we all like him. The Alcremie waved at her from the screen. It is good to see you little guys doing well. You have to listen to your shop owner, okay? Don't be too naughty. Chapter 98, Servine Evolution. Chapter 98. August 27th. 5:30 p.m. The small town cooled comfortably as sunset approached. The weather was mild, a gentle evening breeze brought relief to the last villagers finishing the rice harvest. The harvested paddies were bare now, only neat stubble and rows of haystacks left, to be burned and turned into fertilizer come the dry days of autumn. A few Rattata popped up now and then from the fields, scavenging for leftover grains. Once the harvest is done, people generally leave the paddies alone. Lately, for some reason, a flock of Pidgeotto had taken to perching along the field edges, and a single Pidgeot as well, but those Pidgeotto and that Pidgeot didn't seem interested in the nearby Rattata. That was why the little Rattata felt bold enough to snatch grains across the paddy. They weren't without competition, though. A greedy Centaurette had come out of Aogiri forest, the sort that hoards. The Centaurette popped out of a haystack, grabbed a stalk of rice, and darted off, stuffing the kernels into its mouth like it was afraid someone would steal them. Several Rattata bared their front teeth and lunged, they wouldn't allow another Pokémon to steal their rice. But the Centaurette just dove back into the haystack with its prize and vanished. Outnumbered, the Rattata had no choice but to withdraw. Some time ago, the once bare field ridges had been planted with 2 bright bands of flowers, a strip of blossoms like vivid ribbons laid across the orange-gold embankments. Every bloom was gorgeous in its own way, as if each wanted to be the queen of the flowers, none would give ground to another. Hayashi Kaede was picking flowers among them now. Tomorrow was the trip to Wineberry Town, today he needed to gather the flowers. He didn't need many, one of each species would do, then store them in a storage sphere. After finishing, he didn't linger. He returned to the farm and collected some blossoms from the 2 bound sweet trees as well. Looking over the Pokémon that were present, he asked, "Tomorrow I'm heading out with Pidgeot, there might be a battle tournament. Anyone want to go?" Combusken. The first to speak up was Combusken. Its eyes lit up. Combusken. Me. 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 After practicing quick attack so long, even though it couldn't outrun its trainer, it couldn't wait to spar with other Pokémon. All right. Hayashi Kaede nodded. No objections, anyone who wanted to go could. Servine. The Servine blinked at him. Okay, I'll bring you. Kaede grinned. Servine was just about ready to evolve, a battle might even trigger it. Anyone else? Kaede looked around. Bounsweet shook its little head from its perch in the tree, Poplio stayed hidden and quiet. He checked Melodic. Melodic, I won't go. It remembered the match at that ranch and still felt nervous. Vulpix. The Alolan Vulpix nudged Kaed's pant leg. Since it hatched, it had never been out of the farm. Gardevoir. Floating overhead, where are you going? Gardevoir asked. Budo town is a little over 100 kilometers, not too far. Kaede explained. Seeing Gardevoir's curious expression, he added, "You want to come too?" Even better. With Gardevoir's teleportation, Kaede could be at Budo town and back in short order. With Gardevoir backing him, the tournament would be well within his grasp unless some champion got bored and decided to visit sleepy Aogiri town. Gardevoir. Okay. Gardevoir nodded. 100 kilometers was somewhat far, it felt a little concerned. Kaede brightened. That's great. He turned to the rest. That's settled. I shouldn't be gone long. I'll prepare tomorrow's food tonight. Tomorrow whom? He paused, thinking. He'd assumed Gardevoir would stay home and distribute the rations, but now that Gardevoir wanted to come, plans needed changing. Multank wouldn't be a problem, milk them and leave the grass dumplings, that would last a day. Melodic likewise. Metapod would be fine. He was worried more about Bounsweet, Poplio, and the Alcremie, they hadn't been at the farm long. Poplio, we'll take care of ourselves. Bounsweet, there's food in the fridge. The 2 Pokémon seemed to sense Kaed's worry and reassured him. With so many tree fruits on the farm, they could pick and eat if hungry. Kaede smiled. All right then. I'll bring the 2 of you with me. You don't have to battle, just come play. The pair exchanged glances and lit up with delight. Bounsweet? Yes. Poplio? Yes. As for the Alcremie, he'd ask Takagi Megami to look after them tomorrow. With all the Pokémon settled, Kaede felt a weight lift from his shoulders. At that moment, in the orange glow of the sunset, a white light shone nearby. Following it, Kaede realized it was Servine, and at that very moment, it began to evolve. Chapter 99, Bud Town. Chapter 99. August 28. After finishing everything in the orchard, packing the plants to bring to Bud Town, and loading up a variety of energy blocks, Hayashi Kaede looked to Gardevoir. Since Gardevoir was willing to go, Pidgeot would have to stay behind to watch the orchard. He always felt uneasy leaving the orchard without at least one capable Pokémon guarding it. Gardevoir. Gardevoir rested a hand on Kaed's shoulder, in the next instant it shimmered away. Behind him, a Pidgeotto cloaked itself and also vanished. Grapevine Town. Unlike the sparsely populated Aogiri town, Bud Town buzzed with life. There were thousands of households here. Where populations concentrate, industries supporting Pokémon hospitals, nurseries, gyms flourish. But Bud Town's pride was wine. On the western slopes of the town there was a huge orchard, and at this time of year the whole town smelled of fruit. The orchard's owner hosted an actual Defend the Post style competition, and the festival drew folks from all over. The defending window ran from 2:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m., 2 hours total. The rule was simple: whoever stayed on the platform the longest won. Up to 3 Pokémon could be used to defend or challenge. There were 3 arenas, and the prizes were generous. The winner got a tenth of that orchard's grape harvest revenue. The orchard spanned 2 hills and more than 100 acres. The prize money always ran into 7 figures. No wonder the event brought trainers flocking. As Kaede listened to Rotom describing Bud Town, he felt inspired. 20 years ago this place was only about 100 households. Now look, a real town. Shows you, build a gym, run contests, and the strong trainers will come. He mused. He was carrying a small, white fox in his arms, snooping its head out curiously as they approached. Gardevoir pale dress and blue hair drew attention wherever it drifted. Shiny Gardevoir? I've only seen one online. People whispered. Look how young the trainer is. Makes me jealous. Don't remind me. I hatched a male Ralts and couldn't get a Gardevoir, had to evolve it into Gallade. Not just the Gardevoir, look at that Vulpix. An Alolan Vulpix. I want to pet it so badly. Alolan Vulpix's little nose twitched. It didn't feel shy in the crowd. When it saw some candied fruit on a stall, it drooled and begged Kaede for some. Kaede took a bite and shrugged. I'll make you a better one when we get back. Street snacks won't beat what he cooks at home. Let's go to the grape orchard, he said. Gardevoir placed a hand on him and blinked. The world around them shifted. They stood on a clearing atop the hill. Stalls ringed the area, each displaying fruits or seedlings. Orchard owners were setting up, pulling things from their storage spheres and preparing to sell. Most growers specialize in one kind of fruit and showcase it here. At the center was the biggest stall, shaded by a grass awning. Barrels gave off rich wine aromas. Nearby a slim woman in a straw hat, about 50 or so, was greeting other orchard owners energetically. A wooden sign read "Wineberry Wine." Beyond, the grapevines still held a lot of berry even after some harvests. Kaede walked up to the woman. Hello. Oh, the woman said. She'd already noticed them. It wasn't every day a young trainer with a shiny Gardevoir and an Alolan Vulpix showed up. At first she assumed he was a challenger. When Kaede explained, she brightened. You must be Anushko, Kaede said. I'm from Aogiri Town's orchard. I got your letter. Anushko blinked in surprise. She looked Kaede over, then at Gardevoir and the Alolan Vulpix. A vineyard manager with those Pokémon? It was unusual. Orchard owners typically kept grass or ground types to help with planting and tilling, but then her expression softened with recognition. Aogiri, that name rings a bell. You want some combi, right? Do you have the flowers? She asked. Kaede nodded and produced the flowers from his storage sphere. Anushko inspected one bloom and smiled. These are good, no need to second guess. They'll please the combi. At noon I'll take you to the hives. In the meantime, pick a spot and set up a stall to promote your orchard. Chapter 100, Setting up a stall. Chapter 100. Ah! Hayashi Kaede blinked, a little surprised. Judging by the neat handwriting on the envelope, he'd expected the Wineberry orchard owner to be a stern, non-nonsense person. He hadn't expected someone so easygoing. Anushko must have noticed his confusion. She smiled. Your flowers are lovely, bright, fragrant. From appearance and scent, I can tell they're top quality. No need to overthink it. Thank you. Kaede replied. Since they'd passed inspection, he didn't push the matter further. He glanced at the open barrels of wine, one of them gave off a rich, mellow aroma. "How are the Grupa berries priced?" he asked. He wanted to try brewing some of this Grupa berry wine himself. Grupa berry? At wholesale this season it's 13 per kg. The wine sells for 51 per kg. Kaede didn't hesitate, he bought the roughly 100 kg sitting on the stall. Wineberry fruit is like a grape but a touch larger, it's a favorite snack for Pokémon that like sweet and tart flavors. Inushko cocked her head. "You're buying so many to brew? Why not just buy the wine directly?" "Ahem," Kaede said. "Mostly I want to try my hand at it." He wouldn't tell her he actually thought her wine was excellent. Inushko laughed. "There are still berries on the vines. If you really can brew a wine you like, you should enter the Defend the Post contest. If you win, 1/30 of this orchard's Grupa berry harvest will be your prize." She glanced at Gardevoir at Kaede's side. "With that there, you've got a chance." Kaede's eyes lit up and he nodded eagerly. "Yes, yes." He didn't keep bothering her, instead he looked around for a spot, laid out a cloth, and set up his own stall, taking out the plants and foods he'd brought. Because he'd prepared for this trip for some time, he'd brought a lot: basic energy blocks, bound sweets, fruit juice drinks, rice wine, and a number of tree fruit salads. Mostly he wanted to see if he could make the nursery's name spread a little. Seeing other stalls with Pokémon advertising their wares, Kaede summoned some of his own Pokémon, Bounsweet and Surprier among them. Bounsweet demonstrated the juice, Surprier the evolved form of Servine-handled presentation. "Surprier," Kaede instructed. "Use grassy terrain to dress this area up a bit." "Surprier," the serpent seemed to reply. Surprier coiled near the stall and spread its long body into a triangular display, and bright green grass sprouted around it like a lush carpet. The evolved serpent measured well over 5 meters, its proportions were elegant, sleek where it should be, subtly plump where it should be, deep green on its back and a fresh emerald on its belly with pale yellow striping. Its mouth set in a slight line, eyes looking down with a regal air. Kaede sat on the grass mat, asked Surprier to lean in a little more, and curled up against its belly with Alolan Vulpix and Bounsweet in his arms. He had to admit Surprier after evolution was far softer than Servine had been. Leaning against it felt almost like sitting in a recliner. Its personality seemed slightly altered as well. Kaede suspected he'd learn more about those changes as they spent time together. It was still early and mountain traffic was light, but anyone who walked up soon found themselves drawn to Kaede's stall. He didn't need to shout like the other growers. The combination of Surprier, Gardevoir, and the green carpet did the work for him. Within minutes his first customer arrived. A young woman with a Prinplup by her side dressed in travel-ready shorts and a white t-shirt stopped and stared. "Did you raise all these Pokémon yourself?" she asked, wide-eyed, looking at Surprier and Gardevoir. Kaede straightened slightly. "Of course." She hesitated. Surprier and Gardevoir both had a cool, distant look, and the energy blocks were a little pricey. Her gaze fell instead on Alolan Vulpix in Kaede's arms and on Bounsweet. "If I buy an energy block, can I pet Vulpix and Bounsweet?" "Bounsweet?" the small Bounsweet piped up. "Alolan Vulpix," the Alolan Vulpix made a soft sound. Bounsweet tucked deeper into Kaede's arms, shy. Alolan Vulpix pointed at the energy blocks on the table and blinked. The meaning was obvious: buy one and you can pet them. Kaede felt a bit embarrassed. You can see for yourself." The girl's eyes shone. "So cute." She paid immediately, grabbed an energy block, tossed it to her Prinplup without hesitation, then crouched to reach out and pet Alolan Vulpix. The Vulpix bounded into her hands with a little delighted sound. "Alolan Vulpix, so soft." She sighed happily. Prinplup watched its trainer, a little embarrassed at being left out. It tugged at her pants, got no response, and accepted an energy block Kaede offered instead. "Prinplup, it said after the first bite. Its eyes went bright. It looked at the trainer holding Alolan Vulpix, then at the display of energy blocks, and called eagerly. "What's up, Prinplup?" the girl asked. Alolan Vulpix slipped back into Kaed's arms. "Prinplup! Prinplup!" it kept chirping. "I want more! I want more! More!" The girl frowned. These things weren't cheap. She'd only bought one because Alolan Vulpix was so adorable. But it seemed the energy block worked. The Prinplup wanted more. "Bounsweet!" Bounsweet winked and pawed at the girl's thigh, bright sky blue eyes full of mischief. She couldn't resist. She bought 5 more blocks on impulse. As she left, she sighed to Kaed, "Ugh, I'll be eating instant noodles all month." Kaed just smiled. Eating instant noodles for a month so that a Prinplup could raise its special attack a bit? Worth it. Chapter 101, Selling Goods. Chapter 101. Vulpix. Seeing 6 energy blocks sold, Alolan Vulpix lifted its head proudly and looked at Hayashi Kaede like it was begging, "Praise me, praise me." All right, Vulpix is amazing." Kaede rubbed its belly, then warned with a smile, "But don't be too forward later, okay? If every buyer reaches out to pet you, you'll get rubbed bald." "Vulpix." The little Vulpix froze, then wore a thoughtful expression as if pondering Kaed's words. After a moment it cocked its head, troubled. It realized he might be right. Kaed laughed, pulled a cardboard sign from a storage ball and wrote in bold letters, "Aogiri Breeding House," then set it aside. He glanced at Gardevoir, scooted over, and invited, "Come, you sit here too." He was sitting with Bounsweet and Alolan Vulpix in his arms while Gardevoir stood, and it looked awkward. "Gardevoir." Gardevoir nodded and sat beside him without fuss. For a heartbeat Kaed thought the scene was picturesque. Among the bustling crowd he held Bounsweet and Alolan Vulpix. Gardevoir sat at his side, Sir Prior leaning against him, and neatly arranged the berries and energy blocks before them. "Rotom, take a photo for us, will you?" Kaed asked. "Rotom." Rotom buzzed cheerfully, hovered forward, and snapped the picture. Kaed checked it exactly as he hoped. Gardevoir sat calm and elegant, Sir Prior looked lofty overhead, and the 2 little ones in his arms were perfectly contrasted, one shy, one bright and cute. "Nice," Kaed said, satisfied. Rotom glowed as if smiling. People were arriving up the mountain in steady waves, so Kaed had to attend customers. Alolan Vulpix soon realized, even without showing off its looks, many people still came to the stall and asked prices. Kaed's setup was unique and drew attention. Questions popped up. "Boss, I get why your Multank milk is pricier, but are your Bounsweet juice and rice wine really this expensive?" "Yes, several hundred for a bottle of drink is steep." Kaed didn't argue. "They're a bit pricey, but these energy blocks are worth it." He laid out his advanced breeder certificate beside the stall. With the certificate and his clearly well-raised Pokémon on display, the crowd's confidence spiked. More people gathered to buy energy blocks and tree fruit salads. Still, no one showed interest in the juices or the rice wine. Bounsweet watched its own juice sit unsold and felt a little sad. It wanted to help the trainer earn money. Noticing Bounsweet's mood, Kaed planned to lower the juice price a bit. Then something amusing happened. A young couple arrived. Mid-argument, the girl was upset. The boy, eager to calm her, bought a cup of Bounsweet juice and handed it over. She sipped, her flushed face visibly softened and her voice quieted. The boy, delighted, bought a bottle of rice wine and had Alolan Vulpix add ice. After a few sips, an impulsive warmth rose in him. He hugged the girl and kissed her in front of the crowd. When they broke apart, her cheeks were rosy. She lightly thumped his chest but didn't seem truly angry. They hurried down the mountain together. Onlookers grew curious. "Boss, does your juice or rice wine have some special effect? Is that for real?" Kaed, surprised, answered, "The juice is Bounsweet fruit with a bit of sugar. Sweet-toothed folks might feel cheerier. The rice wine, maybe it gives people courage. He was making it up as he spoke. The rice wine's true culinary effect only triggers if someone drinks enough to get tipsy. Still, that boy got a little drunk after just a couple of sips, worse than Superior's tolerance, but he didn't finish the bottle. Word spread. Someone bought a bottle of juice, drank it, and said, "I feel so much better." Curious passers-by began buying, one after another. Before long, juice sales soared and sold out before noon. A juice company manager approached, asking about a long-term purchase to make the drink a product. Supermarkets and fruit buyers also reached out. Kaede had to decline. Turning the juice into a mass product would need huge quantities. Even soaking bound sweet all day wouldn't produce that much juice. Berries was even less feasible. The plantation's daily yield was strictly for the breeding house use. Nearby growers watched Kaede's crowd with envy, but on seeing Gardevoir and Superior they could only sigh. Who could compete with such striking Pokémon? By late morning Kaede's storage ball held just a few energy blocks. He packed up, recalled Superior and bound sweet, and headed toward the central area, satisfied with how the day had gone. Chapter 102, Combi. Chapter 102. It was already near noon. Even under the sun shelters the mountain felt a little stifling, and the crowds had begun to thin. When Hayashi Kaede approached, Inushko looked surprised. "Kid, I didn't expect the crops from your orchard to be so popular." She hadn't been watching him closely, but the cluster of people around his stall drew attention without any special effort. Kaede grinned. "Maybe the Pokémon are just too attractive. Hold on a moment, I'll put these barrels away and then take you to the apiary." Inushko nodded and began stashing the wine barrels into storage balls. Kaede couldn't help asking, "I noticed the growers who've set up stalls here don't seem to sell much. It'd be the same at the market down below. Why do they bother coming up the mountain instead of selling at the market?" A burly man with a thick beard was passing by at that moment, walking beside a nearly 3-meter-tall Macamp whose muscles bulged and veins stood out like cords. He stopped and explained, "Not like that, kid. This annual Bud Town Festival runs for about 3 days. The big crowds attract industries that buy up the local berry wine and berry fruit. Folks come here not to sell small amounts directly to customers, but to see whether any buyer will make a bulk offer on their berries." Kaede blinked and suddenly understood they were here to make deals. The burly man stepped closer, curiosity on his face. "You said you run the orchard in Aogiri? I've never heard of you." He was the stall holder beside Kaede, selling a kind of berry called peanut berry, a berry known for long-term effects that can toughen a fighting type's body. Thanks to the traffic around Kaede's stall, the man had still sold well. He'd even locked in a good deal with a company. "I only inherited my orchard from my father this year," Kaede answered. The burly man nodded, impressed. "No wonder. Growing this many varieties in a year, and you're a high-level breeder, too. Young folks these days are incredible." He grinned. "I saw your Pokémon earlier, they looked pretty strong. You entering the Defend the Post contest later?" Kaede nodded. 1/30th of the orchard's wineberry harvest as a prize. How much wine could he brew with that? Enough stock for the nursery for a long time. He didn't want to miss out. The burly man laughed and boasted, "All right. I'll enjoy the show. Let me show you my Macamp's strength. Be careful, that one's strong. We'll take first this year." He raised a hand and flexed his Macamp's biceps. "Young people should like muscle Pokémon. Look at my Macamp." Kaede forced a smile. He personally preferred Lucario or Blaziken, but he let the man boast. Nearby, Inushko finished packing the barrels and shot the man a warning, "Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Don't be surprised if the kid wins." The burly man ruffled his bald head and protested. He swore that if last year hadn't had a champion come through, he would have taken first. Then he strode off. Inushko shook her head and beckoned Kaede, "Kid, come with me." They walked down a winding path. Halfway down the mountainside they turned onto a small trail. A short walk later opened into another flat area. But this clearing was ringed with flowers in bloom. In the center stood a large wooden hut and many wooden crates. The air smelled of honey and petals. Combi! Combi! A swarm of Pokémon poured out of the crates as they approached. Small, hexagonal-bodied creatures hovered on translucent wings, their coloration near yellow. Each combi was really 3 little bees combined into one Pokémon, each with tiny black eyes and subtly different expressions. Clearly, the 3 bees that made up each combi had their own personalities, but combi were a loyal species. From birth they pledged their loyalty to a queen, the Vespican that ruled their hive. Kaede's eyes lit up. Combi, exactly what he'd come for. Combi! Combi! 2 of the combi that were nearest flew over to Anushka and blinked at her. She stroked one and said, "Every year other planters ask me for combi to help with pollination. But most berry blossoms don't last long. After the bloom they often end up with combi that have nothing to do. For a hard-working combi, long idleness makes them anxious. They think their queen no longer needs them and can fall into depression. That's why I require anyone who asks me for combi to plant flowers at least give them something to do." Kaede nodded. He'd learned this in school, but hearing it now still made him marvel. Pokémon could get depressed from idleness? With a garden as big as his, they wouldn't, and combi were really cute, small faces like 3 scoops of honey stacked together. In terms of sex, combi come in male and female. Only female combi can evolve into a Vespican. If your garden is large and you want a Vespican, I can give you a female combi. If it's small, you'll get a male. But I train all my combi, they can produce honey for you even without a Vespican. And if there's no queen, they'll treat you as their leader. Kaede was amazed. Really? Anushka nodded. Yes. The larger the garden, the faster their honey output. In that case, one combi can produce about 5 kg of honey a day. Tell me, how many flowers have you planted? Wait. Kaede said, turning to Rotom. Rotom, pull up photos of my garden and images of the Bluestone Trail. Chapter 103, So Many Flowers. Chapter 103. This many. The moment she saw the photos, Anushka's face showed astonishment. The photos were taken by Rotom flying high in the sky, mainly because the pasture behind the barn was too large, and only an aerial view could capture the full scene. The same was true for the photos of the areas on either side of the Bluestone Trail. Ahem! Hayashi Kaede coughed twice. Because he really had planted quite a lot. He hadn't thought too much about it when planting before, he just went ahead and planted. Once all the flowers bloomed, he hadn't expected it to look like this. Phew! You could support an entire colony of combi with this. I won't sell you that many, though. 5 at most. Hayashi Kaede's eyes lit up. Great, I'll take 5. The more of these honey-producing Pokémon, the better. And besides, combi are very automated Pokémon, they collect pollen to make honey and feed themselves. They don't need their queen to worry about them at all. You only need to leave them honey during rainy weather and winter. All right. Inu didn't say much more and led him towards the wooden house. The boxes outside were just temporary resting places for the combi, the real living quarters were inside. Inside the wooden house, there were many triangular shelves, and on these shelves were birds' nest-like wooden rooms. This was where the combi actually lived. Hayashi Kaede memorized the structure, planning to build one in his own barn later. When they stopped in front of one room, Inu motioned for him to wait, then went in alone. After 5 or 6 minutes, she came out holding 5 Pokeballs. Handing them to Hayashi Kaede one by one, she said softly, "These 5 little ones are the newest combi. They'll be able to gather honey for you once they're in a new place, so wait until you get home before letting them out." Is that so? Okay. Hayashi Kaede looked at the 5 Pokeballs in his hand with great curiosity. His eagerness to see them was temporarily suppressed by her words. but he still used his viridian power to sense the life inside. Once he sensed the warm life within, he smiled contentedly. This way, his plantation would have a new species of Pokémon. However, he didn't forget to ask about the price. How much? Inu, male combi are very cheap, only 6,000 Poke dollars each. For 5, that's 30,000. Hayashi Kaede nodded and immediately had Rotom transfer 30,000. This price was very reasonable because raising a combi, if properly fed and provided with flowers, was equivalent to having a Pokémon that permanently provided honey. Also, do you need a hive? I have spare hives here. Shufan pointed to the nests placed on the triangular shelves nearby. Hayashi Kaede's eyes lit up. Absolutely needed. Then I'll give you one as a gift. Shufan smiled and led him to one of the rooms. Upon entering, Hayashi Kaede found it filled with hives. So, with Shufan's permission, he picked the largest hive and stored it in a capsule. All right, child. The afternoon challenge matches will be held in the town square. Before that, if you need to rest, there are guest houses specifically for visitors at the foot of the mountain. Hayashi Kaede let Shufan's advice go in one ear and out the other. He then quickly bid her farewell and had Gardevoir teleport him directly back to his own garden. Was she kidding? Have him wait in Budo town for over 2 hours? That was enough time for him to go home, set up the hive, and see what the combi looked like. Inside the barn, Multank. The Multank were startled by Hayashi Kaede's sudden appearance, then all gathered around, calling out happily, Multank, dumplings, gone dumplings gone. Multank. All eaten, all eaten. You guys. Seeing this, Hayashi Kaede was taken aback. He remembered leaving enough wild grass dumplings for the Multank for the whole day before he left. But it was only noon now, and the wild grass dumplings were already finished. Looking at their bellies, each Multank's stomach was round and full. Clearly, they had already eaten the food meant for the afternoon. Hayashi Kaede didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I only left you for 1 day, and you ate this much. Multank. One Multank rubbed against Hayashi Kaede, its eyes full of longing. It meant it still wanted to eat in the afternoon. To this, Hayashi Kaede could only say helplessly, fine, wait a bit. Let me take care of something first, then I'll feed you. For Multank, eating a lot was actually quite good because the energy they consumed could turn into moo milk. As long as he milked them diligently, it wasn't a problem, and it could even improve the quality of the Multank's milk faster. By the way, once the new partners start producing honey, we should be able to change your flavor. Hayashi Kaede added. They could switch to a honey flavor. Multank. Multank. Hearing their trainer say this, the 3 Multank's eyes immediately lit up. Multank. Good, good. The Multank immediately fell into fantasies about the delicious food. Shaking his head, Hayashi Kaede stopped paying attention to them and quickly went to the junction between the garden and the barn. He placed 2 wooden planks on the barn's fence, set the hive on the planks, and finally took out those 5 poke balls. He released the combi one by one. Combi. Combi. The combi were a bit dazed at first upon emerging, then they saw Hayashi Kaede in front of them. He tried his best to smile gently, pointing outside the barn. See, that's where you'll gather honey from now on. Then he lifted the windbreak curtain so they could follow him out. The curious combi followed. When they saw the scene outside, their tiny eyes widened enormously. Combi. So many. Combi. So many flowers. Chapter 104, It's impossible for a person to be so unlucky. Chapter 104. The combi were dazzled by the sight, and their joy increased even more when they spotted the 2 trees nearby emitting the sweet scent of honey. So, are you satisfied? Hayashi Kaede stood behind them, speaking softly. Combi. Flowers, so fragrant. One combi turned to look at Hayashi Kaede first, then all the combi shifted their gaze to him. Their eyes gradually changed from clear to serious, as if pledging loyalty. They flew a circle around him. Then they looked at the flowers nearby, seemingly asking, "Can we start gathering honey now?" "Hey!" Hayashi Kaede nodded, a bit confused. Then he watched as they flew into the flower beds and began gathering honey. He sensed a feeling from the combi, "So many flowers, if we don't gather honey quickly, we'll never finish." So, hard-working. Watching the combi work so diligently, Hayashi Kaede felt an inexplicable sense of shame. His constant idea was to teach the Pokémon how to handle plantation tasks so he could do less work himself. Compared to the diligent combi, he was practically a slacker of a garden owner. He looked back. Sure enough, Gardevoir, with its psychic abilities, was already looking at him with a strange expression. It was probably thinking, "How can there be such a lazy trainer?" But actually, Gardevoir's thought was, "Such diligent combi should bring him quite a good income, right? He looks quite happy." Because in its view, while Hayashi Kaede tried his best to develop the breeding house better and better, he never neglected the feelings of the Pokémon. For every Pokémon that joined here, he would find ways to fulfill their wishes and solve their problems. He also prepared delicious food for them. Wasn't that already a very competent and hard-working trainer? So, this strange look was actually one of affection. After a moment of silence, Hayashi Kaede laughed awkwardly. "Ah ha ha ha! So useful, such diligent combi! Gardevoir, Gardevoir! Yes, very diligent combi!" Seeing Gardevoir just nod, Hayashi Kaede felt even more awkward. To dispel this embarrassment, he could only keep himself busy by removing part of the windbreak curtain to make it easier for the combi to come and go. Then he went to the kitchen, steamed the wild grass dumplings, called all the Pokémon out to feed them, and by the time he finished, it was almost 2 p.m. After feeding Melodic in the reservoir, Hayashi Kaede had Gardevoir teleport them back to Budo Town. Budo Town. Central Square. It was very spacious, a circular plaza. In the central area, there was a large arena made of hard marble. Rumor had it that the owner of the Gripa Berry Plantation, Inu, specifically built this plaza for Pokémon battles. But now, the central square was cordoned off. Only some trainers participating in the challenge matches stood inside, accompanied by various Pokémon. There were also specialized law enforcement officers maintaining order with their Arcanine. The area outside the central square was already crowded with people. In this world, Pokémon battles never lacked an audience. It was the most exciting kind of competition. But Hayashi Kaede's mood was calm, completely lacking the passion most trainers had during battles. Mainly because Gardevoir beside him gave him confidence. In a match where the outcome was already certain, all that remained was to enjoy the process. Signing up for the challenge matches was simple: show your professional trainer license. This was a certificate that could only be obtained during travels, requiring the challenger to have defeated 4 city-level gyms. Hayashi Kaede, of course, didn't have one. But he could still participate because there was another rule: having a Pokémon that had reached its final stage of a 3-stage evolution. Like Pidgey-Pidgeotto Pidgeot. A Pokémon that could evolve into Pidgeot could be the boss in most wild areas. The person in charge of inspection was the plantation owner, Inu. When she saw Hayashi Kaede and the Gardevoir beside him, she just smiled, said nothing, and let him into the square. Entering the square, Hayashi Kaede began observing the other trainers' Pokémon. Pidgeot, why does it feel less than half the size of my Pidgeot? Arbok, Weezing? Did this trainer come from Team Rocket? Alakazam, wow, the quality is so high. Looking around, the Pokémon everyone had released were basically all in their final stages. Hayashi Kaede couldn't help but sigh emotionally. This scale was no weaker than some specially organized provincial leagues. Kid, you actually came. The burly man who spoke with Hayashi Kaede at noon saw him enter and came over with a loud laugh, still accompanied by his Macamp. Hayashi Kaede smiled back, but before he could speak, the man continued, "What did you think after hearing what I said at noon? Interested in raising a muscular Pokémon?" As he spoke, he took a Pokeball from his belt and clicked it. A Pignite emerged. Similar to the Macamp, the Pignite, which should have been somewhat round, now had bulging muscles on its arms, clearly defined, and even a hint of ABS on its abdomen. Hayashi Kaede's eyelid twitched. It was clear he really loved muscular Pokémon. Hayashi Kaede politely declined. Ahem. I'll pass. I prefer fluffy Pokémon. What a pity, the man said regretfully, then laughed again. Don't worry, kid. Once you and Gardevoir see Macamp's strength, you'll understand how domineering it is to have a body full of muscles. Hayashi Kaede. Are you saying, a level 41 Macamp fighting in level 82 Gardevoir? Or do you want to train Gardevoir into muscular-like? Although it was true that Gardevoir could learn Ice Punch, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch. The man wanted to persuade Hayashi Kaede further, but just then, a sonic boom suddenly rang out in the sky above the square, making everyone instinctively look up. They only saw a yellow streak cut through the sky and leave Budo Town, which made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. This yellow streak was clearly an extremely powerful Pokémon. If it had really landed in Budo Town, there would probably be no hope for today's challenge matches. But Hayashi Kaede was stunned. Because this aura was very familiar to him. Phew. The man beside him also sighed in relief. Probably just a trainer passing by. No one can be that unlucky. Last year there was an Elite Four, this year another one. Until the next second. The sonic boom sounded again, and the figure flew straight down. Chapter 105, Conquering Dragonite. Chapter 105. Dragonite. The orange-yellow body and simple, honest face left no doubt the Pokémon that landed was a Dragonite. Dragonite? What are you doing here? Hayashi Kaede asked with a mix of novelty and surprise. Mewtwo's Dragonite should have left with Mewtwo long ago, right? Dragonite, it said it was going traveling and didn't need me to deliver letters for now, so I came to find you. Dragonite clearly explained the reason, then looked at Hayashi Kaede with eager eyes. Who would have thought that after Mewtwo released it, the first place it went was Dragonite Island? But after staying there for a while, it missed the taste of those energy cubes more and more. It even regretted why it had saved the last energy cube, only for Mewtwo to snatch it away. It should have eaten it earlier. The more Dragonite thought about it, the angrier it got, but it couldn't beat Mewtwo. It could only blame itself. Finally, driven by its obsession with the last energy cube being stolen, it flew back to find Kaede. I see. Hayashi Kaede nodded, looking up at the Dragonite before him, noticing the desire in its eyes. Did you come for food? But I'm not home right now, and I don't have any food with me. Dragonite. Upon hearing this, Dragonite immediately looked disappointed, but it quickly began surveying its surroundings. Having delivered letters for Mewtwo for so long, its understanding of the human world was no less than Gardevoir's. With just one glance, it could tell some kind of Pokémon competition was happening here. So, Dragonite looked at Hayashi Kaede, raised its claw-sharp light glinting coldly and let out a roar full of battle intent. Dragonite. Hey! Hayashi Kaede was taken aback. Looking at Dragonite's massive body, he asked hesitantly, "Are you saying you want me to catch you, then help me win battles?" Dragonite. Dragonite nodded. Yes. Hayashi Kaede's heart instantly stirred. Dragonite, a pseudo-legendary from the first generation. Putting that title aside, its move pool was incredibly deep. It could use Rain Dance, helping Melodic water the farm. It had a big belly, one that looked very round and smooth. He wondered what it would feel like to lie on it. Plus, it was strong, could fly, and would be a great helper for construction. If it had been here last time when they were widening the water channel, it could have helped Gardevoir. But it wasn't too late now, because in September, they might need to build a road. He didn't know how much that would cost yet. If Dragonite could help him, it would definitely save a lot on transport fees. And if he ever built a gym in the future, Dragonite could battle for him too. In an instant, Hayashi Kaede ran through all the things Dragonite could do. But finally, a figure appeared in his mind. That was Mewtwo in its human form. If he caught its Pokémon, would it get angry? But soon, Hayashi Kaede shook his head. Why overthink it? At most, he could just cook a few more meals to make it up to Mewtwo. With that, he took out a Pokeball and looked at Dragonite. Come on! Dragonite! Dragonite tapped the Pokeball without hesitation. After a few ding sounds, the Pokeball fell still. Phew! Watching this, Hayashi Kaede let out a sigh of relief, his eyebrows lifting happily. He wanted to raise the Pokeball and utter a classic line, but considering the crowd, he held back the impulse. If catching the combi was within his plans, then Dragonite was a complete surprise. After finishing his conversation with Dragonite, Hayashi Kaede checked the time and saw it was almost 2:30 p.m. The challenge matches were about to start, but the burly man seemed frozen in place. He couldn't help but remind him, the challenge matches are starting. Aren't you going? Matches? The man snapped back to reality, looking at Hayashi Kaede in shock. What had he just seen? A Dragonite that big, even larger than his Machamp, flew down, chatted with this young man for a bit, and then became his Pokémon? And even said it would help him win the championship? Judging by its flying speed earlier, it seemed even faster than that Elite Four member's Noivern last year. No way! Was there any suspense left in this competition? The man fell into deep thought and refused to continue the conversation with Hayashi Kaede. Hayashi Kaede also realized that Dragonite's presence might have been too overwhelming, making everyone already anticipate the outcome of the matches. As he glanced around, he found everyone's eyes fixed on him. The shock in their eyes, combined with the stunned silence of the entire venue, said it all. The crowd gathered around also began murmuring discussions. Dragonite! That kid has a Dragonite! Wow, we get to see a Pokémon like that this year? Looks like this year's challenge champion is decided. Only now did Hayashi Kaede feel a headache coming on. He had promised to let Combusken and Surprier battle, and let Bounsweet and Poplio watch their friends fight. But he had just promised Dragonite. Well then. He could only ask Gardevoir to look after them. Hayashi Kaede released Bounsweet and Poplio, placing Bounsweet in Gardevoir's hands. Gardevoir, can you look after them for me? I need to go compete. Gardevoir taking Bounsweet, Gardevoir nodded. It originally wanted to come help Hayashi Kaede win first place. But judging by the other trainers' Pokémon here, it wouldn't need to intervene. First place would still be his. And so, when the challenge match time arrived, all the trainers present hesitated, their eyes turning to Hayashi Kaede as if waiting for him. Under their collective gaze, Hayashi Kaede walked onto the arena with slight helplessness. Looking at the challengers below, he released his 3 Pokémon. Dragonite, Surprier, and Combusken. Combusken! The moment it emerged, Combusken looked down at the trainers and Pokémon below with fierce fighting spirit. Come on! Come on, let me show you the results of my special training with my trainer. But after waiting for a long time, Combusken realized no trainer was coming onto the stage. It noticed the shadow on the ground and suddenly felt something was wrong. Besides Surprier, wasn't there a giant creature standing behind it? It turned its head and saw a Pokémon several times its size looking down at it, emitting an intimidating aura. Combusken couldn't help but swallow hard, quietly moving closer to its trainer and tugging on his pant leg. "What's wrong?" Hayashi Kaede looked down at Combusken, puzzled. "Combusken." Torchic cautiously pointed at the Dragonite behind it, as if saying, "My opponent, isn't that, is it? No way I can win. No matter how I look at it, I can't win." Hayashi Kaede smiled and replied, "Of course not, it's our teammate." Chapter 106, Dragonite defends the title. Chapter 106. Although Dragonite looked incredibly powerful, one trainer, unwilling to accept this, finally stepped onto the arena. And he explicitly challenged Dragonite by name. As the arena holder, Hayashi Kaede didn't have the right to refuse, because the challenger needed to defeat all three of the holder's Pokémon to succeed. The arena holder, however, had to reveal their three Pokémon in advance for the challenger to face one by one. This was a slight advantage for the challenger, allowing them to learn a bit about the holder's strengths and plan for type advantages. It was just a pity for Combusken, its chance to battle vanished once again. The challenger was a young man, probably around 23 or 24 years old, like a recent university graduate. His first Pokémon was Venusaur. Pokémon, Venusaur. Gender, male. Ability, Overgrow. Potential, blue. IVs. Level, 37 to 39. Moves, Vine Whip, Leech Seed, Grassy Terrain, Toxic, Substitute, Protect. An impulsive young university student. After checking Venusaur's stats, Hayashi Kaede roughly guessed the opponent's intended strategy. But he still said to Dragonite, "Dragonite, take it easy later. Just defeat them, that's enough." Although he could see Dragonite's stats and knew what moves it had, he had never commanded Dragonite in battle before and wanted to avoid causing any adverse reaction. So, for this battle, Hayashi Kaede decided to let Dragonite handle it itself. However, before the battle started, he glanced down at Gardevoir. The meaning was clear: if anything goes wrong, be ready to step in. Gardevoir nodded, gently conveying its message via telepathy. "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on things for you." Hayashi Kaede felt a sudden surge of emotion. Gardevoir's tone seemed to say, "Go ahead and give it your all. No matter what happens, I'll handle it." In truth, ever since Gardevoir arrived at the plantation, he really felt like he was being taken care of by it. But Hayashi Kaede's words took on a different meaning in Dragonite's ears. "Dragonite. Them?" Dragonite looked at the opposing Venusaur. There was clearly only one. It then looked at the other trainer's Pokémon below and suddenly understood. Did he mean it needed to defeat all the Pokémon? "Let's go, pal." The university student opposite could barely contain his battle lust. The moment the match started, he commanded his Venusaur, "Grassy Terrain." Instantly, even on the rocky arena, lush grass sprouted. "Great!" Seeing the terrain successfully set up, the student was delighted and was about to order Venusaur to use its second move, Toxic. But before he could finish, Dragonite's claws were already enveloped in blazing fire, descending like a meteor onto the ground. Fire Punch! The grassy terrain, covered in verdant grass, was instantly engulfed in flames, burning away into scattered embers. Immediately after, Dragonite soared into the sky, its form flickering. An invisible shockwave shimmered around it. In the blink of an eye, it landed beside Venusaur, its powerful tail glowing as it slammed into the seed Pokémon. This was extreme speed and dragon tail. Whap! After the whip-like crack, Venusaur's eyes were already swirling. The joy on the student's face instantly turned to astonishment. He had originally thought that after setting up Grassy Terrain, he might have a chance using a combination of Toxic, Substitute and Protect. But the result was, Venusaur didn't even get a chance to use Substitute or Protect. Was this Dragonite just too strong? Was this young trainer, who looked even younger than him, actually an Elite 4 level trainer? Absolutely terrifying. The student stared at Hayashi Kaede in shock, before finally recalling his fainted Venusaur and retreating dejectedly. Dragonite. Watching the trainer recall Venusaur and slowly walk away, Dragonite turned its gaze to the other trainers below, extended one claw, and beckoned with an utterly arrogant and unruly expression. The look made even Hayashi Kaede stare blankly. Because in his impression, the Dragonite that delivered letters was very gentle. When did it become so cocky? However, its expression successfully infuriated the trainers below. What does that look mean? So arrogant. I refuse to believe it can defeat all our Pokémon. Let's go, everyone. 1 hour later. Only 5 of the dozen-plus trainers below remained, while the Dragonite on the stage was still full of energy. Basically, no Pokémon could withstand more than 2 moves from it. There was one Galarian Mr. Rime that managed to block a Dragon Breath from Dragonite using a combination of Misty Terrain and Light Screen. But it was quickly taken down by a flamethrower. By now, no one dared to step up and challenge anymore. The Dragonite on stage looked pleased as punch, as if reveling in the sweet feeling of vengeance served. For some reason, it just felt incredibly good right now. Perhaps it had stayed by Mewtwo's side for too long, making it feel less powerful than it actually was. Phew! Looking at the dejected group of trainers below, Hayashi Kaede felt a little sorry for them. He had imagined many outcomes for this match, Torchic struggling but winning against the opponent's Pokémon, followed by Serperior and Gardevoir cleaning up. But he never expected it to end like this. A Dragonite falling from the sky, defeating every challenger's Pokémon. Mainly, Dragonite was just so full of fighting spirit. Although Hayashi Kaede didn't know why its fighting spirit was so high. After plantation owner Inu announced the result, Hayashi Kaede somewhat awkwardly approached her with Dragonite and Gardevoir. Sorry, it seems I ended the challenge matches early. Unexpectedly, she just smiled, her face full of amazement and admiration. Not at all, child. I should thank you. All these years I've held these challenge matches, they've never been very exciting because we lacked truly powerful trainers. With you here now, I believe more skilled trainers will come next year. Is that so? Hayashi Kaede was taken aback. Yes. Inu sighed again with emotion. It's hard to imagine you're a plantation owner. I've been holding these challenge matches for so many years, and I've never seen a plantation owner this powerful. Then she added, so, for this year's 1/30th of the Grupa berry harvest, would you prefer to wait for us to sell it and give you the money, or shall we pick the berries for you directly? Hayashi Kaede smiled somewhat sheepishly at the praise, as Dragonite wasn't actually a Pokémon he had raised himself. But regarding the Grupa berries, he naturally chose the latter. I want them fresh, not sold. All right. If we pick them, there will be a labor cost involved. If we sell them for you, there won't be. Hayashi Kaede wasn't surprised by this. After all, even 1/30th of a 100-plus acre plantation was a significant quantity. She nodded. You can come collect your Grupa berries in 3 days. However, you should note that once picked, if they aren't stored in a low-temperature environment, they need to be brewed into wine as quickly as possible, preferably within 10 days. Okay. Mentioning brewing reminded Hayashi Kaede of another goal for this trip. He looked at her expectantly. It's just. I heard from Uncle Genmu that you also have Shuckle here, right? A kindly smile appeared on Inu's face. But her words made Hayashi Kaede's heart sink. For brewing, having Shuckle is perfectly normal, right? But judging by your tone, you want to raise Shuckle too, don't you? That's a shame, child. I don't have many Shuckle, and they've been helping me brew wine for a long time. They're all my old partners. Chapter 107, Combi Honey. Chapter 107. At dusk. A vibrant orange streak, like a missile, cut across the sky before finally landing on a small path brimming with flowers. Woohoo! In less than 10 minutes, Hayashi Kaede, riding on Dragonite's back, had experienced a thrill akin to speed and passion. No wonder Mutuo used Dragonite for delivering letters. Its speed was simply incredible. All Hayashi Kaede could feel was the roaring wind exploding past his ears and the scenery below blurring into streaks. Actually, not long after Pidgeot evolved, he couldn't resist having Pidgeot take him for a flight. Back then, Hayashi Kaede already thought riding a Pokémon and flying through the sky was an incredibly comfortable experience. And indeed, Pokémon that can fly are the best. The first to be startled by Dragonite's descent were the Pidgeot and Pidgeotto perched in the pine tree. They fluttered up from the tree in alarm, but upon seeing Hayashi Kaede dismount from Dragonite, their panic subsided. Dragonite. After landing, Dragonite looked around curiously at the flowers on both sides. The last time it passed by, this place definitely wasn't this beautiful. These are flowers I planted recently. Nice, right? Hayashi Kaede gestured for the Pidgeot and Pidgeotto to return to their perch. He glanced at the breeding house. The door was already locked, meaning Takagi Megami had clocked out. He opened the door, and the Alcremie, who had been leaning boredly against the counter, were the first to see him. Their eyes instantly lit up, cheering for him one by one. Alcremie! Alcremie, we sold out all the cupcakes today, sold out. Alcremie, he's back, Kaede is back. Oh! Seeing their happy, smiling faces, Hayashi Kaede felt the weariness from his day out melt away. He walked towards the counter, about to pick up a Alcremie for a good sniff. When all the Alcremie, as if they'd seen something frightening, simultaneously hid in Hayashi Kaede's shadow, letting out panicked cries. Alcremie? Alcremie! So big! Alcremie! Monster! Hayashi Kaede was taken aback, then looked back at Dragonite, who was standing awkwardly at the door, not knowing what to do. For a door only 2 meters tall, its nearly 3-meter frame was indeed a bit too large. It was hesitating on how to get in without squeezing through and breaking the door. Dragonite! Dragonite, you'd better go back into your Pokeball for now. Seeing its slightly innocent expression, Hayashi Kaede could only take out its Pokeball and return it for the time being. Then he turned back to the Alcremie. It's okay. There are new partners, just like Sir Prior. Speaking of Sir Prior, Hayashi Kaede felt a headache coming on. After evolving, Sir Prior's length had reached nearly 5 meters. The wooden house, which used to be a bit spacious for it, was now not just crowded but completely impossible to squeeze into. And Sir Prior didn't want to live in a Pokeball either, so it urgently needed a place it could reside. And Dragonite too, he'd need to ask it later what kind of living environment it preferred. Rubbing his head, Hayashi Kaede pushed these worries aside. These problems couldn't be solved all at once. He'd tackle them one by one. Alcremie. Just then, a Alcremie with a strawberry decoration suddenly tapped his hand, then pulled out a white piece of paper from under its bowl. It said happily, Alcremie, a customer wants to order a big cake, a customer wants to order a big cake. And it repeated it twice. This made Hayashi Kaede pause. Someone wants to order a birthday cake. Alcremie, yes, yes. Several Alcremie nodded in unison. Let me see. Taking the paper, Hayashi Kaede read it carefully. It's like this, Mr. Hayashi. September 11th is the anniversary of the day I caught my Weedle. It accompanied me through my toughest times. I know your culinary skills are amazing, so I'm hoping you can make a large cake that it would love to eat. Contact 1xxxxxx. A Weedle, if it was caught last year, it should have evolved into a Beedrill by now, right? After a moment's thought, Hayashi Kaede quickly figured out what kind of cake a Beedrill might like. Honey. A cake made with cream and honey. Beedrill should like that, right? With that idea, he smiled at the Alcremie. All right, when the time comes, I'll have to trouble you all. Alcremie, okay, okay. Alcremie. One Alcremie nodded happily, then raised its hands towards Hayashi Kaede. Alcremie, take us back, carry us back. It was after hours now, so they naturally didn't need to stay on the counter. They had only been waiting here for Hayashi Kaede to come home. Alrighty then. Hayashi Kaede promptly picked them up one by one, carried them to the room, placed them in their own little bowls, fed them some berry salad, and then headed to the plantation. He was just about to go to the garden in the back to release all the Pokémon first, when two Combi flew over. Combi. Combi. They flew around Hayashi Kaede, enthusiastically inviting him to come see their hive. They clamored for Hayashi Kaede to inspect their honey-gathering success. When Hayashi Kaede saw the inside of the hive, his eyes widened, and he looked at the hive in surprise. Hey! The previously empty hive now contained a large block of honey. A rough estimate put it at least 30 or 40 kg. He had only let the Combi start gathering honey at noon. And it had only been a few hours? You've already produced this much? Taking a small knife from a capsule, Hayashi Kaede looked at the two Combi. You've made so much honey this quickly? Can I take a little? The Combi's eyes immediately narrowed into happy slits. Combi, yes, yes. Their wings vibrated, seemingly thrilled to receive Hayashi Kaede's praise. Hayashi Kaede carefully cut a piece of honey from the block. It had a bright, glossy color, and the strands were sticky and unbroken. Great 100 flower honey produced by Combi from 100 different flowers. It has a sweet, moistening quality, benefits energy in the middle burner, and is an excellent ingredient. Highly attractive to bee and butterfly type Pokémon. B+ grade sweet honey produced by Combi from sweet honey flowers. It has a sweet, moistening quality, benefits energy in the middle burner, and is an excellent ingredient. It is also the best food for attracting Combi. One piece of honey, two colors. The left side was slightly darker, clearly the sweet honey, while the right side was the 100 flower honey. Combi. The Combi's wings buzzed again, urging Hayashi Kaede to quickly put the honey away. They needed to get back to gathering honey. You guys! Hayashi Kaede was stunned. How are you this hard-working? Chapter 108, Dragonite's Belly Spring. Chapter 108. Combi. The trio of Combi all showed expressions of confusion. What did hard-working mean? They just felt there were so many flowers here, and they didn't want to waste the blooming season. They needed to gather more nectar for their queen. Hayashi Kaede felt a slight, amused exhaustion but was also touched by their hard work and dedication. Hard working. Let's all be hard working. He should work harder too. After storing the honey in glass bottles originally meant for moo milk and putting them into a capsule, the Combi diligently went back to gathering nectar. Meanwhile, Hayashi Kaede arrived in the garden and released all the Pokémon he had brought along this time. Combusken. The moment Combusken emerged, it looked a bit melancholy. Clearly, it hadn't gotten a chance to battle this time either. It had wanted to show Bounsweet and Poplio the results of its recent training. But thinking back now, the other trainers' Pokémon all seemed stronger than it. It probably wouldn't have won easily, right? With that thought, it felt less sad. But the next second, two clear sounds came from its stomach. Gurgle, gurgle. Hey! Hayashi Kaede quickly followed the sound to Combusken, his face showing understanding. Hold on a moment, I'll make you something to eat right away. Combusken, yay! Combusken immediately cheered. Hayashi Kaede then looked at the other Pokémon who had gone on the trip. They all seemed a bit tired and were also looking at him expectantly. He realized everyone seemed hungry. Poplio. Bounsweet. Meanwhile, Poplio and Bounsweet, once released, quietly moved a bit farther away from Dragonite. One clung to Hayashi Kaede's pant leg, while the other moved closer to Gardevoir. They had seen Dragonite's dominating performance on the arena, hardly any Pokémon could withstand a single hit from it. Seeing this, Hayashi Kaede suddenly remembered he hadn't formally introduced Dragonite to everyone. So he bent down and picked up Bounsweet. Oh, right, this is a new partner joining the plantation. It will probably stay here for a not so short while, right? Why not so short? Because Hayashi Kaede wasn't sure when Mewtwo might come again and take Dragonite away. After saying that, he asked Gardevoir to use its psychic powers to bring Melodic over from the reservoir. Then, he directly took out the grill rack and metal plate and quickly set them up. That's right, Hayashi Kaede planned to prepare today's dinner right there on the open space specifically reserved for barbecue parties. And the ingredients were simple. The main course for the Pokémon would be energy cubes, with sides like honey fried eggs, honeyberry salad, and honey glazed ribs. He usually kept these ingredients stocked in the refrigerator. For this, in the past, Hayashi Kaede needed to frequently visit the Happy Mart. Later, the manager there found out and said he would send someone to deliver them. Now, with the Pidgeotto delivery service established, it was even more convenient. Every morning, he would send one Pidgeotto to the supermarket to pick up fresh ingredients. Just as Hayashi Kaede had Combuskin provide the fire under the guise of flame temperature control training to fry the eggs. Alolan Vulpix curiously looked at Dragonite. Vulpix. Unlike Bounsweet and Popplio, Alolan Vulpix had been very interested in this Dragonite from the moment it appeared, especially when it saw that plump belly. Vulpix. Hello there. As an Alolan Vulpix born by Hayashi Kaede's side, its courage and personality were clearly quite bold. Perhaps because it had never experienced any hardship and was born with a silver spoon or rather, a honey spoon in its mouth. Even facing a seemingly powerful Dragonite, Alolan Vulpix showed no fear. Dragonite, hello, hello. And Dragonite, seeing that finally a Pokémon was willing to interact with it, immediately beamed with joy. It crouched down to look at the tiny Alolan Vulpix. It had certainly noticed the subtle actions of Popplio and Bounsweet earlier. And the Alcremie that got scared when it first entered. All this had made it quite depressed. It didn't look that scary, did it? Vulpix. Why are you so big? Dragonite was a bit confused by the question. Dragonite. Dragonite. Our species is just this big after evolution. It couldn't exactly say, my mom raised me to be this big, could it? Vulpix. I see. Alolan Vulpix seemed thoughtful, then looked at its own paws. It remembered that when it was first born, it wasn't as big as it is now, it had definitely grown a bit. It seemed that after it evolved in the future, it could become this big too. Just like Big Sister, Sir Prior. Looking at Dragonite's belly, a strange impulse grew stronger in its mind. It couldn't help but ask, Vulpix. Can you lie down? Dragonite. Dragonite looked at the little one, puzzled about what it wanted to do. But since this was the first Pokémon in the plantation willing to talk to it proactively, it obediently lay down. Its massive body instantly occupied a large patch of grass. Seeing Dragonite lie down, Vulpix immediately got excited. It leaped onto Dragonite's belly. First, it stepped on the belly with its paws, testing the softness. Then it looked down at Dragonite, as if confirming whether its belly could support its weight. Once assured, it began hopping joyfully on it. Vulpix, such a comfortable belly. Dragonite. Dragonite watched this Alolan Vulpix, lost in thought. Although it generally disliked ice and fairy-type Pokémon, it found it impossible to dislike this little one in front of it. Watching the current Alolan Vulpix, it remembered when it was a Dratini, the elders on the island would also praise it for being so cute. Thinking back, it was probably similar to this Alolan Vulpix back then. Dragonite carefully raised its head, squinting its eyes and looking fondly at the Vulpix on its belly. Bounds Sweet. Bounds Sweet, who was next to Gardevoir, seeing this scene, also felt tempted. This very powerful Pokémon, although it looked big, its appearance didn't seem that scary after all. Gardevoir said softly, "Gardevoir, want to go play?" Bounds Sweet looked up at Gardevoir, its eyes sparkling, its mouth forming a soft arc, and let out a gentle sound, "Bounds Sweet, yes. Then go ahead." Gardevoir showed a gentle smile, used its psychic powers to envelop Bounds Sweet, and carefully placed it on Dragonite's belly. However, the moment it landed on the belly, Alolan Vulpix grabbed it with its front paws. Amid Bounds Sweet's startled cries and Vulpix's happy ones, they bounced together on the soft belly. Chapter 109, Honey Omelette. Chapter 109. Over there, Hayashi Kaede, who was frying eggs, saw this scene and revealed a relieved smile. Dragonite was as gentle-tempered as he had imagined. After frying 10 more eggs and plating them, feeling the change in temperature on the griddle, Hayashi Kaede glanced at the Combusken beside him. It was spitting fire nearby, but drool was practically dripping out. Perhaps because it was drooling, the flame temperature had risen. After a moment's thought, Hayashi Kaede said earnestly, "Control the intensity of the flames. If you can control the flame temperature even under temptation, your mastery of moves will definitely improve significantly in the future." Combusken didn't speak because it was breathing fire. But inwardly, it faintly felt that the trainer was probably using his usual rhetoric again. Let's look at it another way. If the flame control is poor, these eggs won't taste good. And any unpalatable eggs will all be given to you. Combusken. Hearing this, it immediately carefully controlled the energy within its body, afraid Hayashi Kaede would make the eggs taste bad. Hat. Looking at Combusken like this, Hayashi Kaede couldn't help but chuckle softly at how easily fooled it was. On the griddle, the eggs, one side already set, sizzled in the oil. Hayashi Kaede added a little honey and seasoning to the still runny side, then flipped them over. He also flipped the ribs frying nearby. If it was just fried eggs, given the number of his Pokémon now, frying 100 wouldn't be too many. After all, besides Combusken, there were also 20 Pidgeotto and Pidgey. Thinking of Pidgeotto, Hayashi Kaede remembered Mew. He quickly glanced up at the pine tree. He counted and, seeing there were still 21 Pidgeotto and Pidgey, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Mew hadn't left yet. After frying these 10 eggs, Hayashi Kaede first checked their information. And grade honey fried eggs, sunny side up eggs fried with sweet honey. They are sweet, comforting fried eggs that increase feelings of happiness. Dish Effect 1, after consumption, allows Pokémon to feel intense happiness for a short time. Dish Effect 2, long-term consumption allows Pokémon to absorb energy faster. Boosts digestion, right? Hayashi Kaede nodded. This effect was pretty good. At least for Combusken, it was. It ate a lot. If it digested faster, it could evolve again soon. Then he seemed to remember something. Under Combusken's puzzled gaze, Hayashi Kaede walked to a certain spot in the garden and picked a handful of leaves. After crushing them into a powder, he set them aside in a bowl for later use. He continued frying eggs, but this time, he occasionally added a little of the powder. Frying eggs was efficient. In just over 10 minutes, 100 eggs were fried, emitting an enticing sweet aroma. He checked the information of these later fried eggs. And grade honey fried eggs, sunny side up eggs fried with sweet honey and mint. They are sweet, comforting fried eggs that increase feelings of happiness. They have a greater effect on feline Pokémon and emit an irresistible aroma for them. Dish Effect 1, after consumption, allows Pokémon to feel intense happiness for a short time. Dish Effect 2, long-term consumption allows Pokémon to absorb energy faster. Tisk tisk tisk. Looking at the information for these 10 fried eggs, Hayashi Kaede felt inwardly delighted. This mint was planted the day after Snivy got drunk. To make it grow before Mew left, he had specifically used high-grade golden fertilizer. So it grew very quickly. He called out to the Pokémon playing over there to come eat and stop playing. Then he looked up at the Pidgeotto and Pidgey in the sky. Come, you all come down too. Pidgey. In the pine tree. The Pidgeotto that had wandered outside with Hayashi Kaede didn't find the trip particularly fun, but it did see a Dragonite with a fellow aura following him back to the plantation. This served as a reminder. It knew it absolutely had to go find that Pokémon with its own aura and see what was really going on. So, Pidgeotto decided that after eating this meal tonight, it would leave this place. It would also bid farewell to this human, reveal its identity, and give him a good scare. It could already picture this human's spectacular expression when he saw its transformation. Pidgeotto. Just thinking about it seemed fun. Pidgeotto thought so. But as it pondered, for some reason, a scent from below grew stronger and stronger, more and more fragrant, until it reached an almost irresistible level. It looked down at the fried eggs, restless, hopping back and forth incessantly on the pine tree. Finally, just as it was about to lose control, the human below called them down. And it, too, received a few of those exceptionally fragrant fried eggs. Pidgeotto looked at the fried eggs given to it, then at the other fried eggs. Compared to the others, these eggs were just a little greener. Why, were they so fragrant? Mew. Pidgeotto. So fragrant. It almost cried out in its original voice. Holding the fried egg in its beak, it couldn't bear to eat it immediately, its whole body brimming with excitement. This excitement made its body wriggle. Thus, a very strange scene appeared. Among the group of Pidgeotto eating, only it was wriggling its body oddly, occasionally flapping its wings. So, the other Pokémon quickly turned their attention to it. Until one Pidgeotto tapped it with its wing. Pidgeotto. What are you doing? Acting so weird. Pidgeotto. Don't like eating this? Then give it to me. Only then did Pidgeotto snap back to reality, quickly guarding its food like a possessive child. Pidgeotto. No, no. As it spoke, it tore the egg apart with its claws, savoring it slowly while enjoying the delicious taste. A look of intoxication appeared on its face. But once the mental restlessness subsided, Pidgeotto started feeling conflicted again. Tomorrow. Should it leave or not? Maybe, leave the day after tomorrow? Meanwhile, Hayashi Kaede watched it out of the corner of his eye, ready to chuckle to himself, but the next moment, hearing the system's notification, his expression turned to one of astonishment. Congratulations, host, for increasing Mew's happiness from 10% to 70%. Reward, 10 bags of premium golden fertilizer, 3 rare candies, and 1 of Mew's eyelashes, an eyelash possessing Mew's genes. Seems it can be used in cooking. Chapter 110, Tied by Sir Prior. Chapter 110. This was a setting Hayashi Kaede had configured. The system would announce whenever a premium reward was obtained. But Mew's eyelash? Made into a dish? No matter how he looked at it, these two pieces of information just didn't seem to go together. Perceiving the reward information, Hayashi Kaede was utterly perplexed. In the end, he could only store it in his system space to study later. But speaking of the system's special rewards, while frying the pork chops, Hayashi Kaede began to ponder. Actually, he had already accumulated quite a few special rewards. For example, he had hundreds of technical machines, TMS. Initially, Hayashi Kaede thought about checking them daily to see which TMS suited which of his Pokémon. Later, as the rewards piled up, he gradually gave up on checking. They were all piled up in his system space. There were all sorts of other rewards too. Like Sacred Ash, Silver Wing, Sooth Bell, Twisted Spoon. Need to find time to take them out and have a look. This thought flashed through Hayashi Kaede's mind, and then he focused on frying the pork chops. When the outside of the pork chops turned slightly golden brown, glistening with a honey-like sheen, and an iron skewer could easily pierce the meat, the chops were done. He checked the dish effect. Finding it was only a B-grade dish this time, with just one effect of increasing happiness, Hayashi Kaede shifted his main focus back to the fried eggs. But when he placed the fried pork chops on the table, his face froze for a moment. The 60 fried eggs he had carefully arranged on the table earlier were all gone, completely devoured. Good grief, are you all foodies or what? Eeeehee, so tasty! Vulpix sat on Dragonite's claw, wiped its mouth with a paw, and let out a soft and cute ee-hee sound at him. The Dragonite behind it also patted its belly contentedly. After working so hard to fly this far, the obsession with that last energy cube was finally laid to rest. Dragonite now felt that these fried eggs were even more delicious than energy cubes. It didn't understand why Mutuo had to leave, saying it wanted to find more trainers and see how more Pokémon and trainers interacted. So strange. Wasn't it very happy staying here? Sigh. I'll go fry some more. Hayashi Kaede let out a helpless sigh, put down the pork chops, took more eggs from his storage capsule, and started frying again. In the end, the 300 eggs Hayashi Kaede had stored in his storage capsules were completely wiped out, finally ending this dinner. Based on Hayashi Kaede's incomplete statistics, Combuskin 8/40, and Dragonite 8/60. It seemed the title of Big Eater #1 was about to be snatched from Combuskin. After dinner, having cleaned up, Hayashi Kaede finally rested. He got his wish and placed his hand on Dragonite's belly. As expected, it was indeed very soft and warm. Dragonite, would you mind sleeping in your Pokeball for now? Tomorrow, I'll ask the construction team to come build a larger wooden house for you in the garden, okay? Dragonite, okay. Dragonite nodded, indicating no problem. It had been very happy today. Not only did it vent the frustration accumulated over so many days in Pokémon battles, but it also ate such delicious, never-before-tasted fried eggs. And all this intense happiness was brought by the human before it. Now, seeing Hayashi Kaede stroking its belly, it couldn't help but hug him directly. Hey? Suddenly sinking into a world of softness, Hayashi Kaede was stunned for a moment, then gave up resisting, extending his arms to hug back, sighing with emotion, so soft. Then, while in the embrace, he returned it to its Pokeball. Next, he asked Gardevoir how its mastery of the curse power was coming along. Its reply was that it could now maintain the curse for about 2.5 hours. This made Hayashi Kaede nod repeatedly. From half an hour to 2.5 hours, Gardevoir, already over level 80, had achieved this in just over a week. It looked like soon, Gardevoir could also stay in the breeding house at night without having to stay away from them. Seemed he needed to prepare a room for Gardevoir too. Finally, Hayashi Kaede looked at Sir Prior and took out its Pokeball. But before he could speak, Sir Prior rejected the idea. Sir Prior, I don't want to go in. It had been inside all day today. Although it could still sense Hayashi Kaede outside, the Pokeball felt like an invisible barrier between them, and it strongly resisted this separation. Hayashi Kaede didn't force it, putting the Pokeball away. All right, then come with me. He led Sir Prior into his room, used his psychic abilities to clean the floor, took out a blanket from the closet and spread it on the ground, then brought its quilt from the wooden house and laid it over the blanket. Thus, a soft, warm little nest was ready. All right, you sleep here, right next to me. How about that? Sir Prior. Sir Prior was taken aback, then the corners of its mouth turned up uncontrollably. Sir Prior, okay. Good thing the room is big enough. Hayashi Kaede sighed with feeling. The decorations in his room were simple, a large bed on the right side, a desk near the bed. On the left was the entrance door and a wardrobe against the wall. In the middle of the wall was a detachable wooden house, the rest was free space. Now, with the blanket spread out, the space was just right. The coiled-up Surprier perfectly utilized this space. Only one tail with leaf-like adornments seemed a bit unsure where to go, eventually resting on Hayashi Kaede's bed. This caught Alolan Vulpix's interest. Its eyes lit up as it looked at the tail, immediately reaching out a paw to grab it. But the tail, as if equipped with an auto-dodge mechanism, quickly evaded. Vulpix. Missing the grab, little Vulpix frowned slightly, its pink mouth pouting, and it jumped to another spot to try again. But how could Surprier's tail be so easy to catch? It was also happy to tease little Vulpix like this. With another shift, it dodged again. After several rounds like this, Hayashi Kaede watched with great interest, his own hands starting to itch to join. Finally, after little Vulpix missed yet again, his hand shot out swiftly, accurately grabbing the wriggling tail. At the same time, he let out an excited laugh, "Haha, I got it." But before the laughter could fully form, it cut off abruptly and turned into a sharp cry. Ah! Because the tail he had caught seemed to have a reflex reaction. From the tail to the body, it quickly coiled around him, lifting him into the air and bringing him face to face with Surprier. Surprier. Chapter 111, Things are piling up. Chapter 111. Sorry, my hand had a mind of its own. Looking into Surprier's proud eyes, now so close, Hayashi Kaede swallowed hard and spoke sheepishly. He finally realized what had changed about Surprier after evolution. Its demeanor. This demeanor was too intimidating. If the original Snivy was Tsundere with a touch of cuteness, and Servine was Tsundere with a hint of youthful awkwardness, then the current Surprier was like a lofty monarch. This aura made him instinctively hesitant to approach. Surprier. Surprier shot him a disdainful look, then glanced at the tail he was still holding. The meaning was clear: shouldn't you let go now? That area is very sensitive. Ahem, sorry. In his nervousness, Hayashi Kaede hadn't even noticed he was still holding its tail. He quickly released it and looked at Surprier. Could you let me go now? Surprier slowly loosened its hold on Hayashi Kaede, giving him a sidelong glance. Surprier. You used to hold me often when I was small, and now you won't even let me hold you once. Hayashi Kaede. Wait, is this what you call holding? Are you sure this isn't binding? Surprier flicked its tail, ignoring its trainer any further, settled down, and closed its eyes. Landing on the bed, Hayashi Kaede didn't dwell on it. He glanced at Surprier's stat screen. Pokémon, Surprier. Gender, female. Ability, contrary, plus. Potential, gold. IVs, HP, 28 plus 2, Attack, 22 plus 1, SPATK, 29 plus 2, Defense, 28 plus 1, SPDef, 24 plus 2, Speed, 31 plus 3. Level, 41 to 46. Moves, Vine Whip, Leech Seed, Glare. Feels like it just grew this big bit by bit through raising. Muttering as he looked at the now over level 40 Surprier, he retrieved the Vulpix that had been watching the excitement, then turned off the light. The next day, August 29th. Waking up early, Hayashi Kaede saw Vulpix lying on his stomach. He carefully picked it up, placed it on the bed, and tried to move, only to find a serpentine tail resting on his calf. Looking closely, it was Surprier's tail. He carefully moved Surprier's tail aside, then walked out, rubbing his fingers. At the same time, he couldn't help but mutter inwardly, so smooth. I really want to keep touching it. Surprier is still asleep, maybe I should go pet Melodic instead. But then he shook his head. Barring any surprises. He had a very busy day today. And motivated by the combi from yesterday, he needed to work hard today too. First, after getting up, he checked the breeding house, confirmed that Mew had brought back another berry today, stored it away satisfied, and headed to the plantation. Then he called the construction team, but the response was that their team was working on a renovation at a dessert shop in Aogiri town these past few days and probably wouldn't be free until tomorrow. Hayashi Kaede thought about Dragonite's performance yesterday and felt it wouldn't be a big problem for it to stay in its Pokeball for 2 more days. But he still summoned it to explain the situation. Dragonite, it's fine, it's fine. Upon hearing the reason, Dragonite expressed that it had no issues. Actually, it felt a bit embarrassed. It could sense that in yesterday's matches, even if it hadn't participated, that Gardevoir could have helped this human win first place. So, right now, it was basically freeloading meals. How could it dare make new demands of this human? Returning Dragonite to its ball, Hayashi Kaede breathed a sigh of relief. He then woke up the lazy Torchic for its run, grabbed a bundle of pasture grass harvested by Rotom, and returned to the kitchen. He had promised the Miltank new flavored wild grass dumplings yesterday. He couldn't forget that. The process wasn't much different from making the previous milk dumplings, just replacing the moo milk with sweet honey. Half an hour later, Hayashi Kaede opened the steamer. Dozens of dumplings emitting a faint, sweet aroma were revealed. A-grade wild grass dumplings created by the maker's burst of inspiration, mixing multiple ingredients. Dish Effect 1, after consumption, Grass-type Pokémon's move proficiency increases for a short time. Dish Effect 2, after a Pokémon consumes this, moves that affect plants will undergo a mysterious variation, giving plants a certain probability of mutation. Hey! When he saw this dish effect, Hayashi Kaede was taken aback. Moves that affect plants? Wasn't that Serpentier's grassy terrain? I'll try it with Serpentier when it wakes up. Shaking his head, he packed the dumplings from the steamer into a large bag, used psychic power to levitate it, and went to the barn. Coincidentally, the Miltank were also waking up. Seeing Hayashi Kaede, they immediately called out cheerfully and urgently. Miltank, milk us quickly. Miltank, so fragrant, today's smell is different from before, it's the smell from the barn. Miltank. Full. Looking at the increasingly impatient Miltank, Hayashi Kaede felt a bit helpless. Looks like I'll have to control your food intake from now on. He hadn't restricted their food yesterday, so this morning, the Miltank were already quite full. First, he poured the honey wild grass dumplings into their feeding trough. Then he found a small stool, took a bucket from his storage capsule, and started milking them. And so, the Miltank enjoyed Hayashi Kaede's service while devouring the dumplings. Miltank. So fragrant, and so sweet. Miltank. There is something new added, tasty. Oh, Miltank. I feel more comfortable. After filling 7 buckets of milk, Hayashi Kaede used psychic power again to bottle them in purchased glass bottles and sent them to the breeding house. Now that the quality of Moo milk had increased, so had the price. But since the Pidge auto delivery service started, sales weren't a worry. After finishing all that, Hayashi Kaede looked at the land. It was almost September now. Watermelons, berries, and some other vegetables were nearing the end of their season. Only the late-planted ones were still fruiting. But there wasn't much point in keeping them anymore. He needed to clear this area. Turn the soil again, fertilize it, think about what seasonal vegetables to plant, or replant and expand the berry area a bit. Moreover, in 3 days, he needed to prepare containers for brewing the Grupa berry wine. Before leaving Budo town, Hayashi Kaede had asked plantation owner Inu. She said they usually use oak barrels for brewing Grupa berry wine. So, he needed to find a manufacturer for oak barrels. And just at that moment, Takagi Megami came running to the plantation with some bad news. She said she was going back to school. Oh no! Everything's piling up. Chapter 112, Redistribution. Chapter 112. School starts on September 1st and 2nd, right? Yes. The girl replied very seriously. As she said this, her face was glowing with anticipation. That's because her Squirtle had evolved into Wartortle over a week ago, greatly increasing its strength. After school started, there would be an opening test, and the content of the test would naturally be Pokémon battles. You should know, at the end of last semester, everyone was still mocking her Squirtle for being silly. This semester, she was going to show them what it means to overtake others during summer break. What goes around comes around. Ah! Hayashi Kaede sighed, alright then, let me know when you're leaving. Takagi Megami didn't notice the worry on Hayashi Kaede's face and happily returned to the breeding house. Only Hayashi Kaede, left behind, felt somewhat melancholy. This hint of melancholy was quickly detected by Gardevoir, who teleported over. It flew to Hayashi Kaede's side, saw his troubled expression, and patted his head. Gardevoir. What's wrong? Hey! Hayashi Kaede wasn't surprised by Gardevoir's sudden appearance. He shook his head and, looking at the considerate Gardevoir, didn't hide his thoughts. It's nothing major. You know that employee at the shop, right? Gardevoir nodded. Of course it knew that employee. That was a person with a very pure heart. She's going back to school, so I've lost my employee. Hayashi Kaede said sadly. Other things were easier to solve. For example, the oak barrels he could just ask Rotom. Even if they were in other regions, he could have Dragonite work a little harder, carry several storage capsules, and get it done all at once. The fields in front of him could also be quickly plowed by borrowing sand shrew. But the breeding house needed someone to watch it. Hayashi Kaede glanced at Gardevoir. Then he quickly shook his head. Although Gardevoir could also mind the shop. If he asked it for help with this too, then Gardevoir would go from arriving at 8 am, harvesting berries and making energy cubes all morning, occasionally even helping with some farm work, to arriving at 6 am, minding the shop until around 5 pm, and then picking berries and making energy cubes until 8 or 9 pm. And with no days off. Wow! If he asked for help like this, he'd truly be hung from a street light. I need to find a Pokémon with housekeeping abilities. This thought flashed through Hayashi Kaede's mind. What Pokémon could mind the shop? Indeed, that would be good. Leavenny? Would it be a bit too small? Mr. Mime? A Pokémon skilled at housework, should probably be able to mind the shop well, right? After thinking it over, Hayashi Kaede ultimately felt that Indeedee was the best choice. So, he called Rotom over and looked at it eagerly. Is there any Pokémon house that sells Indeedee? But the answer it gave made his expression fall instantly. Rotom said somewhat regretfully, Rotom. Searching, please wait. Sorry, Master, no Pokémon breeding bases selling Indeedee were found within the Eastover region. But not having Indeedee was understandable. After all, this Pokémon was rare and mainly found in the Galar and Paldea regions. Next, Hayashi Kaede inquired about Leavenny and Mr. Mime. Both were available, but Hayashi Kaede felt something wasn't quite right about them and ultimately didn't choose either. Suddenly inspired, he looked up at Mew in the sky. Couldn't it transform into an Indeedee? But then, Hayashi Kaede laughed at his own idea. Have Mew handle money? It would probably play tricks on the customers, right? It was better to let it stay immersed in its own world. Rotom, help me check where I can buy containers for wine. Oak barrels would be best. Okay, searching now. Found it, Master. In the Northwest region, there's a factory that specially imports oak barrels from the Paldea region. This time, the information was useful, and Rotom showed a smiling expression. Good, contact them and say I want. Hayashi Kaede paused. The area of that berry plantation was quite large. 1/30 of the Grupa berries. How many pounds would that be? First, help me check how many pounds of Grupa berries 1 acre of land can produce. Rotom quickly provided the answer. Under normal circumstances, 1 acre of land can yield 3,0005,000 pounds of Grupa berries, but if mismanaged, it might only yield 1,0002,000 pounds. Hayashi Kaede nodded. Then let's calculate based on 5,000. 5 acres would be 25,000 pounds. 1 pound of Grupa berries can produce about 0.6 pounds of Grupa berry wine. So that's 15,000 pounds of Grupa berry wine. 1 oak barrel holds 250L, so let's buy 100 barrels. Okay Rotom. Rotom immediately contacted the supplier and soon brought back news. Rotom. That boss said it's too far and delivery might take some time. It's fine. I'll have Dragonite make a trip when the time comes. This was no problem at all for Hayashi Kaede currently. Moreover, storing the wine was also easy to solve. Now that autumn was approaching, the temperature was gradually dropping. The finished berry wine could be stored in the barn. With this problem solved, his mood immediately lifted, and he turned to the last problem of the day. What should he plant in the remaining fields? Actually, he personally leaned towards planting berries, because only berries could be made into better energy cubes and sold for more money. But the sweet and savory grass dumplings he made today gave him a new idea. Different plants would surely have different effects when mutated, so it would be good to plant some seasonal vegetables too. This could also enrich his cooking recipes. After a moment's thought, Hayashi Kaede quickly decided how to allocate the use of these fields. Hey, this is a good chance to take out some of the berry seeds I got as rewards and diversify the types of energy cubes at the breeding house. After running the breeding house for so many days, he felt his system space was like a treasure bag, filled with various rewards obtained from Pokémon because they found the food delicious and were happy. But these rewards were also very basic. So much so that he was starting to suffer from choice paralysis. For example, now, there were quite a few types of berry seeds in the system space. And the berry area he had allocated was only this big, enough for about 50 plants at most. Finally, Hayashi Kaede decided. Then let's plant a little of each. Gardevoir, please harvest all these vegetables for me. Gardevoir, okay. While Hayashi Kaede was contemplating and talking to Rotom, Gardevoir had been standing nearby watching, a gentle smile on its face, as if wanting to see how he would handle his worries. And now that he seemed to have found a solution, all it had to do was help him with some cleanup work. At least, that's what Gardevoir thought. Chapter 113, Become an all-round gym leader? Chapter 113. Sir Prior. When Sir Prior and Vulpix woke up and came outside, the area had completely transformed. The land previously planted with tomato berry and watermelons had now been thoroughly tilled. In the fields, Sandshrew led the way plowing the ground, while Hayashi Kaede followed behind, scattering seeds. Melodic stayed in the reservoir, using water gun to precisely water each spot where a seed landed with a biu-biu sound. Although Melodic's pace was slow, it tirelessly sprayed water from behind. Without a second thought, it glided into the area and prepared to use grassy terrain. But the trainer stopped it. Wait, Sir Prior, try this first. Hayashi Kaede took out the remaining sweet and savory grass dumplings. Sir Prior. Sir Prior looked curiously at the dumpling, glided closer to him, and extended 2 vines from behind its neck to take the dumpling. After taking one bite, it found it strange. Compared to the previous dumplings, this one just tasted a bit fresher and sweeter. Why did he specifically want it to try this? But it didn't overthink it. After seeing the trainer plant all the seeds, a verdant energy emanated from its body. In an instant, the entire plantation was covered in a green energy field. Under the influence of this energy, the newly sown seeds began to sprout, grow rapidly, and break through the soil. This even made Hayashi Kaede a little startled. After all, he hadn't even applied the fertilizer to these seeds yet. Superior's grassy terrain was becoming more and more incredible. This scene reminded him of a Pokémon movie he once saw, Pokémon, The Crown of Serenity, which featured a Pokémon called Zarude that could also accelerate plant growth like this. With Superior's current grassy terrain ability, was it moving in that direction? But speaking of accelerated growth, 2 other Pokémon came to Hayashi Kaede's mind. One was Calyrex, with its 2 steeds, and the other was Xerneas. The former could enrich fields and ensure bountiful harvests, while the latter could make forests regrow. If they were to accelerate plant growth, wouldn't he be able to grow anything he wanted? Speaking of Xerneas, he wondered what the current timeline was. Was it still sleeping? Had Ash from the Kanto region begun his journey yet? But since Mutuo already had the idea to host games, it should probably be soon, right? Or had he already started? Hayashi Kaede's thoughts wandered. This speculation wasn't baseless. Because Rotom phones already existed in the Eastover region, and although this area had the most developed network information, once they were available here, they would likely spread quickly to other regions too. When that happened, his breeding house would have the chance to become known across all regions. Vulpix Vulpix. The Vulpix at his feet snapped him out of his thoughts. Hayashi Kaede wanted to pick it up and pet it, but looking down at his mud-covered hands, he had to go to the reservoir to wash them first. Then, seeing Melodic still spraying water, the idea he had in the morning stirred within him again. "Come here, Melodic, let me pet you." Melodic. Melodic immediately stopped spraying water and lowered its head. Hee hee. Hayashi Kaede climbed onto its body, then looked at the water channel connected to the outside river and couldn't help saying, let's go have a ride outside." After working all morning, he had sweated quite a bit, and the novelty of riding Dragonite made him want to try something similar again. He had never ridden Melodic through water before. "Melodic? Melodic!" Melodic cheered and immediately charged outward with Hayashi Kaede. "Vulpix? Vulpix!" The Alolan Vulpix, who had been watching from the shore, saw this and couldn't help but leap onto Melodic's back, protesting to Hayashi Kaede, "Vulpix! Vulpix!" Hayashi Kaede laughed and picked it up. All right, we'll take you with us." Among all his Pokémon, it was the most curious and innocent. They passed through the reservoir and into the widened water channel, which was now fully capable of accommodating Melodic. But without special circumstances, Melodic still didn't usually go out. Although Hayashi Kaede had encouraged it to go out for walks often, it seemed to prefer staying in the reservoir. Sometimes, when he was milking Miltank outside, Hayashi Kaede would see its figure shimmering in the rippling water, hidden within the clear currents as if secretly watching him. The left side of the water channel was empty land, while the right side was the flower belt Hayashi Kaede had planted. A bit further ahead, behind the right side flower belt, many unused farmhouses could be found. They belonged to former residents of Aogiri town who had since moved away. Melodic swam slowly through the channel, occasionally turning its head to sneak a glance at its trainer. It rarely got to enjoy such peaceful moments. A customer attracted by the flower belt came to admire it and, looking up, suddenly saw an incredibly beautiful figure gliding past behind the flowers. He rubbed his eyes, somewhat incredulous. Then he exclaimed loudly, "It is a Melodic! Wow, such a beautiful Melodic!" His exclamation instantly drew everyone's attention. But immediately, they saw Hayashi Kaede standing on Melodic's back. The suddenly tense atmosphere snapped. "Wow, I've seen videos of the breeding house's Melodic on social media and thought it looked absolutely stunning, but now seeing it in person, wow! Seriously, I thought it might be using beauty filters? But now I see, filters would just insult its beauty. Speaking of which, Hayashi is pretty lazy, isn't he? Apart from making energy cubes and food every day, you hardly ever see him around. Shouldn't a typical breeding house also offer services like massages or move training for customers' Pokémon? I want one. Don't even think about it. Meanwhile, standing on Melodica's back, Hayashi Kaede was pondering a strange question. If he were to establish a gym in the future, what type should he specialize in? Because he realized, his Pokémon's types seemed a bit all over the place. Psychic, Water, Fire, Fighting, Flying, Fairy, Ice, Grass, Dragon, Bug. Except for Metapod, even little Vulpix had already reached top-tier level. But he quickly stopped overthinking it. How about becoming an all-type gym leader? Challengers would have to defeat every type to earn the badge. Imagining how others would challenge him in the future, Hayashi Kaede started daydreaming, a smirk inevitably forming on his lips. Then, a cool sensation washed over his face. Looking down, he saw that the mischievous Vulpix, noticing his creepy smile, had blown a light spray of ice flakes at him. Hey, what was that for, Vulpix? Chapter 114, Poplio Evolution. Chapter 114. September 1st. At dusk. The glow of the setting sun enveloped the town like a painter's canvas. Watching the scene before him, Hayashi Kaede felt a pang of sadness. Takagi Megami, carrying a spatial backpack, was already saying goodbye to him. Since you've already passed the trainer certification exam, quickly finish the required academic subjects at school and then start your journey. The Eastover region's rules for new trainers, while not as lax as some other regions, weren't overly strict either. After passing the trainer certification exam, one could start their journey early as long as they completed the corresponding academic subjects at school. That's why Hayashi Kaede offered this advice. Okay, Brother Kaede. The girl nodded with a grin, then turned to leave. Wait, Hayashi Kaede called out to her, then tossed a storage capsule her way. Be careful and cautious once you start your journey. The outside world can be dangerous. Don't make your parents worry. Don't forget to send letters or call when you're away. These are some energy cubes for Warderdle. Don't let it go hungry. Flustered, she caught the storage capsule. Before she could even check it, Hayashi Kaede waved his hand, hurry up, don't miss the last bus. Hearing this, she nodded, stored the capsule, her eyes shining brightly, and ran towards the town exit. When she reached the outskirts, she couldn't help but glance back. From here, she could no longer see the breeding house, but if she looked into the distance, she could see the flowers planted deep within the town and the customers gradually preparing to leave. It's getting livelier here. That thought arose in her mind. If all went well, she would start her journey immediately after passing her academic subjects, pursuing her dream. A customer, roughly in his 40s, seeing Takagi Megami waiting for the bus with him, couldn't help but ask. Megami? With that backpack, are you going to school or starting a journey? Without hesitation, she replied, school, then a journey. I see, school is good. Your brother's skills at making energy cubes are so impressive. If you become a Pokémon master too, that would be wonderful, he said cheerfully. Hehe, how can I compare to Brother Kaede? Ah, the bus is here. Sigh, Hayashi Kaede sighed sadly as he watched Takagi Megami leave, then closed the shop door. From now on, he wouldn't have such a useful cashier. Inside the storage capsule he gave Takagi Megami, he had placed various types of energy cubes, which should be enough for Warderdle until it evolves. As for after it evolves, she would have to manage on her own. No time to dwell on Takagi Megami's departure anymore. Hayashi Kaede immediately turned his attention to Gardevoir. Come on, Gardevoir, help me make some berry wine. The Grippa berries and oak barrels had both arrived today. 25,000 pounds of Grippa berries. If he had to process them all alone, it would take who knows how long. So, he needed Gardevoir. But even with Gardevoir, they probably couldn't finish tonight. After all, Gardevoir could only stay until around midnight at the latest. Gardevoir. Gardevoir nodded and flew directly towards the plantation. Seeing this, Hayashi Kaede, on a whim, also levitated his body towards the plantation using his psychic abilities. Although not as skilled as Gardevoir, it still made him sigh inwardly. Psychic powers are so convenient. Arriving at the barn, Hayashi Kaede first took out all the oak barrels from the storage capsules, arranging them neatly in the various compartments within the barn. Filling them this way used up all the remaining space in the barn. He then had Gardevoir call Poplio and Melodic over. He placed a large steel basin at the junction between the barn and the garden, and had Melodic and Poplio spray water into the basin. This way, the water used for washing the group of berries would flow into the garden instead of accumulating in the barn. Meanwhile, he took out storage capsules, released group of berries into the steel basin, added a little salt, and started washing. Of course, he wouldn't wash them by hand. His psychic powers and Gardevoirs could handle this task perfectly. The washed berries could then be transported via psychic power into the oak barrels. There was actually another step involved: breaking the skin of the group of berries and crushing them. This reminded Hayashi Kaede of making wine in his previous life. The process was quite similar. But for the final step, most people used their feet to stomp the grapes. With over 20,000 pounds of grapes, stomping them would take forever. And he only had Pokémon, his Bounsweet hadn't evolved either. Gardevoir's psychic powers were much more convenient. A gentle squeeze separated the pulp from the skin. And so, Poplio. In a somewhat tired voice, Poplio was the first to reach its limit. But it didn't speak up immediately, thinking it had finally found a way to be somewhat useful to its trainer. It continued spraying water, battling exhaustion and energy depletion. However, Hayashi Kaede noticed this quickly. If you're tired, rest for a while. Melodic can handle it. Poplio. Poplio felt it could still manage, but in reality, it stumbled, nearly falling. Gardevoir quickly caught it with its psychic powers. It's okay, you've already done great, Hayashi Kaede said, patting the little one's head. Poplio. But Poplio's expression turned determined in that moment. Ever since arriving here, all it could do daily was eat and drink. The other Pokémon in the plantation could all help out in some way. Even the Torchic that came with it had now evolved into Combusken, occasionally accompanying the trainer on runs and even helping with cooking. And Bounsweet. It could provide juice for the trainer. Already prone to feeling inferior, it had always held on to the hope that it could help the trainer after evolving. But now, it couldn't even manage to help wash the berries. This pent-up emotion made it even sadder. It just wanted to help the trainer a little more. Intense white light began to flash over Poplio's body. Along with the light, Poplio's previously depleted energy was replenished in an instant, becoming even more abundant. Its form began to change. When the white light faded, the Poplio that was there before had completely transformed into a different appearance. Its once deep blue skin turned lighter blue, the ball on its nose became pinker, it had several small ball-like appendages on its head resembling pigtails, and its body now had wave-like decorations resembling a skirt. Under the intense surge of emotional energy, it had evolved. Hey! Bryan! Bryan! The evolved Bryan's cheerful cry. Chapter 115, Brewing. Chapter 115. Witnessing this scene, Hayashi Kaede was momentarily stunned, then shook his head and let out a soft sigh. After consuming the SSS grade trait unlocking energy cubes, its potential and inherent deficiencies had actually been gradually remedied. By now, it wasn't far from evolution. He just hadn't expected Poplio to evolve under such circumstances. Bryan. Bryan looked at Hayashi Kaede with delight, as if saying it could use water gun again. This time, Hayashi Kaede didn't stop it but nodded instead. All right, I'll leave it to you then. Brion's goal in evolving was to help him wash the group of berries. If he stopped it now, wouldn't that make it even more upset? However, after glancing at its status panel, Hayashi Kaede's eyes held a trace gratification. Pokémon, Brion. Gender, female. Ability, Torrent. Potential, Blue. IVs, HP, 16, Attack, 10, SPATK, 17, Defense, 20, SPDef, 19, Speed, 6. Level, 21 to 24. Moves, Pound, Growl, Water Gun, Icy Wind, Aqua Jet, Baby Doll Eyes, Sing. Friendship, 97, it really likes you. Happiness, 70, it can help its trainer again. Its potential had finally increased from green to blue. It had also learned several new moves. Take it slow, take it slow. Hayashi Kaede thought silently, looking at the determined Brion. As it turned out, Hayashi Kaede's guess was correct. They couldn't finish all the group of berries in one night. It was only after handling the breeding house tasks on September 2 that he and Gardevoir managed to process all the group of berries. That evening, Hayashi Kaede looked at the oak barrels now filled with the prepared group of berry mash and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, it was just a matter of letting it ferment naturally for about a week, then skimming off the skins and seeds, followed by another week of fermentation. It's a pity we don't have a shuckle. Hayashi Kaede sighed. If they had shuckle, they could actually entrust the winemaking to them, the quality would probably be better. But this is fine for now. Hayashi Kaede turned to the Gardevoir, Melodic and the others behind him. Thank you for your hard work. Melodic and Brion looked happy, while Gardevoir simply nodded calmly before leading Melodic and Brion back towards its reservoir. Phew! Hayashi Kaede checked the time. It was already 8 p.m. The combi, seeing the lights still on in the barn, continued gathering honey from the 2 honey-bearing trees planted near the barn entrance. Ever since he started working here at 4 p.m., these 5 little ones had been gathering honey non-stop. He felt a sense of admiration. They were so diligent, starting to gather honey before dawn and only resting after dusk. Today, because he had the lights on, they were still gathering honey. Despite his admiration, Hayashi Kaede still coaxed them back to rest. He then looked over at the Miltank. They were already asleep. But these past few days, the Miltank seemed to have gotten noticeably rounder. Their bellies were bulging, whether from milk production or simply gaining weight, he wasn't sure. Maybe create a circular track in the grassy area within the garden for them to run around. The thought briefly crossed Hayashi Kaede's mind. Staying cooped up in the barn all the time wasn't ideal anyway. Shaking his head, Hayashi Kaede didn't dwell on it. After taking another look at Metapod, he headed towards the plantation. The starlight in September wasn't as brilliant anymore, but the moon was still bright, its silvery light cascading over the plantation like liquid mercury. Gardevoir had already left, Melodic and Brion had submerged into the depths of the reservoir, and Combuskin was already fast asleep in its coop under the tree. Fortunately, it didn't snore. It was worth mentioning that a couple of days ago, Hayashi Kaede had built fairly large, movable wooden houses for both it and Dragonite. He made Combuskins especially spacious, anticipating its future evolution. So now, Dragonite had found a spot in the garden to settle. It seemed quite interested in the flowers. Pidgeot and the Pidgey/Pidgeotto flock kept watch from the pine trees. As for Mew, it certainly wouldn't stick around obediently at night. Hayashi Kaede didn't bother controlling it, as long as it didn't mess with his things, it was fine. Interestingly, out of the original 10 Pidgey and 10 Pidgeotto he brought, 5 Pidgey had already evolved into Pidgeotto. So now there were 15 Pidgeotto. Once they all evolve into Pidgeot, we can start offering longer distance delivery services. This idea flashed through Hayashi Kaede's mind. After starting the Pidgeotto delivery service, some trainers from other cities had actually contacted Hayashi Kaede to buy energy cubes. But Hayashi Kaede had refused, citing the distance as too great. His main concern was still for the Pidgeotto's safety. He felt much more at ease having them deliver takeout just within Aogiri town. Strolling along, he arrived again at the plots where he had planted the berry seeds and vegetables a few days prior. For the berry seeds, Hayashi Kaede had used the special grade fertilizer, so they were now over a meter tall with dense foliage. The vegetables, however, grew naturally, having only received the growth buff from Serperier's grassy terrain. This was an experiment he wanted to conduct. To see if plants grown purely under the influence of Serperier's grassy terrain, without other aids, had a higher mutation rate? But looking them over now, out of over 100 heads of Napa cabbage, not a single one had mutated. The newly matured bitter melons also showed no signs of mutation. The probability was honestly quite low. But Hayashi Kaede didn't ponder it too much. Returning to the breeding house and seeing the lights on inside, he didn't enter immediately. Instead, he went to the kitchen. A single black hair appeared in his hand. It was Mew's eyelash. Although the system said it could be used in cooking, Hayashi Kaede racked his brains but couldn't figure out what an eyelash could possibly be used for, or what it would be suitable for. Maybe just grind it up and use it to make energy cubes. Deciding to act on the thought, Hayashi Kaede didn't hesitate. First, he took out the 6 berries corresponding to enhancing the 6 different IVs. Legend said Mew contains the genes of all Pokémon. In other words, it can use any Pokémon move. So, wouldn't adding all the berries be the best choice? Then he thought about it, and took out a bottle of Moo Moo milk as well. He chopped the berries, put them into the berry blender to grind them into a paste, and after the berries were blended into a pulp, he added the Mew eyelash. Finally, after letting the temperature drop slightly, he poured a bottle of Moo Moo milk over it. About half an hour later, Hayashi Kaede stared at the pink energy cube in his hand, lost in thought. Mythical Grade Mew Energy Cube, an energy cube created using Mew's genes. Chapter 116, Mythical Energy Cube. Chapter 116. Mythical Mew Energy Cube, an energy cube crafted using Mew's genetic material, blended with assorted berries and Moo Moo milk. Possesses extraordinary effects. Effect 1, upon first consumption, randomly increases one of the Pokémon's IVs by 3. This effect triggers only once. Effect 2, after consumption, the Pokémon may unleash a single psychic terrain-influenced move, randomly selecting one from Mew's vast move pool. This move cannot be stacked. There is also a chance to permanently learn the move, with the highest probability on the first consumption. Effect 3, regular consumption significantly accelerates move mastery and proficiency growth. Effect 4, Mew's Blessing permanently boosts the power of Psychic-type moves by 30%. This effect triggers only once. Effect 5, World Tree's Blessing after consumption, Grass-type Pokémon gain a permanent 30% increase in move power and a 30% boost to luck. This effect triggers only once. Incredible! Hayashi Kaede could only murmur in awe as he read the effects. Randomly unleashing a move from Mew's repertoire? And even a chance to learn it? That opens up endless possibilities. Maybe even some legendary exclusive moves could be replicated. What a pity the probability is so low. He shook his head slightly. So many vegetables in the plantation had failed to mutate, the odds were clearly abysmal. Still, this energy cube had countless uses. A random +3/4 boost alone was immensely valuable, not to mention Mew's Blessing and the World Tree's Blessing. A 30% luck increase for grass types. Wouldn't that make Serperier's mutation experiments more likely to succeed? Fortunately, he'd added enough berries this time, producing over 40 cubes. Enough for every Pokémon to try. Speaking of which, if Mew's eyelash can be used as an ingredient, then, can Lugia's or Ho-Oh's feathers be used too? Putting away the cubes, Hayashi Kaede took out a shimmering silver feather from his storage ball. Lugia's silver feather. Though called a feather, it felt more like a strand of hair, glowing faintly and radiating strong psychic and flying type energy. After a moment's thought, he put it away again. No rush to make more energy cubes. Let the Pokémon absorb Muse Cube first. Time to sleep. Let everyone try it tomorrow. Yawning, he stored the cubes and went to bed. Unbeknownst to him, not long after he fell asleep, a small figure quietly slipped into the kitchen. In the pitch darkness, it wandered around curiously, sniffing here and there, before finally stopping at the berry blender Hayashi Kaede had just used. It was puzzled. Why did it sense its own aura here? And, it seemed, shattered? That shouldn't be possible. Mew tilted its head in confusion. As far as it knew, most legendary Pokémon would occasionally shed items from their bodies, each with their own purpose. Take Ho-Oh, for example. Throughout its long life, it sought trainers with pure hearts, sometimes appearing before them and gifting a rainbow feather. Or Lugia, who left traces of its energy in certain cities, bringing prosperity, or occasionally dropping feathers to form bonds, allowing humans who possessed them to borrow its power. Honestly, most legendaries had their own territories and duties to maintain. Their movements often caused too much commotion, so they couldn't move around freely. What was the point of living so long, if you couldn't even roam as you pleased? In Mew's eyes, they were all rather pitiful. None could live as freely as it did. As long as the World Tree was safe, it could go anywhere, explore everything. Mew. September 3rd. Early in the morning, Hayashi Kaede gathered all his Pokémon and placed an energy cube before each of them. Even the Pidgeotto and Pidgey perched in the trees and the grazing Alcremie were included, though theirs were chopped into smaller pieces to avoid overfeeding. Only Gardevoir received a few extra cubes. It was plenty strong, and as a psychic type, it could handle more. The remaining cubes were saved for Sir Prior. Pidgeotto. One of the Pidgeotto looked at the cube in front of it with a complicated expression, then glanced at the other Pokémon happily eating theirs, feeling a little melancholic. When did I lose a feather here? How did I not notice? It had no idea how many feathers it had shed over the years, but it rarely came to this area. Could it have lost one recently? Sir Prior. Gardevoir. Sir Prior and Gardevoir were the first to sense the changes within their bodies. Gardevoir, in particular, felt the 30% boost to psychic-type moves most keenly. Its psychic power had clearly strengthened, and not just marginally, but significantly. What kind of food was this? Noticing its surprised look, Hayashi Kaede blinked and explained, "It's the effect of the energy cube." Gardevoir. Gardevoir nodded. The cube had reminded it once again that its trainer was special. After a brief moment of shock, it quickly returned to its usual calm demeanor. Still, this kind of food reminded it of a former breeder who was also a trainer. That human seemed to have a special ability, a fusion of emotional nurturing and practical care that could rapidly strengthen the Pokémon around him and push their limits. He had wanted to solve his own problems too. But in the end, he hadn't succeeded. Now, it seemed its current trainer was even more remarkable. Alcremie. Suddenly, one of the Alcremie called out. Then, its body began to glow with a faint cyan light, and a stream of cyan flames burst from its mouth, shooting straight into the sky. The flames stunned all the surrounding Alcremie. And they weren't the only ones stunned. Hayashi Kaede was stunned too. Everyone was stunned. Luckily, Gardevoir reacted quickly. It teleported into the air and enveloped the flames with a powerful psychic barrier, preventing them from raining down. But even Gardevoir, floating mid-air, was wide-eyed in disbelief. This cyan flame was released by a Alcremie? Chapter 117, Metronome. Chapter 117. Stop, stop, stop. Hayashi Kaede called out, quickly halting the commotion. He then explained the effects of the energy cube. after consumption, each Pokémon could randomly unleash a special move, but they shouldn't use it recklessly. He found it somewhat absurd. With just one finger wave, it had unexpectedly triggered Reshiram's signature move Blue Flare. And with such intensity, it was unmistakably that legendary's technique. Fortunately, this Alcremie wasn't particularly strong. If Gardevoir hadn't reacted swiftly, things could have gotten messy. Gardevoir slowly descended from the sky, staring at the Alcremie on the ground in disbelief. Those flames had even given it trouble. It was hard to believe a Alcremie had unleashed them. The Alcremie now looked timid and uneasy. "Hey, it's not your fault. I didn't explain clearly enough," Hayashi Kaede said, patting the Alcremie's head. Noticing the curious eyes of the other Pokémon, he added, "If you want to try, line up and take turns later." Speaking of which, the probability of permanently learning the move was highest the first time the energy cube was used. So, it was fine to let them try once. "Alcremie," the Alcremie that had just used Blue Flare murmured uncertainly. It was a small, pinkish fairy with a strawberry-like pattern on its head. It closed its eyes, as if trying to recapture the feeling. But when it opened them again, the move it used was different this time. A soft, multicolored glow radiated from its body. Hayashi Kaede frowned. This wasn't Blue Flare but Dazzling Gleam. But didn't the legendary Mew Energy Cube description say that consuming it only offered a chance to comprehend the first move unleashed via metronome? Now, with Blue Flare and Dazzling Gleam, that meant 2 moves, and this Alcremie hadn't even taken a second bite of the cube. Alcremie. The Alcremie also looked surprised at the light emanating from its body. The sensation was the same, so why was the effect different? Could it be that metronome randomly triggers a move, and that move can then randomly trigger another, ultimately allowing the Pokémon to comprehend metronome itself? Note: metronome uses a random move chosen from nearly all existing moves. Considering this possibility, Hayashi Kaede's eyes widened. Pokémon, Alcremie. Gender, female. Ability, Sweet Veil. Aptitude, Purple. IVs, HP, 27, Attack, 14, SPATK, 23, Defense, 29, SPDef, 27, Speed, 10. Level, 18 to 19. Moves, Decorate, Sweet Scent, Aromatherapy, Attract, Metronome. Affection, 94, Really likes you. Mood, 40, What's wrong? Oh my god, is that really how it works? Seeing metronome listed in its moveset, Hayashi Kaede was stunned. He'd never considered this possibility. The odds were beyond outrageous. Noticing its trainer's shock, the Alcremie grew anxious. Alcremie. Am I sick? No, don't overthink it, Hayashi Kaede reassured quickly. You're just exhausted from using a new move. You'll be fine after resting. You're still too weak right now, so try not to use this move. Once you're stronger, it'll be much easier, okay? After recovering from his surprise, Hayashi Kaede warned all the Alcremie. Their average level was only in the teens, and a move like metronome completely luck-based with unpredictable outcomes could be dangerous. What if one of them accidentally triggered Judgment or Precipice Blades? Wouldn't that drain them completely? Alcremie. The Alcremie all nodded in agreement. Combusken. The usually laid-back Combusken now looked at Hayashi Kaede eagerly. The Blue Flare earlier had made it envious. It wanted to try that move too. Alright, everyone, give it a try. Hayashi Kaede grew interested himself, curious if any other Pokémon could learn a new move. Combusken. A determined glow lit up Combusken's face. If a Alcremie could unleash such a powerful flame, surely it could do even better. It used metronome. A small spark flew from its beak. Combusken. It stared at the feeble ember in disbelief. Looks like your luck isn't so great, Hayashi Kaede chuckled, amused by Combusken's anticlimactic result. He then turned to Sir Prior. Sir Prior understood and summoned a surge of green energy that enveloped the entire plantation. A metronome triggering grassy terrain. Hayashi Kaede murmured, then glanced at Melodic. After all the Pokémon had tried, Hayashi Kaede shook his head. Aside from the Miltank's initial blue flare, the rest had mostly used ordinary moves. The only notable one was a Pidgey that unleashed Brave Bird. Unfortunately, it didn't learn it permanently. It seemed the odds of permanently mastering such moves were incredibly low. But this also indirectly showed how exceptionally lucky that Alcremie was. All right, play among yourselves. I need to open the shop. By the time the experiments concluded, it was already 8 a.m. Hayashi Kaede hurriedly brought the Alcremie to the breeding house and opened the doors. The customers waiting outside immediately complained. Mr. Kaede, since your cashier left, you've been opening later and later. Yet, when that girl was here, the shop opened around 6. Now it's almost 8. Ahem. Hayashi Kaede coughed awkwardly in defense. It's not easy managing alone. I have to milk the Miltank, collect honey, craft energy cubes, tend the plantation, and care for all the Pokémon. Someone nodded sympathetically. True. Aren't you planning to hire help? I've been wondering when you'll add new services. Hayashi Kaede sighed. I've been considering it, but I'd prefer a Pokémon that can help manage the shop like a Rotom. If anyone has leads on one, please let me know. Upon hearing Rotom, the entering customers all shook their heads. Hayashi Kaede wasn't too disappointed. Even though he'd found no listings for Rotom online, he figured he could post a video on his channel now with hundreds of thousands of followers to see if anyone had information. Chapter 118, Want to know the secret of Wartortle's strength? Chapter 118. A few days after posting the video seeking a Rotom assistant, Hayashi Kaede was feeling somewhat disappointed. By September 10, there was still no news. During these days, he had truly felt the pressing need for help at the breeding house. One afternoon, after selling all the energy cubes, Hayashi Kaede sat where Takagi Megami used to sit, feeling a little melancholy. She had only been gone for a few days, and he already missed her. These days, just running the shop took up most of his time. Then he had to craft energy cubes with Gardevoir. When bored, he could only chat with the Alcremie and Vulpix. It felt like abandoning the 9-to-5 routine for a 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. farm life. Meanwhile, at Aogiri First Middle School, the start of the school year meant senior students were taking a formal entrance exam that counted toward the national trainer qualifiers. The exam was divided into 2 sections, written tests on Pokémon theory and practical battle assessments. Naturally, the battle segment drew enthusiastic crowds, filling the open-air stadium. Spectators watched the candidates in the arena intently, discussing strategies with their classmates. That's Takagi Megami. I heard she just passed the junior trainer certification exam this June and caught a Squirtle. Yeah, but it was too rushed. The examiner brought 6 Pokémon, and half were grass types. She was pretty unlucky. But her Squirtle seemed a bit silly. I wonder if it improved over summer break. I heard it couldn't even use water gun. Not bad though. Look, the examiner brought out a fire-type Quilava. She might still have a chance. It depends on which Pokémon she uses. You didn't hear? During summer break, I found a breeding house. Their energy cubes are amazing. It's a bit out of the way, but they deliver with Pidgeotto. Takagi Megami smiled faintly as she listened to the surrounding chatter. *Humph, Squirtle? You all think she's the same old Squirtle. Just wait until you see her real strength. Over at the examiner's side, noticing the candidate hadn't released her Pokémon for a while, he reminded her, Candidate Takagi Megami, are you ready? Yes. She quickly took out Wartortle's Pokeball and lightly tapped it. A round-headed Wartortle with wing-like ears and a wave-patterned tail emerged. Its skin glowed with health, and most strikingly it was huge, standing about 1.3 meters tall. Remember, an average Wartortle is only about 0.5 meters. As soon as it appeared, the audience was stunned. Wow, a Wartortle that big! Is it on some kind of supplement? No, some well-raised Pokémon grow larger than average. This Wartortle clearly eats well. The examiner was also taken aback but remained professional, simply giving the trainer a curious look. The test begins. You may attack first. Let's go, Wartortle. Show them what you've got. Use Rain Dance. Wartortle clapped its hands together, and dense water energy began gathering above it. A swirling mass of energy quickly formed into dark clouds, and a light drizzle began to fall across the arena. The rain was widespread, even spectators at the edge were getting wet. They scrambled back in surprise, staring in shock at the revitalized Squirtle. Rain Dance? A weather-changing move? How is that possible? It's just a Wartortle. The examiner was equally incredulous. It even learned Rain Dance? And with such wide coverage? He frowned. Water already had an advantage over fire, and now with the weather boost, the Quilava only had a level advantage. But as the examiner, he couldn't just wait passively. Quilava, use Swift. Raindrops splattered against it, agitating the fire type. Its innate fear of water only fueled its dislike for Wartortle. It turned, and a shower of star-shaped rays shot toward Wartortle. Takagi Megami reacted swiftly, withdraw into your shell. It seemed she had grown a lot since their first battle. The swift stars struck its shell, leaving faint marks, but when Wartortle peeked out, its face showed no sign of pain. Clearly, the attack hadn't done much damage. This intrigued the examiner even more. While fire was weak to water, Quilava wasn't using a fire-type move. How could it not break through? Unless Wartortle's defense was exceptionally high? Various possibilities raced through his mind, but against a Wartortle like this, he felt somewhat helpless. He even felt a twinge of regret he shouldn't have listened to the students around him and assumed the girl's Pokémon was weak. He should have sent out a grass type. Meanwhile, Takagi Megami was enthusiastically waving at Wartortle. Wartortle, use Water Gun. The long-awaited Water Gun, amplified by the rain, shot out even faster. After the Quilava barely dodged the first jet, the second one struck it directly. Then came a torrent of Water Gun attacks. What's more, the accuracy was terrifyingly high. No matter how the Quilava dodged, it couldn't escape. By the third hit, it could no longer stand. The examiner could only nod. Candidate Takagi Megami defeats Quilava. Score, 100. His eyes held a look of admiration. Young lady, you've raised your Wartortle exceptionally well. Takagi Megami chuckled, said thank you, teacher, and walked off the field with Wartortle. As she left, a group of students swarmed around her, staring at Wartortle in amazement, stunned by its growth. Takagi-san, what did you do over summer break? How did Wartortle get so strong? It even evolve? Even though it's a water type, the examiner's Quilava was completely helpless. How did you do it? Takagi Megami lifted her head proudly, thought for a moment, but couldn't quite pinpoint the exact reason. In her mind, Wartortle had just eaten a few batches of energy cubes from the breeding house. Finally, she said simply, want to know the secret to Wartortle's strength? Go to the breeding house in Aogiri town. There, you'll find the answer. She decided that from now on, whenever someone asked her this question, she would always mention the breeding house. Chapter 119, News about the Insect King. Chapter 119. September 11th. It is a clear day. Hayashi Kaede's mood brightened. Looking at the empty shop, he remembered that he'd been thinking about repairing the road last month, but now realized he hadn't had time to contact anyone. All this back and forth had delayed him. Just as Hayashi Kaede was about to close the door, a man with a slightly scruffy beard and a hat approached from the town's entrance. Judging from his destination, this was probably the place. Hayashi Kaede hesitated for a moment, then decided to wait for him to approach. When the man reached him, he removed his hat, revealing his hair a messy tangle like weeds. It was so long it almost covered his eyes, and his appearance was somewhat unkempt. With the professional attitude of a caretaker, Hayashi Kaede politely asked, "Hello, how can I help you?" The man's eyes were a little hazy, but upon seeing Hayashi Kaede, a smile of relief appeared. "Brother Kaede, I heard you need some help here, right? I have some kombi." His words immediately brightened Hayashi Kaede's eyes. Brother Kaede was the nickname for his online account. Was this man a fan? And kombi, that was the Pokémon he'd been dreaming about. He said excitedly, yes, I really need it." The man nodded. "Well, a few years ago, for some reason, I captured 2 in DD. Now, they've given birth to 2 little ones. If you need them, I can give them to you." Hayashi Kaede's eyes widened. Really? He felt a little dreamy. Could posting online actually attract fans? And, the man had just mentioned giving them away. This was incredible. The man nodded. "Of course, but they're still young, so they need some time to train. During that period, their parents will teach them basic chores and Pokémon care. It will take about 2 weeks. Okay, thank you so much. And they'll train them themselves." Hayashi Kaede suddenly felt himself swaying in a sea of happiness. But the man suddenly changed the subject. "But, Brother Kaede, I do have a small request." He brushed his hair out of his eyes, revealing a somewhat dejected face. Hayashi Kaede was stunned. It felt familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't place where he had seen it before. The man's words brought him back from his joy. Indeed, how could he just be given 2 such useful Pokémon for no reason? "Please, tell me," Hayashi Kaede said. The man pleaded earnestly. "For the birthday cake on September 15th, I hope you can make my Beedrill happy, just like your berry juice made me happy." "Happy?" Hayashi Kaede paused, remembering the order form Alcremie had given him when he returned that day. Was this the one who had ordered the birthday cake? Pokémon are simple creatures, and it's generally easy to make them happy. But the man's tone suggested something was amiss. So, he asked cautiously, "May I see your Beedrill?" "Of course, I brought it here specially." The man nodded, and a Pokeball appeared in his hand. With a flick, a large Beedrill materialized before them in a flash of red light. The moment he saw the Beedrill, Hayashi Kaede's memory clicked. He turned to the man and exclaimed in shock, "That Beedrill, are you the Bug-type King, RYF?" That was in the past. It was no wonder Hayashi Kaede hadn't recognized him immediately, nearly a decade had passed. Back then, the man before him, with that very Beedrill, had been unstoppable in league competitions, consistently taking first or second place. He even won third in the region's largest event. Many new and amateur trainers were inspired by him, believing Bug-type Pokémon could reach the top, and flocked to wilderness areas to capture them. Even a young Hayashi Kaede had been amazed that someone could raise a Beedrill to such a high level. Later, as his fame grew, he was invited by the Regional Alliance to become its only officially recognized Bug-type King in history. However, after achieving this title, RYF vanished like a shooting star. Some said it was due to excessive battling in his early years, leaving his Pokémon with severe internal injuries that required long-term care. Others said he fell in love, got married, had children, and retired from training. Others whispered that Bug-type Pokémon have short lifespans, and that his Beedrill had died, leaving the king without the strength to make a comeback. Where there's smoke, there's fire. His retreat was likely because his Beedrill needed to recuperate. The Beedrill before him now had a worn, decaying look. Compared to the younger Beedrill Hayashi Kaede had seen in Aogiri Forest, its stingers were covered in scars, blackened by time, the cracks looking as if they could shatter at a touch. Its exoskeleton seemed tight and brittle, like soaked parchment. Its right eye, which should have been sharp, was completely clouded over and white. It was obvious, its right eye was blind. Sigh, Hayashi Kaede's heart sank, especially after focusing on the Pokémon's details. Pokémon, Beedrill. Gender, male. Ability, Swarm. Aptitude, Purple. Individual values, HP, 25, Attack, 28, Defense, 8, SPATK, 11, SP-Def, 25, Speed, 31. Strength, LV 45 to 69, 74. Moves, String Shot, Fury Attack, Swords Dance, Focus Energy, Twineedle, Pursuit, Rage. Assessment, having experienced countless battles in its youth, its injuries were not treated in time and became chronic. It has a significant hidden injury on its right abdomen that causes severe pain at night. Its lifespan is also nearing its end, estimated at approximately 1 month. Friendship, 0, it does not acknowledge you. Pleasure value, -40, alas it should just die. If it dies, it won't be a burden to RYF anymore. A Beedrill with only a purple aptitude had reached King tier strength. It was hard to imagine how many battles it had endured in its youth. The hidden injuries, its age. And most importantly, the profound depression in its heart, it no longer wanted to live. Chapter 120, Will it die? Chapter 120. Buzz. Beedrill flapped its wings wearily, glancing at its trainer, then at Hayashi Kaede across from it. It stood still, breathing a shallow sigh. Hayashi Kaede didn't know whether to speak or not. Finally, he said, if you trust me, you can leave it with me. I'm confident I can heal it. After all, he possessed the power of a legendary's blessing. With the assistance of that divine-level energy, successful treatment was almost certain. Seeing Hayashi Kaede say this, the man smiled and shook his head. Forget it, Brother Kaede, I'll spare you the trouble. I'd like to stay with it for a while longer. Before, I always thought it was young, and its body was strong, so it could tough it out. But some injuries dragged on and ended up like this. It also likes to show off, battling even when it shouldn't. A self-deprecating smile lingered between his words. Come to think of it, I'm a poor trainer. I can't even tell what my Pokémon is truly feeling. It likes sweet things. Actually, the doctor said to avoid them as much as possible, but at this point, the sugar doesn't matter. Brother Kaede, just do what it likes. Hayashi Kaede respected his choice and nodded solemnly. Okay, I understand. Then, he pulled out another energy cube from his storage bag. This was an SSS grade aptitude development energy cube, a rare commodity in his reserves. One of its effects was to heal old wounds and repair deficiencies, the perfect remedy for Beedrill's current condition. While precious, Hayashi Kaede felt no regret giving it away. Even if Beedrill's hidden injuries were healed, its lifespan was the real concern. It had already lived through most of its life. It was a mystery what willpower had allowed it to endure such severe pain until now. Hayashi Kaede instructed, this energy cube can clear hidden injuries. Take it home and give it a try. It should feel much better. Is that so? Thank you, Brother Kaede. RYF accepted the energy cube but wasn't overly excited. Over the years, he had taken Beedrill to various regions, seeking out many renowned doctors and breeders, but most only managed to temporarily alleviate its pain. Later, he even resorted to hypnosis from psychic-type Pokémon to help it sleep through the worst of it. Therefore, he didn't truly believe a breeder from a small town could effectively heal Drill's chronic injuries. Seeing the man's expression, Hayashi Kaede reminded him again, "Remember to make sure it eats this." "Okay," RYF nodded, then grabbed a few bottles of bound sweet juice from the store. Without stopping, he led Beedrill out of town, disappearing from view. Alcremie. The Alcremie standing near the counter at the entrance had witnessed the entire process, their faces sad as RYF left. Finally, one of them couldn't help but speak, "Alcremie. Will it die?" Hayashi Kaede was silent for a moment, then nodded, "Probably. Even if his energy cube could heal Drill's injuries, its time was still short." "Alcremie, how pitiful. Will it have to leave its trainer if it dies?" "Alcremie. Don't say goodbye, it's so painful." "Al." The scene stirred up a wave of emotion. The Alcremie, having been rehomed themselves once, suddenly thought of their previous trainers. They had been so young when they were separated, and their new trainers were so kind, so they weren't normally so sad. But Beedrill was different. It was going to die, and it would never be with its trainer again. With this thought, the Alcremie even began to think about the distant future. What if their own trainer died too? Wouldn't that mean they wouldn't be able to be together anymore? The more they thought about it, the sadder they became, looking at Hayashi Kaede with tears in their eyes. "I'm only 18. Looking at the Alcremie, who were already worrying about a future decades away, Hayashi Kaede felt a sense of absurdity and helplessness. But he still tried to comfort them, "Don't worry, we still have a lot of time together. Besides, I've heard that when people die, they can become ghost-type Pokémon. So, if I die, I'll definitely become a ghost-type and come find you, and then I'll keep making treats for you." Alcremie. "Really? Really, really?" After comforting them one by one, Hayashi Kaede breathed a sigh of relief. A heavy feeling inevitably settled over him. He finally closed up the shop, returned to his room with the Alcremie, and then headed to the shed to check on the metapod that hadn't evolved yet. Its shell had been moving more frequently recently and felt slightly soft to the touch. It must be evolving within the next few days. "It's almost time to evolve, hey." Puff. The metapod shifted its body, indicating yes. "Once you evolve, you can eat delicious food and become stronger. Are you happy?" Puff. The metapod swayed violently. It had been stuck like this for so long and had been craving wild grass dumplings for ages. It heard the Miltank had recently added a new honey-infused wild grass dumpling. It wondered what that tasted like. Just thinking about it made it wish it could salivate. Too bad it was just a metapod now, without a mouth. Seeing it like this, Hayashi Kaede couldn't help but laugh. "Look at you. Once you evolve, I'll make you all sorts of delicious things." The metapod became even more excited. Puff. Hayashi Kaede smiled. After giving metapod another pat, he went to the combi hive, collected the honey, and brought the Alcremie to the kitchen. He had originally thought it was just a simple birthday cake, something he could throw together. But now, he planned to make it with all his heart. Gardevoir. In the kitchen, Gardevoir was wrapped in a white apron, making ordinary energy cubes for the next day. There was actually no need to wear an apron at all, because its psychic power could prevent all impurities from sticking to its body. But Hayashi Kaede had said it looked nice this way, so it wore it. "Alright, everyone, come and help experiment. Let's make a few more test cakes tonight. Maybe we can create something that helps that Beedrill stay with its trainer a little longer." Alcremie. "Help Beedrill. Alcremie. Let's do it." The Alcremie, hearing they could help Beedrill, immediately became excited. They gathered around the table, all looking at Hayashi Kaede, each one eager to contribute. Hayashi Kaede, on the other hand, began searching inside his storage bag. Finally, he placed some restorative berries on the table. That's right. He wanted to try to see if he could create a dish that could extend a Pokémon's lifespan.